The King's Avatar. Author, Butterfly Blue. Synopsis. In the online game Glory, Yi Xiu is regarded as a textbook and a top-tier pro player. However, due to a myriad reasons, he is kicked from the team. After leaving the professional scene, he finds work in an internet cafe as a manager. When Glory launches its 10th server, he who possesses 10 years of gaming experience once again throws himself into the game, bringing with him the memories of his past and an incomplete, self-made weapon. His return along the road to the summit begins. After fighting and scheming, who snatched away my glory? Under the tossing of the wind and rain, my dreams shall still appear as though they had never been shattered. In all its splendor, the path shall never be lost. Before the gazes of millions, this is where I return. Volume 1. Chapter 1, The Banished Battle God. Click, click. Tap, tap. A pair of nimble hands fluttered across the keyboard and mouse. The rhythm of the rapping sounds produced were like a lively symphony. The screen flashed with bright light, and the opponent fell to the ground in a spray of blood. Ha ha! Yi Qiu laughed as he lifted his hand to take the cigarette that was held in the corner of his mouth. The silver-white smoke had already formed into a long cloud, but Yi Qiu continued with his work, brandishing his mouse and striking his keyboard, not in the least bit shaken. The removed cigarette was quickly extinguished in an eccentrically shaped ashtray on the table. Yi Qiu's hand quickly flew back to the keyboard. Right when he was about to say a few words to his opponent, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Yi Qiu didn't turn his head as if he had been waiting for this moment, merely asking, "Arrived? Arrived." Sima Cheng also replied simply, "Then let's go." Yi Qiu once again declined his opponent's request for a duel. He gently removed the card from Glory's dedicated login device. He headed to the door and grabbed a jacket from a clothes hanger on his way out. The night had already darkened considerably, but Club Excellent Era's lights were still bright. Yi Qiu and Sima Cheng walked out of a room and walked all the way to the end of the corridor. Located here was a spacious conference room. At the entrance, digital display screens almost completely covered the walls. They showed the rankings of the Glory Professional Alliance and a few skill statistics. Ranking: Excellent Era Battle Team ranked number 19, second to last place. Once a trump card team with 3 consecutive titles as champions in the league, their former achievements were exceptionally dazzling. Now it hung brightly on the wall as if heartlessly mocking everyone. The atmosphere in the room wasn't heavy. On the contrary, it was somewhat friendly. The members of Excellent Era were all gathered around one person as if they were stars surrounding the moon. They ignored Yi Qiu's arrival, and the ones that did quickly swept over him with expressions of coldness and mockery. "Yi Qiu, the club has already decided that the transfer member Sun Xiang will take over your position as captain. From now on, Sun Xiang will be in control of your account one autumn leaf." Club manager saw the arrival of Yi Qiu and immediately turned his head to speak. Without saying it in advance or conveying it tactfully, he heartlessly notified him in an ice-cold manner, as if he were throwing away a ball of already used toilet paper. Sima Cheng opened her mouth wanting to speak, but Yi Qiu lightly tugged at her sleeve. He smiled and nodded his head at her, indicating that he wasn't surprised. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, on arriving. I just took your position." On the left-hand side of the conference table, the exclusive seat for Excellent Era's team captain should have been Yi Qiu's seat. But Sun Xiang casually sat there as he said these few words. However, his eye didn't even glance at Yi Qiu. This was already no longer ignorance, rather it was a type of disregard. His gaze fell upon Sima Cheng's body, who had arrived with Yi Qiu. To be fair, Sima Cheng was indeed more attractive to the eye than Yi Qiu. She was known as the Glory Professional Alliance's #1 beauty. Even if she was thrown into the show business, she would still be considered a rare beauty. Even for those Excellent Era members who could see her every day, they were still somewhat stunned when they saw Sima Cheng enter. Only they quickly recovered because there was another important person that deserved their attention. "Ha ha, Brother Xiang," with those words, "this position definitely suits you." Everyone that had recovered promptly scrambled for their lines after he said this. Right, some people are already old and out of date. One autumn leaf really should follow Brother Xiang's commands so that our abilities can truly be displayed as battle strength. This was the focus that everyone paid attention to at this moment, Sun Xiang. Glory Professional Alliance Generations genius-level player. In the league last season, Sun Xiang won the most outstanding rookie title with his MVP-like stats and led the mediocre Over the Clouds team to 8th place. His advance to the playoffs was hopeful, but midway, he transferred to the collapsing Excellent Era club. Although Excellent Era's accomplishments were terrible, they possessed a player who was regarded as a battle god in glory. Battle Mage, One Autumn Leaf. These Excellent Era members actually shamelessly approached Sun Xiang, who hadn't even been a part of the alliance for 2 years. It was clear that Sun Xiang would be the future leader of the team. Sun Xiang comfortably accepted their flattery and was unwilling to part with it, so much so that he wouldn't glance at YQ, feeling that such an action was beneath him. YQ, hand over your account card for One Autumn Leaf to Sun Xiang, the team manager said. Even if YQ was unfazed before, at this moment, his heart couldn't help but feel somewhat hurt. YQ, One Autumn Leaf. The relationship between these two names was obvious. This was the name he had created when he entered the online game World of Glory. This account had accompanied YQ for a full 10 years. Originally, the newbie became known as a textbook-level expert. The insignificant battle mage also turned into the famed battle god in glory. But 7 years ago, when he entered the professional circle, he signed a business contract with the club, and all the rights to One Autumn Leaf transferred to the club. YQ had known that there would be a day they would separate, and this day finally arrived. YQ's fingers slightly trembled. To a pro player, steady hands were a must. This inner quality could not be ingrained any further into the old veteran's body, but right now, YQ's hands were trembling. Su Mucheng twisted her head. She did not want to see this scene, but was powerless to help. Everyone took delight in his misfortune as One Autumn Leaf, that silver-white account card, was handed over to Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang's eyes lit up with greed and happiness. He had willingly transferred and joined the inferior Excellent Era club in order to have One Autumn Leaf's account. One Autumn Leaf's former owner YQ's achievements were not good in the last few years, and he often broke out in arguments with the club. Sun Xiang had 100% confidence in replacing him. Mine! In the instant he retrieved the card, Sun Xiang felt a burst of excitement but felt a trace of resistance from the card. Sun Xiang felt YQ's reluctance and proudly chortled. Let go, brother Yi, your hands are unexpectedly shaking to this degree. With these hands, how are you going to display your power as a battle god? Better to let me do it. I'll let the title battle god to once again echo throughout glory. You, retire? After saying this, Sun Xiang saw that silent YQ, who just only handed over One Autumn Leaf, had a hint of pain flash across his eyes. He discovered in shock that YQ's trembling hands suddenly steadied. Do you like this game? YQ suddenly asked, looking straight at Sun Xiang. What? Sun Xiang startled. If you like it, then treat everything as glory and not boasting. What did you say? What does this have to do with you? Sun Xiang suddenly lost control. At the moment, he didn't know why he felt that he was lower than YQ by a head. He didn't think that he would lose to his opponent in loftiness. He came here in order to replace YQ. He came here to take the battle god One Autumn Life. Put it away. Just when Sun Xiang wanted to summon up his loftiness, YQ already let go of the account card, faintly saying the phrase. He turned around ready to leave. YQ? At this moment, the manager suddenly called out. YQ stopped and tilted his head slightly to the side, hearing that the manager was already behind him, saying, the club currently doesn't have any suitable competitive cards to give you. First, find a team member to serve as a training partner. Training partner? A person who built a dynasty in the alliance and an expert known by all in glory had actually fallen to be a training partner. Sun Xiang was very interested in this arrangement and immediately laughed out loud. With brother Yi's level, training together won't be a problem. Only you deserve to be Glory Professional Alliance's #1 training partner. Ha ha! Accepting the insult, YQ unexpectedly laughed. He turned his body towards the manager. Training partner? It looks like I don't have to. I cancel the contract. Cancel the contract? Are you actively seeking to cancel the contract? The manager's expression looked as if she were in deep thought. Right, I request to cancel the contract. Don't be rash. Su Mucheng immediately came charging over to stop YQ. An alliance had an alliance's rules. Terminating a contract during the contract period required a special reason. Actively seeking to cancel, the contract required a penalty fee. Yi and excellent Era still had another half a year for the contract. If he were to forcefully request a termination of the contract, then the loss would be huge. As for Suma Cheng, she feared Yi's departure. The boss isn't here yet. Wait for him to come before you continue speaking. Suma Cheng hoped Yi would calm down. Yi had noticed the trace of ridicule at the corners of the manager's mouth long ago. He shook his head towards Suma Cheng and laughed bitterly. Mu Cheng, do you not understand? My departure is the boss's goal. I no longer have any value to this club. I'm only a money sink. No way, how could you be a money sink? Your strength wouldn't lose to anyone. Suma Cheng said, strength isn't the issue. This is a business, and me, I've never had any business value. Yi said, you originally did have value, but you chose to give it up yourself. The manager coldly interjected at this moment. Right, this is my choice. Yi said. The current Glory Professional Alliance was flourishing. Sponsors flocked over left and right. Celebrity players in Glory were natural advertisers as spokespeople for popular goods. But even though Yi was viewed as a top-tier level player, he rejected any offer to be in advertisements. He even refused to take part in interviews or news conferences. He was like an ancient netizen, carefully concealing his true identity in virtual reality. The club was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. They looked at him as if he were a gold mountain, but were unable to dig out even the slightest amount of gold. They were only able to put up with him because his strength was tyrannical, helping the club gain fame and glory. But as their achievements declined, everything had already become of the past. The Alliance's commercialization allowed us to survive, but now, Yi couldn't say anything further. He also didn't know whether this development was good or bad. The current alliance was full of greed. Every alliance boss's first consideration was how to exploit the team to make a profit. Harboring a love for gaming and tirelessly struggling in glory, Yi cherished his memories for the alliance when it had just been made. But now, the alliance only strived for money. Suma Cheng did not say another word. She had originally come with Yi here and witnessed everything about this old veteran. Her eyes were filled with tears. She knew that Yi truly wanted to leave. Blocking him would only make it more painful for him. Since it's like this, no need. Yi smiled, interrupting Suma Cheng. He knew what she wanted to say. Don't worry, I haven't given up all hope yet. I'll be back. Right, this is the ambitious Yi I recognize. Then first, let's talk about the penalty fee. Honestly speaking, you've been with us for so many years and your achievements have been high, so we won't push it. If you want to leave, then let's all sit down and talk about the details of canceling the contract. How about it? Tell it to me straight. What are the conditions? Yi asked. Okay, the conditions are simple. Announce your retirement. The manager said. Retirement? This condition can't be avoided. Suma Cheng was very angry. Yi was 25 years old this year. With regards to pro gamers in electronic gaming tournaments, this age was already considered high. Retiring at this age was not at all strange, but Yi already stated clearly that he did not want to retire. The excellent Era manager's condition of retirement was clearly directed against him. Retired pro players naturally did not have the qualifications to participate in a tournament again. Although retired pro players could come back, Glory Professional Alliance had a rule stating that a retired pro player could only return after a year. This was to prevent people from transferring to another team and then returning the next day. Yi was already in the declining years of this profession. Every day was precious, but now they wanted him to waste a year. After 1 year, even if he wanted to return again, for the elderly, without a year of intense competition to maintain his skills, and even by relying on former fame, whether the team would still want him would be an issue. In addition, Yi had a fatal flaw. He refused to do anything related to business. It looked as if it were an impossible condition, but Yi simply nodded his head. I accept. Are you mad? Suma Cheng alarmed. I've worked so hard for so many years. Can't I rest for a year? Yi smiled. What? What are you thinking of doing? Suma Cheng didn't understand. Nothing much. Yi turned his head. The manager had already handed over the documents. Yi took a glance at them and laughed a bit. The other party really had prepared for this long ago. Thinking of this, Yi put the pen to the paper and quickly signed his name, just as he was about to leave. Yiqiu glanced back at this place he had stayed for 7 years. He didn't say any farewells and silently turned his body ready to leave. I'll send you off. Suma Cheng was the only one to follow behind him. Chapter 2, Area 3, Number 47, Chai. Who do you think you are? Letting him retire is for his sake. What else can he do? Right, as tactful as he is. He wouldn't think to blame the club for retiring him. Yiqiu and Su Cheng left. Everyone else in the conference room suddenly recovered and began mocking him again. But Sun Xian's expression was mixed. He did not participate and moved closer to the manager instead. I don't understand. How could he have accepted these conditions? He had no other choice but to accept. The manager said, Why? Because he can't pay the penalty fee. The manager said, How? How can that be? Sun Xiang was stunned. Yiqiu had worked hard as a professional gamer for 7 years and was also at the peak. Even if he had refused all business-related matters, his salary shouldn't have been so low that he would be unable to pay for the penalty fee. You weren't in that generation, so you wouldn't know. In the Alliance's initial stages, the Alliance pro players were nowhere near as impressive as now. At that time, the pro players that had been fired ended up in terrible situations. Most of their youth had been used up on gaming. But none of them were skilled enough, and most of them fell into dire financial straits. Yiqiu was that era's genius, and we relied on his achievements to get to where we are today. But he had a lot of friends like that. So what you're saying is that most of his assets were given to those friends? Sun Xiang's eyes widened. Right. Then, if he needed the money, why would he refuse to accept business activities? Sun Xiang asked. No one knows the reason for this. The manager said. You don't have any guesses? Sun Xiang asked. It might have something to do with his family. The manager said. No one knows anything about his family. He also never talks about them. It's very strange, which is why I suspect it. The manager said, This person has a lot of stories. Sun Xiang lifted up the one autumn leaf card that Yiqiu gave him. He knew that Yiqiu had made this account long before the professional alliance had been created, used all the way up until now. This card was one of Glory's oldest accounts. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. The boss is busy today and can't come. But he gave me this bottle of aged red wine from his collection just for your welcoming. The manager said, Ha, thank you very much. With me. Excellent era will shine once again? Yiqiu left. Su Cheng stood in front of the club's entrance. She stood like this until Yiqiu disappeared into the distance. He repeatedly turned around to wave his hand. Tears had already begun streaming down Su Cheng's cheeks long ago. Without saying too much, Yiqiu said a total of 8 words. I'll rest a year and then come back. Su Cheng did not say another word. She only nodded her head again and again. She was no longer that innocent young girl and had already assumed a lot of responsibilities alone. Snowflakes floated in the air. This winter was very cold. Snowing? When Yiqiu left the club, he hadn't thought of the next step. Having grown accustomed to a lifestyle for so many years, he had not yet adapted to the sudden change yet. He wanted to walk along like this until his thoughts cleared. Who knew that the weather wouldn't give him this opportunity? At this moment, snow began to fall. Moreover, more and more fell as time went on. Flying snowflakes quickly hit him, wetting his shoulders. Icicles also formed on his head. If he didn't take shelter, he would die. Yiqiu looked around left and right and saw an internet cafe along the road. The lights were still brightly lit this late at night, and he dashed towards it at once. The internet cafe was nice, and warm. Yiqiu burst in and shook the snowflakes off of his body and went up to the reception desk. Area 3, Number 47. The young lady at the reception desk informed him of an open computer. She soon handed over an ID card to boot up the computer, only to see that he had already left. The young lady didn't fuss over it. This type of matter evidently happened quite often. She silently put away the ID card, knowing that he would have to come back to get it. Area 3, Number 47. Yiqiu followed the signs, searching. This internet cafe wasn't small. There were many computers, and there was even a second floor. Area 3? Yiqiu saw the area number on the ceiling. It looked like he didn't need to go up to the second floor. Once he counted to number 47, Yiqiu became startled. This station had already been taken by a woman. Moreover, she was playing Glory. She was currently in the arena dueling. Her fierce movements caused the ponytail bunched up high on her head to sway. Facing towards her, he saw her controlling a launcher. Yiqiu blanked. He almost thought that Su Cheng was sitting there. but he quickly realized that it wasn't her. Sumu Cheng was always gentle and serene. Even during an intense player-killing confrontation, she always held a smile speaking about her. Yiqiu sometimes watched as she smiled while causing her opponents to explode into pieces. When she then politely said sorry, he would always inexplicably tremble a bit. As for this girl, her appearance was also beautiful and gentle, but she fumed with rage and devastated her keyboard in an all-out effort, making him feel that her appearance from top to bottom was a huge trap. Her murderous spirit is too scary. Only what a pity. Yiqiu saw the screen clearly. He saw that this girl was about to be in a terrible situation. As expected, her opponent capitalized on the opportunity as soon as she made a mistake. In 2 hits, what little life remaining immediately drained all at once. DMNIT? Yiqiu heard this girl roar in rage. She slammed the keyboard, directly shutting down the game. Yiqiu hesitated on whether he still wanted the station or not. The girl already turned her head, glancing at the hesitant Yiqiu. Furiously getting up, she asked, "Computer?" Yiqiu nodded his head. "Then sit down." The girl had already left. Yiqiu shook his head at the impatience of ordinary gamers and finally sat down. Chen Guo was depressed. Extremely depressed. She had just dueled 52 times in the arena, but she hadn't won a single one. She didn't want to believe this was real. Chen Guo rubbed the chasing haze in her pocket. Her account wasn't bad. Among ordinary players, her account would be considered quite strong, and her skill level wasn't low. She had played Glory for a full 5 years. Her opponent's account wasn't as good as hers, but she still couldn't win over him a single time over 52 duels. He's a powerful expert. Chen Guo concluded. "Boss, you haven't logged out yet. Why is that person playing?" Chen Guo was thinking as she walked, when a voice suddenly interrupted. Chen Guo tilted her head and looked at the neighboring computer. A frequent customer at the internet cafe was stretching out his neck, looking at the computer she had just sat at. Not good. Chen Guo's heart dropped as she rushed back. Due to Glory's popularity, Glory login devices became standard computer accessories that were indispensable for internet cafes. Account cards only needed to be inserted into the device, so in these sort of public places, everyone put away their cards after using them. Every card only had one account. Lost cards could be reported, so stealing did not exist. But in these sort of public places, frequently, people would carelessly forget to log out and end up having their money and equipment looted. Chen Guo had been extremely frustrated after 52 straight losses and wasn't paying attention. She hadn't logged out, but switched to the desktop instead. Chen Guo hurriedly ran up, and sure enough, that guy really was playing on her account. Only it didn't look like he was stealing equipment. It looked like he was eagerly dueling in the arena. Chen Guo didn't have time to bellow in rage when a single large word popped up on the screen. Chapter 3, Special Duty, Night Shift. Win. Chen Guo was dumbfounded for a moment. The word that flashed on the screen, Glory, was the arena's victory symbol, meaning KO. Only. She had only left for how long? 40 seconds? 50 seconds? Chen Guo lifted her wrist and looked down at her watch. It definitely hasn't been a minute yet. But the result? The opponent I had lost to 52 times in a row was defeated in less than a minute. Chen Guo even forgot to rush up and snatch back her account. She wanted to see if this person could duel again for her to examine properly. But in the end, she saw that the person had already logged out of the game. He stretched out his arms as if he weren't too interested in the computer and glanced around left and right. Turning his head, he saw Chen Guo looking at him with wide eyes and hurriedly explained, "You hadn't logged out yet, and when I sat down, the fight had already started." "Don't worry. I helped you win. How long have you used it?" Chen Guo asked. 40 seconds, Yiqiu said. Chen Guo's mouth dropped open when he said somewhat regretfully, "My hands were frozen cold, or else 30 seconds would have been enough." 30 seconds. 30 seconds to beat the opponent that I lost to 52 times in a row? Who is this person? Could it be a professional gamer from the Excellent Era team? Chen Guo suddenly thought. She knew that the Excellent Era Club wasn't too far away from the internet cafe. But she thought again. I would have recognized him if he was from the Excellent Era team. Unless it's that expert that never shows his face, Yiqiu. Yiqiu? Chen Guo became excited as soon as she thought of the name. But thinking how low profile this expert was, he probably wouldn't admit to it if she asked him directly. After hesitating for a bit, Chen Guo suddenly thought of something and quickly ran back to the reception desk. Who registered as Area 3 Number 47's guest? Chen Guo asked the girl at the counter. Yi Zhu, the girl said. Yi Zhu? Yi Q? It really is him. Chen Guo excitedly thought. It looked like she really had uncovered his hidden identity. This showed that he really was Yi Q. If she had seen the name Yi Q written, then she wouldn't have believed it. Ha ha ha. Chen Guo's laugh could only be called sinister. She had been prepared to use everything she owned to get his signature. Yi Q's signature. Ah, who had it? No one, just as she was thinking this. The receptionist girl said without thinking. He even forgot his ID card. ID card? Chen Guo stared blankly after hearing this. Only then did she realize that she had turned silly from excitement. Internet cafe registration had a system for identifying customers. An ID card had to be shown. How could someone use a fake ID? Where is it? Let me take a look. Chen Guo looked at the ID card in the girl's hand. Sure enough, Yi Zhu was written on it. A wave of disappointment washed over, and she a strong urge to change the word Zhu into Q. After finding out that he wasn't the low-profile expert she admired, although she was curious about this person's strength, her interest had already largely disappeared. Chen Guo angrily returned to Area 3 Number 47 and handed over Yi Zhu's ID card. You forgot to take your ID card. Oh, thanks. Yi Zhu immediately answered. Do you work in the internet cafe? Yeah, I'm the boss. Oh, the boss, that's good. I just saw on the internet cafe's homepage. Is your internet cafe hiring? Yi Zhu asked. Ah, yes. Chen Guo didn't think that this person would suddenly ask this. She had just been thinking to compare notes with this person. This would be the perfect excuse to. I looked at it and felt that I match all of the qualifications. Work and pay aren't a problem. How about it? Consider it for a moment. Boss, Yi Zhu said. Oh, then you have to beat me in a duel in glory. Chen Guo said. What? There's this condition? Yi Zhu turned around to check. You don't need to look for it. I'm adding it. Chen Guo said. Yi Zhu stared blankly. Only now did he realize that his prior victory was too professional. This beautiful boss was curious about his strength. But Yi Zhu bitterly laughed, shaking his head. I can't beat you. Why? Chen Guo startled. Because I don't have an account that can beat yours, Yi Zhu said. Account? What level is it? What equipment? Chen Guo asked. No levels. No equipment? Yi Zhu said. How? Chen Guo didn't believe it. He had defeated the opponent she couldn't beat in 40 seconds. If this type of person didn't have a leveled account, then how did he practice to this level of skill? I gave away my original account. Yi Zhu could only say this. Oh, so it's like this? How generous. Chen Guo sighed with sorrow. This person's strength was powerful. His account definitely wouldn't be weak. Powerful accounts were extremely valuable. Gifting it away so easily was very valiant. Yeah, too generous. Yi Zhu forced a smile. The account he had given away was the battle god One Autumn Leaf. To only use the word generous to describe him was truthfully too petty. Is it to get ready to play in the new server? Chen Guo asked. New server? Yi Zhu stared blankly and suddenly glanced at the date. The next day was Glory's 10th anniversary. Glory, starting from the 2nd anniversary onwards, would open a new server on every anniversary. The registration for the 10th server had already started 3 months ago. Old players who weren't satisfied with the old server would prepare to enter Glory again, looking forward to this day. Now, Glory's 10th server was opening. The distant One Autumn Leaf was an account in Glory's first server. Later, in Glory's 5th expansion, a lot of experts obtained the qualifications to complete the challenge skill, becoming the first ones possessing access to all servers. Now One Autumn Leaf had already exchanged owners. His career as a professional in Glory also left with it, but he coincidentally met up with the start of the new server. Yi Zhu's mind stirred. 10 years of memories suddenly flashed through his mind. New server? Yi Zhu mumbled. I remember that at the start of a new server. You can transfer to it, right? Yi Zhu suddenly asked Chen Guo. Only level 1 accounts can. Chen Guo said. Let me try. Yi Zhu fished out an account card from his pocket and quickly applied for a server transfer on the Glory homepage. Chen Guo looked at the account card amazed. Isn't this a first edition card? It is. Yi Zhu smiled. Glory had a new edition every year. A first edition card would be from almost 10 years ago. Chen Guo looked at Yi Zhu astonished. How long have you been playing Glory? Cards weren't living objects. People were. Even if a card had been around for 10 years, it didn't mean a person had been. Almost 10 years. Yiziu answered, confirming that he and the card were one. Chen Guo had thought that she, with 5 years of gaming, was already considered a veteran. She wouldn't have thought that the guy in front of her had a full double her experience. 10 years, that was Glory's first group of players. To continue playing up until now, yet still having interest in entering a new server. What type of drive was this? While thinking this, the home page had already displayed server transfer successful. Done. Yiziu pulled out the account card. He once again recalled the little details contained with this first edition card. Are you saying you want to become a network manager? Chen Guo suddenly brought up this matter. Yes. Which one are you looking at? Chen Guo asked. The night shift one, Yiziu said. Oh, are you fine with that? Chen Guo surprised. The night shift one went on from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The monthly income was greater than others by 300, but very few applied. After all, not many people were willing to have day and night reversed every day. As a result, everyone had to take turns completing the task. If there truly was someone who took on the special night shift task, then everyone would be relieved. No problem. No problem, I like working at night. Yiziu said. Chen Guo carefully sized up this person in front of her. His hair looked as if it hadn't been taken care of in at least half a month. His face didn't look too healthy. Although it was white and clear, it was that sort of sickly pale. His 2 eyes gazed at her listlessly. She had seen this appearance many times. The youths that frequently visited her internet cafe often looked like this. The guy in front of her didn't look too young, but was unexpectedly also so dejected and disdained. Disdained was disdained. As long as he wanted to be a full-time night cat, then Chen Guo would welcome him. What's more, she was also curious about the strength of this person with 10 years of gaming experience. She clapped her hands on the spot. Okay, then you're hired. Thank you very much, boss. Look at the terms carefully, it'll be in accordance with those. Chen Guo said. No problem. Then good, come with me. Chen Guo handled matters crisply. After hiring Yiziu, she immediately ordered him as an employee to tidy up a pile of keyboards and move them to the second floor for storage. Chen Guo's internet cafe was called Happy Internet Club. Considered a fairly high-class internet cafe, there were 2 floors and over 1,000 computers. The second floor was somewhat small, but was clearly luxurious, a high-class area, and the inside was a paradise hiding 2 small inner rooms and storage room. Yiziu busily moved keyboards up and down, having already inspected this small room. The recruitment page wrote, food and shelter included. Yiziu had just left the club and hadn't yet thought of the next step. Food and shelter. These sort of conditions would give him time to settle down and think about what to do next. Only then did he feel interested in taking a position at the internet cafe. At first glance, this small room was probably the shelter. Although the decoration was simple, it was clean and tidy. Yiziu was very satisfied with it. He continued pondering as he arranged the keyboards that he brought up. Good. That's where you'll be sleeping. Seeing that Yiziu had finished the work, she pointed towards the small bed crammed into the storage room. What? Yiziu stared blankly. He imagined that he would be sleeping in that bright and clean room. Even the drawing room sofa would be good. Here. Yiziu lifted his head to look. On the west wall of the small storage room was a tiny window that directly faced the streetlights. When the storage room lights were closed, dusky light immediately shone through the tiny window as if it were haunted. It's a little lacking. Just put up with it for now. In reality, my internet cafe isn't lacking people. With you, we don't have too many. Without you, we don't have too few. The recruitment flyers you saw are fairly old. Chen Guo said. Oh, so it's like this? No problem, no problem. This is pretty good. Yiziu declared at once. His approving attitude made Chen Guo feel very apologetic. This small storage room truly wasn't a place for living. In your free time, you can go on the computers and play. It's not a problem, employees don't have to pay. Chen Guo said. Boss, you're also very generous. Cough. As if I cared about a single computer among 1,000. Chen Guo said. How is the flow of customers ordinarily? Yiziu asked. Not bad, enough for me to be satisfied. Chen Guo said. Of course, there won't be as many in the night shift. Most of them are students from the nearby university pulling all-nighters. There's really not much to say. You'll see when it's time. Got it. in order for you to adapt to the workplace. How about starting today? I also want to observe and see your ability to work all night. Chen Guo said, no problem, my energy's at full capacity. Yiziu gave her 2 big thumbs up, showing that working all night was his specialty. Okay then, let's go down, I'll treat you to a midnight snack. Chen Guo said, oh, to eat what? There's not much at this time. There should be a small restaurant nearby that hasn't closed yet. Go look and buy a few dishes to bring back. I don't eat celery. Chen Guo said as she fished out $200 from her pocket and slipped them to Yiziu. It's snowing though, Yiziu said. It's just across the road. How much snow would get on you? Hurry up. Chen Guo said. Yiziu had no other choice. He crossed the road and bought a few midnight snacks. He had just been hired but had already been ordered in quick succession. But he wasn't feeling depressed at all. After speaking with her for only a bit, they were no longer strangers. This sort of natural friendliness made him feel comfortable. Yiziu suddenly realized, even after all this, he had never asked for his boss's name. Chapter 4, Mysterious Expert. Sister Chen, you're eating midnight snacks again. After buying the midnight snacks, Chen Guo called all of the internet cafe employees to enjoy them together. The smell of the dishes recklessly filled the internet cafe, immediately causing a wave of wailing and protests from the guests. The time for dinner had already passed, yet they were being forced to smell the sweet fragrance from the dishes. That wasn't pleasure. That was a trap. Line up orderly if you want instant noodles. Chen Guo called out. Sister Chen should eat kitchen food every day. We'll eat instant noodles then. No one rejected the temptation. They could only grab internet cafe instant noodles and eat while jealously watching the employees eat their full-course meals of 6 dishes and a soup. If you also want to go out and eat, don't ask my employees to go on an errand for you, Chen Guo said. Next time, could you tell us in advance? Can't you help deliver it to us? A person said. The internet cafe only has so many people. How could we deliver it all back? Enough of this nonsense. If you really want to eat so much, but are too lazy to buy it, go ask for their phone number. Wouldn't they be willing to deliver it? Chen Guo said. Sister Chen, do you have their number? Lend it to me so I can copy it down. A person said. What would I do with their phone number? I have people to run errands for me. Why would I inconvenience the restaurant? Chen Guo said. This time, not only the cafe guests, but the employees cried together until their cheeks streamed with tears. Yiziu found an opportunity and took advantage of it to ask, Boss is surnamed Chen, right? Yup. Chen Guo, I've seen your ID card. You're not as old as I am, so I don't mind you calling me sister. You also won't lose out. Chen Guo said. Whatever you want. Yiziu forced a smile. Today's shredded meat with chili sauce is so spicy. Little brat, go eat it all. Chen Guo hadn't eaten much. She only ate a mouthful before throwing away her chopsticks and rushing to the drinking water. After carrying a glass of water back, she kicked Yiziu's stool. Are you done yet? Hurry up. What's the rush? Yiziu asked. It's almost time. Chen Guo lifted her wrist to let Yiziu see her watch. It was currently 11:53 p.m. There were only 7 minutes until the opening of Glory's 10th server. You're also going? Yiziu was a little surprised. After playing Chen Guo's account Chasing Haze, a 5th server account, if it had started on the opening of the server, then it would now be a full 5 years old. Of course, although that account couldn't compare with his professional peak-level account, it was still quite good among ordinary players. It wasn't that easy to just simply give it up. Take a look at the excitement. Chen Guo said. The opening of a new server really was quite exciting. What had originally been an ordinary day became a time when Happy Internet Cafe exploded with business. The area was packed with players. As far as the eye could see, all of the people had already opened up the registration interface, waiting with their mice hovering over the still gray 10th server icon. Entering the server, players rushed to get on the leaderboards, to clear the first dungeon, to be the first to kill a boss, etc. There were too many things waiting for the players. The opening of a new land caused people's hearts to bounce in excitement. Chen Guo looked towards these guests and couldn't help but be aroused by this sort of atmosphere. She looked back at Yiziu, who was still picking his food. She was that he was unexpectedly unaffected by this sort of atmosphere, lacking that inner pioneering quality. Well, what are you waiting for? Chen Guo looked as if she were more anxious than the guests. What's the rush? Yiziu truly was calm. He wasn't faking it. But he couldn't deny Glory's successful marketing. Glory's competitiveness among players ranked high in every category. These relied on genuine skill which couldn't be casually made up with money and luck. Only, to a famed veteran who had once bathed in glory, these things were only ordinary and mediocre. Only after seeing how Chen Guo's expression was filled with murderous intent did Yi Ziu begin considering that it was worth it to give the boss some face. Finally, he reluctantly put down his rice bowl and looked for a computer station to sit at. Fuck, it looks like I'm forcing him play. What type of person is this? Chen Guo berated Yi Ziu behind his back. The employees all suppressed a laugh. They discovered that this network manager was little different. To be able to casually make their big boss go into a bad temper, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Chen Guo sat at the station beside Yi Ziu and registered her Chasing Haze account. The popularity of the other 9 servers hadn't dropped much because of the opening of the 10th server. The older the server, the more this was true. This was because starting in glory with a new account wasn't easy. Chen Guo had played on Chasing Haze for 5 years until it was considered a fairly good account by ordinary standards. How could it be abandoned so easily? What's more, later, everyone would try to rush to the cross-server Heavenly Domain. This Heavenly Domain wasn't a single map. It was another world. The map was as big as the combined worlds of 5 other servers. This place had difficult instance dungeons, powerful equipment, precious materials, and also freedom. All experts would meet up there. The Heavenly Domain was a player's final destination. It was about to be midnight. In the final 10 seconds, the internet cafe had people who couldn't help but begin to count down. As the sounds grew louder and louder and the final 0 erupted, the dull gray color of the 10th server login window faded away. Everyone in the internet cafe united into one. They collectively extended their hands and inserted their account cards into the login device. Their mice clicked on the 10th server. Chen Guo turned his head towards Yi Ziu and nearly spurted out blood. While everyone entered the game, this guy leisurely opened up a web page to look at. Raising her eyebrows, she saw that it was some sort of beginner handguide on the sequence of missions to take. Fuck, you don't even know how to do this. You even need a guide. If it wasn't for that genuine first edition card, even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't have believed this guy had 10 years of gaming experience. I haven't done this in so long. There's no way I could remember, Yi Ziu slowly and unhurriedly said. You've never helped someone do it before? Chen Guo said. This type of experience. I really don't have any, Yi Ziu said. No sense of community. Chen Guo disdained. I had no time. Yi Ziu said. People with no time wouldn't come to play. Gamers are people with spare time. Chen Guo said. I was busy playing games. Yi Ziu said seriously. Then what's your job? Chen Guo asked. Playing games. Yi Ziu exclaimed. Oh, are you a professional gamer? Chen Guo said. Yi Ziu laughed. I was a pretty high-level one too. A pretty high-level one? Pro gamer? Chen Guo stared blankly. Yi Ziu proudly nodded his head. Then you've retired, Chen Guo said. How did you know? Obvious. You're already so old. Chen Guo said. Yi Ziu bitterly laughed. I was wondering how you were able to beat that guy in 40 seconds. It turned out you were a professional even if you're an amateur. Chen Guo said. Amateur? I know all of the professional experts. Yi Ziu, I've never heard of the name. If you're not an amateur, what are you? Chen Guo asked. Ha ha, so it's like this. Yi Ziu laughed. Don't fake it, you actually haven't retired. It's just that you were unable to win a seat. So you were kicked out, right? Chen Guo said. Yi Ziu was speechless. No offense. Chen Guo realized that her words had somewhat stabbed at his sore spot. It doesn't matter. Yi Ziu let out a sigh. Don't be discouraged. 25 years old isn't that old. If you keep practicing, maybe you can fight your way back. Chen Guo said. That's what I plan on doing. Yi Ziu smiled. If that day really happens, then I need to request something from you. Chen Guo said. What is it? Signature. Chen Guo said. Why wait until that day? I'll sign it now. How shameless. Who wants your signature? I only want you to ask for my idol's signatures. Chen Guo said. Oh, who? Su Mu Cheng and also Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu might be a little difficult. That person likes to hide. Chen Guo said. Oh, so it's like this? Tears streamed down Yi Ziu's cheeks. Yi Qiu was currently chatting with you face to face. Sister, yup. Only he almost never appears in public, even if you're an amateur. I didn't know you were this out of touch. You didn't even know about this. Chen Guo said. I know, of course I know. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I'm Yi Qiu, Yi Ziu said. Really? Then let me tell you a secret too. Actually, I'm Sumu Cheng. Chen Guo said, I really am Yi Qiu. Yi Ziu cried, I really am Sumu Cheng. Chen Guo said, okay. Stop playing around. Let me see your plan. Chen Guo waved her hand. She would no longer get angry at Yi Ziu's slow and unhurried attitude. But after her line of sight returned to the screen, Chen Guo still couldn't help but say, if you don't understand something clearly, you can just ask me. I want to research a bit first. I'll only do missions for attributes or skills. Other missions with rewards such as experience or equipment. It's faster to go to instance dungeons. Yi Ziu said, right, this is the type of thinking a veteran should have, only. You don't need to research it by yourself. Flip to the last page of that guide. Oh. When Yi Ziu flipped to the last page and looked, a sudden wave of shame hit. Thinking about it, this hand guide hadn't changed much over 10 years. This was something players couldn't update any further. For missions that veterans would choose, how could no one have come up with this type of strategy already? Right now, he needed this type of strategy. Just as Yi Ziu was ready to follow this strategy to take missions, tears immediately began streaming down his face. He was once regarded as textbook-level figure. Now with a beginner's guide in his hands, how could he endure this shame? Chapter 5, Skill Match. The road to receiving quests was a bumpy one. There was heavy traffic on the opening of a new server. In the history of Glory, when the second server opened, the incoming players exceeded the limit in the beginning village, causing all the players to freeze. The people who had not logged on also couldn't get online. From then on the opening of the server, Glory would temporarily increase the server limit in the village. The disaster that was the opening of the second server never happened again. This time's preparation for the opening of the 10th server was sufficient. The entering players were divided equally into every village. Although players could be seen as far as the eye could see, it wasn't packed enough to be a problem. But receiving quests from an NPC was a different problem. Everyone looked for the single NPC to accept quests from, and in a short moment, they had crammed together into a lump around him. Glory wouldn't let bodies overlap or pass through others, thus people formed ring after ring. The ones inside couldn't come out, and the one outside couldn't come in. Many players were bouncing up and down, energetically trying to pass over by going above other people's heads. But at this point, everyone was still level 0. Their jumping abilities were too poor, and there was no way they could jump high enough. Everyone repeatedly bouncing up and down was truly a cute and beautiful scene. In this situation, even the experts were helpless. Aside, Chen Guo was actually overjoyed with a face of, I knew it would be like this. She looked at Yi Ziu and recorded his username, Lord Grimm. Within the constant shouting made by countless players, the situation slowly improved. How was it solved? They made way for a small exit path to let the players who had finished accepting a quest come out. Yi Ziu commanded Lord Grimm to take a few quests and began completing them one by one. Most of them were to let the players adapt to the controls and environment. The quests were all educational ones. Yi Ziu was certainly not that bad as to need such advice. After experiencing kill stealing, lining up, squeezing, etc., anyways the ones that were all people-created problems, all of the quests that could be finished in the first wave were finished. Chen Guo also observed this process from time to time. Finally, these extremely simple quests unexpectedly took a full 2 hours, causing even Yi Ziu to helplessly sigh with sorrow. What's the point of an expert? In the vast ocean of people, experts didn't mean anything. Finally done. I'm now level 7. After turning in the last quest, he had leveled up again. He turned around to Chen Guo saying this, but found that Boss Chen had already fallen asleep. Yet her head still faced the screen. Does she still need to test my ability to stay up all night? Yi Ziu looked down and threw his jacket onto Chen Guo's body. He turned around and went back to his playing. Looking at the panel, after completing the first wave of quests, Lord Grimm already possessed 340 skill points. In Glory, learning and upgrading skills required skill points. Different skills required anywhere from 10 to 50 points. Currently, if a max level, level 70, character finished all of the necessary quests, then it can have up to 4,000 skill points. But this wasn't the limit. The skill point limit was 5,000, but the remaining 1,000 skill points required a certain amount of luck and strength to obtain. In the 10 years of Glory, not a single account possessed 5,000 skill points. Even the famous battle god One Autumn Leaf Peak account only reached 4840 points, still 160 points away. 160 points wasn't a lot, but it wasn't few either. If a player used all of those points on a 50-point ultimate skill, then he could learn 3 of them or upgrade an ultimate 3 times. For a peak-level expert, this was a huge advantage. Therefore, when taking these beginner quests, quests with experience and equipment rewards could be ignored, but skill points were a must. Apart from this, those that rewarded attribute points were important too. Glory characters had 4 basic attributes: strength, intelligence, vitality, and spirit. Strength affected physical attack, defense, and increased maximum inventory weight. Intelligence affected magic attacks, defense, and MP. Vitality naturally affected HP as well as stamina. Spirit affected the resistance to and duration of status effects. The 4 main attributes naturally grew as the character leveled. Only after level 20, when players began changing classes, did the growth rate change. As for quests with attribute point rewards, those were fair game. Strength was strength. Intelligence was intelligence. For classes specialized in strength, you could choose to only do strength quests, but quests rewarding intelligence were also open to complete too. This was also saying, if after growing as a specialized class, with a max level account that had finished all of the quests, the 4 main attributes would be at the exact same level. Therefore, all these quests should all be completed. Afterwards, equipment could be used to raise the necessary attribute. As a result, attribute points could not be ignored. After looking at the panel, he immediately let Lord Grimm learn skills. In Glory, players can do a class change at level 20. Before then, there was no class, and any skills from any profession could be learned as long as there were enough skill points. This was also for the convenience of the players. After advancing to level 20 and finding an interesting class, all of the points learned before would be returned. But after changing classes, a player can only learn from his own class's skills. He cannot become a jack of all trades. Even though Yi Xiu had forgotten what quests to do and how to beat certain instance dungeons, his skills would never be lost. Glory was very balanced. Low-leveled skills also had their own function. Every person could assemble their own skill set however they liked, though the amount of skill points was limited. Under normal circumstances, 4,000 skill points was nowhere near enough to max out all of the skills. 5,000 points was also not enough, so players needed to choose carefully. With respect to choosing skills, Yi Xiu naturally had his own set. Although his One Autumn Leaves class was a battle mage, he himself had once been regarded as a textbook. How could he have only been able to play a single class? Inevitably, only those proficient with every class had the qualifications. Yi Xiu, almost without thinking, first went to the beginner skill tree and learned 2 level 5 beginner skills. Swift Run, Roll. The beginner skill tree was something every class could learn skills from. The 2 skills Yi Xiu had learned were very convenient. These 10 skill points would let the character to move in 2 different ways. Swift Run increased running speed. The skill had no cooldown but used up stamina. After the stamina was depleted, the player would return to normal walking speed. To recover stamina, a player had to either walk or stand still. Walking would recover it slowly, while standing still would be a bit faster. Roll, as the name implies, lets the character execute a rolling movement. Rolling forward, rolling backwards, rolling left, rolling right, rolling slanted, rolling walking, rolling running, rolling whatever. It also had no cooldown but used up some time to complete. Yi Xiu had mastered these 2 skills long ago. He also clearly knew which skills were practical to him at this stage of the game. First was Sky Strike, a battle mage skill. Every class had this type of knock-up skill. Their characteristics were all the same. After attacking, the target would be knocked up. The higher the skill level, the higher they would knocked up and the greater the damage. This was a commonly used skill. Yi Xiu had originally been a battle mage, so he chose the battle mage skill Sky Strike. After that, Dragon Tooth, another battle mage skill. It was a direct attack that would cause the enemy to be stunned. Yi Xiu also easily learned it because of his original class. He then learned the Sharpshooter skill Floating Bullet, the Mechanic skill Machine Trace, the Spellblade skill Wave Splitting Sword, the Grappler skill Backdrop, the Ninja skill Shuriken, the Blade Master skill Guard, the Elementalist skill Electric Ring, and the priest skill heal. These skills didn't require a lot of points. They were all within 20 points. Lord Grimm was also only level 7, so the number of upgrades he could make to skills were limited. So, in the end, there were still some leftover points. Yizu didn't learn any more skills. To him, he already had enough to deal with any situation at his level. But if this skill set that had been picked by peak-level expert like him was seen by ordinary players, they would definitely laugh. Chapter 6, 1000 Chance Umbrella. How could the skills chosen for Lord Grimm be laughed at? First, the lower levels went by quickly. Carefully matching skills was completely unnecessary. Many people simply chose to be a piece of blank space, figuring it out after they reached level 20. Second, even though level 20 and under allowed players to figure out their own profession, many incoming players already had a general idea. Mage, swordsman, or gunner related. There were players like this, but players like Yizu, they went as far as to tread every class. But although players below level 20 could learn any type of skill, their strength was limited by their weapons. For example, if you learned sharpshooter skill floating bullet, there was no way the skill could be used with a sword. So for Lord Grimm to learn this skill, he would have to carry weapons from every class. Repeatedly exchanging them back and forth would be extremely inconvenient. And for those in the initial stages, looking for so much trouble, wouldn't that be the same as looking for punishment? Only the once popular unspecialized players would do such a thing. What were unspecialized players? They were players without a class. But this was something that happened back when the level cap was 50. When the level cap increased and the class awakening was introduced, the unspecialized type of playing style disappeared. The current players looking at Lord Grimm's skill set would never think of unspecialized people. They would only laugh. Yizu seemed as if he hadn't thought of this. Lord Grimm only had a blank bronze sword on him, and when he passed a random store, Yizu actually also sold this weapon. Soon after, he directly headed to the storage chest in the warehouse and opened it. An equipment unexpectedly lay inside. Accounts that transferred servers should be empty. What empty means is that experience, gold, backpacks, storage chests, and even mail were all empty. But Lord Grimm, which had just transferred to the 10th server, unexpectedly had an equipment inside. No one knew how this happened, but it seemed as if Yizu had been expecting it. He knew that he would find an equipment here, but after finding it, there wasn't a trace of happiness in Yizu's expression. On the contrary, it was filled with grief. A rare tremble once again emerged on his right hand. The last time this appeared was when he lost one autumn leaf. Now, it appeared when he was going to take out this equipment. The mouse moved up. 1000 Chance Umbrella, level 5 weight, 23 kg. Attack speed, 5 physical attack, 180, magic attack 180, that was it. It didn't even have additional properties. It was practically a blank weapon. But the word color of the 1000 Chance Umbrella wasn't white. Rather, it was silver. In Glory, the tier of an equipment could be seen by the color of the words separated into orange, purple, blue, green. White equipment did not have any additional properties. Green tier equipment were given through quest rewards. Blue equipment dropped in dungeons, though a few quests had them too. They were the most mainstream equipment. As for purple and orange equipment, those were high-end goods. Whether it be character or money, players had to be outstanding in some way to obtain them. The silver word color of the 1000 Chance Umbrella didn't belong to these 5 colors. If Chengyu woke up and saw, she would definitely be amazed. Silver, those were only given to self-made equipment. Self-made equipment were a large feature of Glory. They weren't made through manufacturing skills in the game, but through an equipment editor. They were considered endgame content. There was a popular saying in Glory, self-made equipment weren't necessarily powerful, but all powerful equipment were self-made. Self-made equipment could surpass orange epic tier equipment. In the professional union, every club invested in a specialized team that researched self-made equipment. The battle god One Autumn Leaf held the self-made silver battle lance Evil Annihilation. It was an outstanding and famous weapon and one of a kind. A self-made equipment's feature was that it was extremely difficult to create, but each was unique. Only, it could be a unique surpassing peak epic equipment, or it could also be a unique piece of trash. The 1000 Chance Umbrella, was it trash or treasure? If Chen Yu awoke, if she found about the weapon's properties, then she would be able to immediately make a decision. Top quality. Thousand Chance Umbrella was truly top quality, surpassing orange equipment of the same level. 180 physical attack and magic attack. That was equivalent to a level 10 orange weapon, but high attack weapons were often heavy and slow. Thousand Chance Umbrella wasn't heavy and had an average attack speed of 5. Even compared to level 10 orange weapons, just relying on this point was enough to surpass them. But the weakness was also obvious. Thousand Chance Umbrella only had the fundamental attributes with no additional increases. Besides, level 5. This was a level that would be passed in a flash. But Yi Xiu did not think of these because he knew that this Thousand Chance Umbrella was a true heavenly work. After countless experiments and failure, to be able to create this level 5000 Chance Umbrella was already a great accomplishment. A feature of self-made equipment were that after reasoning and planning, they could be continuously upgraded, so self-made weapons could never go out of date and could be continuously upgraded through Equipment Editor. Yi Xiu gently retrieved the Thousand Chance Umbrella and placed it in Lord Grimm's hands. "Let's start," he said in a low voice, and immediately controlled Lord Grimm to the Green Forest dungeon. It looked as if Lord Grimm had heard his command. Green Forest was a 5-person dungeon that required a player to be level 5 to enter. Achievements by players level 10 and above were not valid, meaning that they could not participate in the different leaderboards for this dungeon. Numerous open parties sat outside the dungeon. When Lord Grimm arrived, he received quite a few invitations. Yi Xiu didn't carefully choose and picked a team that needed one more person. Nice, nice, nice. Just as he entered, Yi Xiu heard that party leader Sleeping Moon shouting. "How are we going to split the drops from the hidden boss?" Yi Xiu asked. "Oh, how thoughtful." From Sleeping Moon's speaking without thinking, it looked like he wasn't a newbie. At least, he didn't ask what a hidden boss was. The party had to be formed to have a chance at meeting the hidden boss. The system would give a few hints on entering the dungeon. The hidden boss's strength was stronger than the dungeon's final boss by a bit, but equipment that wouldn't be dropped by a normal boss could burst out from it. Actually, with Yi Xiu's peak professional level, he had enough skill to solo the small dungeon. Forming a party was necessary to meet the hidden boss, though. He also wanted the materials dropped by the hidden boss because those would definitely be needed to upgrade the Thousand Chance Umbrella. Yi Xiu understood clearly. Compared to leveling up Lord Grimm, upgrading the Thousand Chance Umbrella was much harder. He decided that he would start now. In low-level dungeons such as Green Forest, no matter how good of an equipment was dropped, it would soon die out, so it had no value. Apart from experience, materials dropped from the hidden boss attracted players. These materials would never grow out of date. Even in the old servers, there were many people that entered Green Forest for these materials. Sleeping Moon evidently knew of this, so he quickly announced the distribution proposal. Everything dropped by that toy is worth money, so everything dropped will be decided by rolling dice. Okay, he could only say this. How could he take them all for himself? This was a wild party. There were no grounds to. Good, now that we're all ready. Let's go, Sleeping Moon said. After receiving everybody's reply, he entered. Yi Xiu had been talking to Chen Guo, so he hadn't put on headphones. Now, he took them out and put them on. Just as he entered the dungeon, he heard a roar. DMN, what luck, a hidden boss already? Chapter 7, Midnight Phantom Cat. Glory supported speech, and it was extremely lifelike. Only one individual spoke at present. The system had a sound-spreading algorithm. The distance directly influenced how loud or quiet the sound was. The game didn't have any background noise. Only the wind blowing across the grass and other similar sound effects could be heard. When the headphones were put on, it felt like he had become a part of the world. Yi Xiu guessed that the person shouting was Sleeping Moon. He had already found the hidden boss Midnight Phantom Cat's location. Yi Xiu typed out a ha-ha and heard Sleeping Moon's voice. Speak. Why type? There's someone sleeping, so it's inconvenient. After Yi Xiu typed it out, he fished out a cigarette from his pocket. He held it in between his lips crookedly and lit it. Oh, Sleeping Moon indicated that he understood and followed. What about everyone else? The other three all said something. Sleeping Moon said disappointed. Ah, no pretty girls. Within the sounds of laughter, the team set off. Green Forest was a low-level dungeon to let players familiarize with the game. How hard could it be? What's more, Sleeping Moon obviously wasn't a newbie. He directed the whole journey, and killing was smooth and unhindered. After Yi Xiu made Lord Grimm cast 2 heals, Sleeping Moon immediately used him as a priest, turning him into a pure support role. Actually, this type of low-level dungeon didn't need this type of iron triangle battle tactic, but Sleeping Moon was already used to it and directed it as if it were a normal routine. He himself became the main tank in the party, though. The other 3 players were in the front lines dishing out damage. Lord Grimm was appointed to the rear, and he became the big logistics leader. Killing and shouting sounds could be heard between the 5-person party as they advanced quickly. Yi Xiu's excellent technique handling received the team leader's unbridled praise. Yi Xiu's mind was in a daze. When was the last time he went in a dungeon with other players? How long had it been since he had this sort of feeling? Seeing the monsters collapse one by one, Yi Xiu's mind drifted off. He recalled all too well. Adventuring in the Green Forest made him remember of those memories from 10 years ago. At that time, he played Glory with his good friend. He would never forget those memories. You saw clearly, spoke well, planned well, but in the end, because of a single unexpected accident, your dreams and hopes all disappeared into nothing, leaving only this incomplete 1,000-chance umbrella to me. You originally had talent in Glory, a successful talent. His fingers gently wiped over the keyboard. With a quiver, Lord Grimm cast a heal onto Sleeping Moon's body. When Sleeping Moon promptly praised him again, Yi Xiu's mind was no longer in the game. Okay, here comes the Midnight Phantom Cat. After Sleeping Moon cut down a monster, Yi Xiu heard the 3 words Midnight Phantom Cat, and his train of thought immediately returned. The hidden boss didn't necessarily have to appear after completely finishing the stage. Following the system's guidance, a scene may appear midway. This time, the Midnight Phantom Cat would appear here. The Midnight Phantom Cat's attack may cause you to enter a cursed state, but being cursed isn't something to be scared of. However, this animal is quick, so it might take a while for me to aggro it. Everyone start supporting me. Don't be panicked and stay together. Sleeping Moon arranged a tactic. Everyone nodded his head, and Yi Xiu didn't say anything. There was nothing wrong with what the party leader said. The system hasn't announced it yet. Comrades, we might be the first in the 10th server to kill a hidden boss. Sleeping Moon excitedly said, raising everyone's morale. Forward! Sleeping Moon ordered, and the 5 continued advancing. Black clouds covered the sun, casting a gloom over the Green Forest. Everyone's footsteps in the forest could be distinctly heard. No one said a thing. Everyone put their full attention onto the surroundings. Fallen sun, there's no need to keep looking at the sky. The Midnight Phantom Cat's not going to fall from up there. Sleeping Moon suddenly said. Glory was in a first-person perspective. The screen basically showed a perspective from a real human's perspective, because the particulars were so outstanding. When looking up at the sky, the character had to lift up his head. Sleeping Moon kept seeing everyone constantly lifting their heads, so he couldn't help but point it out. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed. Yi Xiu suddenly heard a rapid rustling sound from within the forest. This type of sound wasn't from footsteps. It was from the rubbing sound between a body and leaves. It's here! Yi Xiu saw that typing might have been slow, so he immediately yelled vaguely. His mouth still held onto the cigarette. Meanwhile, his fingers lightly tapped twice, and Lord Grimm leapt back and turned around in a single breath. He had already pinpointed the Midnight Phantom Cat's general direction. Everybody saw Lord Grimm's movements and knew that it was this comrade that immediately warned them at this pivotal moment. Everyone retreat back. Sleeping Moon shouted, yet he himself didn't move back. He wanted to become the Midnight Phantom Cat's first attack target. After the other 3 retreated back and stood beside Lord Grimm, they maintained a certain distance from Sleeping Moon. Everyone held their breaths and stared, but the rustling sound made by the Midnight Phantom Cat had unexpectedly stopped. What? Right when team member Fallen Sun said these 2 words, a black shadow flew out along with a shrill cat shriek. The first attack really did fall onto Sleeping Moon. Good timing! Sleeping Moon stood without a trace of fear and brandished his sword. The Midnight Phantom Cat had a small body and moved quickly. This type of monster tested a player's precision. Yi Xiu had figured out these 4 players' skills long ago. He guessed that aggroing the Midnight Phantom Cat would take a bit of time. He was even a little skeptical, thinking that his healing might snatch away the enemy. Only it wouldn't be a problem if that happened. Yizu alone was enough to deal with a midnight phantom cat. In the end, Sleeping Moon's ability burst forth. His sword timing was quite precise and sliced down just as the midnight phantom cat missed hitting thin air. Moreover, he quickly executed a roll to avoid the phantom cat's pounce, saving a heal from the already prepared Lord Grim. Although the midnight phantom cat missed, it reacted extremely quickly. It turned over its body and scratched again with its claw. Sleeping Moon erected his sword blade to block it. Dong! The sword knocked against the cat's claw and Sleeping Moon slid back half a step. He immediately raised his sword ready to attack again. Beautiful! Yizu couldn't help but praise him. Sleeping Moon had used the blade master skill block with perfect timing. His counterattack wasn't the least bit sloppy either. Although his leading skills were superb, he hadn't expected this. Did he make an error in judging him? This Sleeping Moon's skill was above his expectations. Sleeping Moon knocked back the phantom cat and followed up with an earth-shattering thrust. Afterwards, he pounced at it and chopped down with a dark violet sword light. This combo made everyone cheer loudly. Sleeping Moon didn't give it time to recover and slashed twice in quick succession. He shouted, "Slaughter it!" The 3 team members were already prepared. They immediately brandished their weapons and unleashed all of the skills they had learned. Sleeping Moon no longer needed to dodge left and right and mixed in with the others. Reliant on Lord Grim's healing, they trapped the Midnight Phantom cat into a steady position. The situation looked good. The Midnight Phantom cat let out cries wave after wave. Everyone was extremely happy. Those 3 new players had already figured out, from Sleeping Moon's explanation, the value of the hidden boss. Everyone looked forward to the Midnight Phantom cat would drop, but Yizu thought differently. Red blood, keep up the healing. The Midnight Phantom cat's life quickly dropped to under 10%. Players all called this status red blood. A lot of bosses will have a few new patterns when they reach red blood. Green Forest was only a newbie dungeon. Bosses didn't have any special abilities, but the Midnight Phantom cat was different because it was a hidden boss. It wouldn't be one if it didn't have any special abilities, but Midnight Phantom cat's transformation was relatively simple. It went berserk, letting its attack speed and damage increase. Thus, the pressure for healing also increased during this period. Yizu guessed that with Sleeping Moon's skill, if he dodged a bit, killing it wouldn't be that hard. Who would have guessed that this guy would continue to directly fight the Midnight Phantom cat? Moreover, his counterattacks looked a bit held back. No mana? Yizu swept across the party panel. It clearly wasn't the problem. Then this Sleeping Moon's sudden change to not trying now confirmed his prior thoughts. Just when Yizu was about to warn them, he heard Sleeping Moon shout, "Fuck, ot one off tank aggro goes off main tank and onto other party members. Chapter 8, A Life and Death Struggle. The Midnight Demon cat suddenly tackled, flinging aside Sleeping Moon. It clawed at the nearby party member Fallen Sun. So sorry. Fallen Sun was by himself. How could he have avoided the swift attack? Only then did Sleeping Moon hastily apologize. This was all because Sleeping Moon had taught these 3 newbies all along the way. He had definitely taught them the chance of an ot Mistake could not be blamed on the MT2. Stop, don't attack it. Sleeping Moon told Fallen Sun to immediately stop attacking. He rushed up to aggro it again. Who could know that after clawing at Fallen Sun a few times, the Midnight Demon cat would pounce towards a different party member. Fuck, a chain OT? Are you kidding me? Sleeping Moon angrily roared. The party member that was being attacked just stood there confused. He was also a mage wearing cloth armor. Being clawed by the berserk Midnight Demon cat was disastrous. His life crashed down, but Yizu reacted beyond fast. He immediately ordered Lord Grim to begin casting a heal. But some things couldn't be solved relying on skills. A cloth-armored mage resisting a berserk hidden boss's attack. How long could he keep him alive? The answer came quickly, 7 seconds. Lord Grim's heal was still on cooldown, and the berserk Midnight Demon cat tore him apart smoothly. Sleeping Moon pounced over to rescue him, but couldn't aggro it back fast enough and the mage died. In Glory, when a player died in a dungeon, he would be forced to leave the dungeon and wouldn't be able to come back. In other words, the original 5-member party became a 4-member party. Fuck, lining up to OT, you guys are killing me? Sleeping Moon crumbled. After the mage died, the demon cat did not get aggroed back to him and instead sharply clawed at the 3rd member. The 3rd member was also a cloth-armored mage, but this time, Yiziu didn't order Lord Grimm to heal him and instead healed Fallen Sun. Using heal could only save him from death for 7 seconds, but these 7 seconds were crucial to Fallen Sun. This was because other than the attack speed and damage increase from the Berserk status, the Midnight Demon Cat also had an additional ability, Bleed. The Midnight Demon Cat had unfortunately made Fallen Sun bleed. Yiziu had paid attention to his declining life bar, even if he healed the mage. It would only be for 7 seconds. In these 7 seconds, not only would the mage die but Fallen Sun would die too. He might as well try to save one of them. Yiziu had lost faith in Sleeping Moon and directly abandoned the mage to heal Fallen Sun. This sudden act made Sleeping Moon extremely angry and he roared, "Why are you healing him?" Yiziu didn't reply. Without assistance, that mage collapsed in an instant. While Sleeping Moon angrily cursed at him, the Midnight Demon Cat pounced onto Fallen Sun without hesitation. Fallen Sun, scared witless, meekly asked, "Attack! Hit him, idiot!" Sleeping Moon complained without knowing why. He swore while chasing the demon cat to pull aggro. 13 seconds. Yiziu calculated a time. He couldn't tell if Fallen Sun had bad luck attached to him. Right when the bleed status wore off, the Midnight Demon Cat swiped at him again, causing him to bleed yet again. These types of status-inducing attacks only had a small probability to appear, but it seemed as if someone added a 100% probability halo around Fallen Sun. Cursed. Bleed every status effect that the Midnight Demon Cat could give, he possessed. 13 seconds. This was the amount of time Yiziu could keep Fallen Sun alive for. In this time, Sleeping Moon could pull aggro and save him. But what was Sleeping Moon doing? That sharp Sleeping Moon that began the battle was now always hitting as if his hands kept slipping. Slice after slice. His sword hit nothing. In the middle of his cursing and yelling, Fallen Sun finally collapsed. The Midnight Demon Cat finally attacked Sleeping Moon. Lord Grimm was considered the least threatening because Yiziu's skill was too good. He didn't make any unnecessary operations, so the aggro range only covered a small circle. "Brother, stand your ground, do you still have mana?" Sleeping Moon encouraged and welcomed him. "You should be the one to stand your ground." Yiziu typed out, "Don't worry, us two match well. Beating it down won't be a problem." Sleeping Moon heroically said. In the end, his hand slipped again and the sword hit air. The Midnight Demon Cat clawed at his face. "Add ADD, ADD, ADD. Add," Sleeping Moon wildly howled. No response. Lord Grimm had been healing promptly and well the entire time, but at this time, didn't cast a heal onto his body. "I can't add, it'll OT." Sleeping Moon saw what Lord Grimm typed. "You." Sleeping Moon suddenly turned his head and saw Lord Grimm leisurely sitting under a big tree and coldly looked at him. Sleeping Moon realized the situation wasn't looking too good. This Lord Grimm wasn't a newbie. It was still early for it to go OT. How could he have made such an error? "It won't go OT, hurry up and add." Sleeping Moon could only yell this. But in the end, there still wasn't any reaction. The Midnight Demon Cat had already reached him. Sleeping Moon's reactions suddenly quickened. He sliced horizontally and blocked the claw. He immediately leapt and began skillfully attacking as he had been when he first began the battle. Sleeping Moon suddenly stopped missing. But this time, his combo hadn't been as smooth because it was a Berserk Demon Cat this time. Sleeping Moon's movements almost couldn't keep up with its increase in attack speed and damage. After leaping up, his combo attack finally missed and the Demon Cat bit down. "Hurry up and add." Sleeping Moon was worried now. Although he could fight better than the cloth-armored mage and Fallen Sun, he wasn't unequaled. "Add what?" "Add life." "What does add life mean? I only see that you're bleeding." "You." Sleeping Moon was beyond angry. What a pity if you could fight the hidden boss. Then, you could have rotated the party order and leader. That way, team members wouldn't leave their posts and the hidden boss would have been yours. Only how regretful. Your skill isn't good enough, so you needed to rely on others to kill the boss. As a result, you deliberately aggroed it properly at first and then let the boss OT at the right time. The other team members would have been wiped out, leaving you with a low-health boss to solo. The items also would have certainly been yours. Whether or not you could finish the dungeon wasn't important at all compared to the hidden boss. After Lord Grimm sent out these two messages, Sleeping Moon's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't think that this guy, who had only said a single sentence along the way, had seen through his entire plot. Correct. He had let the demon cat OT onto the other 3 members to kill them. His original plan was, while the healer was still frantically healing the other 3 members, he would have the boss aggro onto him. But he didn't think that Lord Grimm would suddenly give up healing. Could it be that this guy had seen through his own plan at that time? That guy, he knew that he couldn't save anyone else, so he deliberately controlled the aggro so that it wouldn't fall on him. Could it be that he wouldn't heal him and let him die under the midnight demon cat's claws? Brother. Sleeping Moon saw that this person wasn't a virtuous crop and immediately began trying to persuade him. For now, let's not argue about this matter. It's not like you know those 3 players. Let's team up to beat this demon cat. We'll each have a 50% chance of getting each of the items. Isn't that pretty good? 50%? I like 100%. Fine. Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth. Materials won't usually be the only drops. When the time comes, you first take your pick and I'll give up on it. Everything else, let's roll die for. I can give all the equipment to you too. Without the assistance of heals, Sleeping Moon knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to beat the boss. He could only say this. Who could believe this? Then what's your proposal? Sleeping Moon immediately answered. His life had already dropped to half. He couldn't deal with the demon cat after it turned berserk. Having to negotiate with Yizu only made it more difficult. He had already secretly written down Lord Grimm's name. He swore that he would definitely humiliate this guy one day. You don't need to worry about what I'm thinking. Be at ease and drop dead. You're crazy. If I'm dead, wouldn't you be dead too? Then no one would be able to take the items. Only a quarter of his health remained. Friend, there's no need to get into a life and death struggle. Only a 1/5 of his health remained. You're an idiot. A 7th. Lord Grimm, you haven't gone mad, have you? Do you know my full moon guild strength? 1/9. You're finished. 1 hit point. Fuck. The midnight demon cat clawed down and the world turned quiet. Lord Grimm had not moved up until now, but he also hadn't escaped. After settling the matter with Sleeping Moon, he immediately pounced over. Yizu laughed faintly. His left hand flew across the keyboard, hitting a few keys, and his right hand moved the mouse. Lord Grimm brandished the 1000-chance umbrella and opened it. Furthermore, he opened it extremely exaggeratedly, and the umbrella actually flipped the other way. He retracted the umbrella a bit, and now the 1000-chance umbrella looked like a lance. The lance-like umbrella had already whooshed towards the midnight demon cat. Battle Mage Skill, Dragon Tooth. Chapter 9, Yizu's 2 hands. Chen Gyu actually didn't have a habit of pulling all-nighters. Today was the opening of a new server, so she came to see the liveliness. After seeing it, she quickly grew sleepy and fell back on her chair, only half conscious. This type of sleep quality was obviously quite poor. It was just that Chen Gyu was too lazy to get up. In this half-asleep, half-conscious state, her ears couldn't help but drift to the frantic keyboard tapping and mouse clicking sounds. To a boss at an internet cafe, these sounds were very familiar to her, but the sounds Chen Gyu heard were somewhat different. These sounds were hurried and then slow, gentle, and then heavy. Hearing this mechanical rhythm, Chen Gyu had never thought that the tapping of a keyboard and mouse could sound like drums. Was she dreaming? Chen Gyu suddenly woke up and listened again carefully. It seemed like it truly wasn't a dream. These sounds came from beside her, from that newly hired network manager. Yizu. Chen Gyu sat up wanting to see, and the jacket slid off of her body. She promptly grabbed at it and recognized it as Yizu's jacket. It looks like this person's quite attentive. Chen Gyu said secretly. How long has this jacket not been washed? It's kind of smelly. Chen Gyu picked up the jacket and sat down. Right when she was about to talk to Yizu, she all of a sudden sat there dumbfounded. A pair of hands that made people's cheeks stream with tears appeared in front of her eyes, Yizu's 2 hands. These 2 hands looked extremely thin. His fingers were long and slender, and his joints weren't rough like ordinary males were. His fingertips were thin, and his fingernails were clean and tidy. This was completely inconsistent with his sloppy outer appearance. Chen Gyu had originally never been a very attentive person, but after a lady with extremely beautiful hands came to the internet cafe, she became influenced and gradually began paying attention. Now, she was astonished by Yizu's 2 hands. The hands were beautiful hands. The tapping sounds were also like music, but his actions? Yizu's left hands bounced around on the keyboard. Chen Guo only had one feeling: his hands moved extremely slowly. Hand speed. The amount of actions done in a certain amount of time, usually counted in minutes, were abbreviated as APM. Glory wasn't a strategy game. Players only controlled a single character, but skill usage was complicated. As a result, the number of fine actions that needed to be done were high, so high hand speed was a must. A player with a high hand speed made quick and meticulous moves. The strength and duration of each keystroke all directly influenced the extent that the in-game character moved. These changes added further complexity to battles. Only, these types of good or bad changes had differences. For example, some people only raised their APM to look good and never stopped making actions. But making every action count and having high APM, only pro-level players could do. 200 APM. This was the publicly recognized skill level divide in Glory. When ordinary players tried to go above 200 APM, they were basically hitting their keys randomly. Even for pro gamers, going above 200 APM needed a certain battle scenario. The level of the opponent couldn't be too weak, so that they needed to go over 200 APM to fight. For ordinary players, 70% of the players were between 80 to 120 APM. 25% couldn't even reach 80 APM, and the other 5% exceeded 120. Though among experts, 5%. It is said that there was no lack of players that could reach 200 APM, that professional level of skill. Chen Guo's hand speed hovered around 120, but could exceed that under certain circumstances. Therefore, Chen Guo believed that she was among that 5%, an expert among ordinary players. But for Yizu, Chen Guo didn't doubt that his APM hadn't even reached 80. Right when she noticed this, Chen Guo suddenly found that that rich rhythmic tapping sound also disappeared. The sounds she had heard could only be heard so distinctly because of his slow movements. Am I dreaming again? Chen Guo shook her head. She wanted to hear that previous dreamy sound, but found that it wouldn't appear no matter how hard she listened. The hands she noticed now operated as if they were disabled, yet were also hands that made people jealous. Chen Guo was now engrossed in these two hands so much that she even forgot to look at the screen. But soon, Yizu's two hands stopped. Only then did Chen Guo react and look at the screen. She immediately widened her eyes. Midnight Phantom Cat? After saying this, the Midnight Phantom Cat had already fallen down from up above, dropping numerous items. And at this moment, Chen Guo saw an eye-grabbing system announcement flash through the screen. 10th server. Midnight Phantom Cat first hidden boss kill, Lord Grimm. DMN. Chen Guo slapped her hands onto Yizu's back. You have real skill? It didn't matter whether his hands were disabled or not. To be able to be the first one to kill, this was something that Chen Guo had never achieved before. Right when Yizu was about to look at the dropped items, this slap truly came unexpectedly. It almost made him swallow the cigarette in his mouth. In the end, only a strand of silver-white smoke fell freely onto the keyboard. Chen Guo, who had originally been peeking at how Yizu worked, saw this scene. Everything about being the first to kill the hidden boss had already been completely forgotten. She pulled at Yizu's headphones and snarled next to his ear. Who let you smoke here? Huh? The cigarette in Yizu's mouth hadn't been extinguished yet. He didn't really understand what Chen Guo meant. No smoking. Did you not see that? Chen Guo pointed at the wall. Yizu turned his head and carefully examined the two words on the wall. Are you kidding me? No smoking at an internet cafe? This area is no smoking. The smoking area is on the other side. Chen Guo pointed. Then let's go over. Yizu said. No. Smelling smoke makes my head hurt. Chen Guo said. Then what do we do? Yizu looked as if he had encountered an impossibly difficult problem. You can't smoke one less cigarette? Chen Guo furiously said. I can't or my head will hurt. Yizu said. You. Chen Guo discovered that she had begun to understand this Yizu. Although he could casually accept living in that tiny storage room, he was definitely not an easy person to deal with. I'll go to the smoking area myself then. Boss, you should go rest. Yizu said at this moment. Wait a second. You never said how you got the first kill? Chen Guo said. Nothing much. The team all died. The boss's life was low. It was easy pickings. Yizu said quite casually. Oh, so it's like this. Chen Guo's tone still carried admiration. The reward for being the first one to kill this sort of low-level hidden boss wasn't special. It was at most some extra experience and money. There wouldn't be any top-quality equipment. But this would be forever recorded on the standings, and he would be a legend on this server. A lot of players liked this sort of feeling. To the majority of ordinary players, getting on this sort of standing could only happen in the beginner levels. Once the dungeons became harder, no matter if it was a regular or a hidden boss, killing it required a certain amount of skill to beat. When they got to the heavenly domain, even those highly skilled teams had no chance. All of the records there were set by professional teams. Chapter 10, Shameless Novice. What did it drop? Envious, Chen Guo moved closer to see what the Midnight Phantom Cat dropped. 5 cat fingernails, trash. 1 cat fur breastplate, might as well wear it. Low-leveled equipment aren't important. 2 midnight cat nails, 1 midnight cat claw, 1 midnight opal. Okay. Not bad. Hidden boss materials are definitely worth a lot of money. 1 skill book. Damn, what type of luck is this? Although Chen Guo had yelled it, Yi Ziu was also astonished. For a low-leveled hidden boss to drop a skill book. What type of good luck was this? What was a skill book? It wasn't used to unlock new skills. It increased skill points. Its value could be seen just by looking at the orange-colored words. This was one method to exceed 4,000 skill points. But this item couldn't be traded, so using money to buy it wasn't possible. It could only be obtained through luck. The book Lord Grimm picked up didn't add much, only 5 points. But to have it drop from a hidden boss, it was still ridiculously lucky. The skill book that had just been dropped was used in an instant. Among the materials dropped from the Midnight Phantom Cat, the Dark Opal and the Midnight Cat Nails were materials needed to complete the 1000-chance umbrella. Yi Ziu's mood was good. He unexpectedly let Lord Grimm immediately leave the dungeon. "You're not going to finish it?" Chen Guo astonished. Although Lord Grimm was the only remaining member of the party, this type of newbie dungeon could easily be soloed. Even though she knew of Yi Ziu's disabled level APM, Chen Guo didn't think that his skill level was that low. For him to destroy her opponent that she lost to 52 times in 40 seconds, this accomplishment had just recently happened. I need to change computers. Yi Ziu had already been prepared to leave the game. Chen Guo glimpsed at the screen and suddenly shot her hand to stop him. Wait a second. What situation is this? She only saw on the chat window a wall of identical messages. The shameless novice Lord Grimm, in order to steal the hidden boss for himself, didn't heal the party members on purpose and let them die. Everyone be careful. The shameless novice Lord Grimm, in order to steal the hidden boss for himself, didn't heal the party members on purpose and let them die. Everyone be careful. These identical messages mixed together with other anger and hate. Although the system automatically blocked profanities, people's intelligence were boundless. They used same-sounding words to complete their mission. Yi Ziu looked at them carefully and found the name Sleeping Moon among these spammers. He even saw the other party members Shutting Sun and a mage. Because he was the first one to come out, he actually reversed what was right and wrong. How could it be like this? Chen Guo asked Yi Ziu. Yi Ziu, helpless, could only explain it to her. DMN, shameless, how shameless. Chen Guo raged when she heard this. Yeah, too shameless. Yi Ziu said, why aren't you mad? Chen Guo was baffled. I'm very angry, Yi Ziu said. Are you angry? How come I can't see it at all? Chen Guo was puzzled. This Yi Ziu stared at the screen looking at the wall of slander, but his face hadn't changed at all. Just because I'm angry doesn't mean I have to show it. Yi Ziu didn't look angry, he was even smiling. While doing so, he logged out of the game and shut down the computer. Changing over to the smoking area was still his current ambitious dream. What type of person are you? I turn my head, and then there are suddenly so many events. You meet a hidden boss, a skill book drop, and even formed enemies. Tomorrow morning I'll see if you're dead. Chen Guo said. See you later, boss. Chen Guo went to rest while Yi Ziu went to the smoking area. As expected, a blanket of smoke lingered around in this area. Even the high-frequency, frantic ventilation had no way to purify the air around here. It could only limit the smoke's assault on the non-smoking area. These smokers also didn't have any emotion towards second-hand smoking. Yi Ziu also lit up a cigarette at once, blending in with the sea of smokers. Sweeping across the area, he saw that this place was clearly more crowded than the non-smoking area. When pulling all-nighters, Very few could do so without the stimulation from a cigarette. It was good that the internet cafe was large enough. Yiziu turned around and found an open computer. Without choosing carefully, he went over and sat down. Happy Internet Cafe was relatively high class. There was a small wall between every computer station to protect people's privacy. Even if they didn't, everyone was wearing headphones and immersed in glory. No one paid any attention to outside matters. Yiziu relogged into the game and put on his headphones. Lord Grimm was still sitting outside Green Forest. Even though the place was overcrowded with people, it wasn't so noisy that he couldn't hear anything from his earphones. There was no difference between walking here and walking into a bustling market. It wasn't so lively that he couldn't hear what others were saying. As for those players constantly spamming to join a party, those could be drowned out. Yiziu's eyes swept over the chat box and saw that the messages about Lord Grimm had already disappeared. Finding out when a character went offline was possible through a certain game function. Sleeping Moon was a veteran, so he was already familiar with these sort of methods. After Lord Grimm had gone offline, he stopped with the messages. Only players over level 20 could leave the beginner area. When that happened, player killing would be opened up. In the meantime, those level 20 and under could only point fingers and argue. But Sleeping Moon was now being quite malicious. Lord Grimm appeared on the first hidden boss kill announcement, so everyone learned about him. When Sleeping Moon raged using his name, it was very easy for people to take note of it. As a result, Lord Grimm couldn't find a party to join. All of his requests were all totally denied. Even if players didn't actually believe in Sleeping Moon's remarks, they had already started to defend against Lord Grimm. Yiziu could only helplessly laugh. When he formed a party, he truly only came for the hidden boss. He needed those materials, but now that he couldn't form a team, his leveling speed would only increase. In Glory's dungeons, the fewer the people, the more the experience. Efficiency had to be considered, though, so in the end, having more people was more effective, but Lord Grimm was different. He held the silver level 5,000 chance umbrella. For regular players, they mostly relied on blue and green equipment. When compared to the 1,000 chance umbrella, blue and green equipment were inferior by 3 to 4 grades. In Glory, every grade was equal to 5 levels. In other words, the 1,000 chance umbrella was equivalent to a level 20 blue or a level 25 green weapon. This superiority in the low-level stages of the game could be considered overpowered, because the damage done by Lord Grimm's weapon was equivalent to 4 or 5 weapons. Adding in the influence by a character's attributes, Lord Grimm was equivalent to 3 people. Furthermore, with Yiziu's skills, he wouldn't be slower in clearing a dungeon than a 5-man team. He might even be a bit faster. Lord Grimm began walking, ready to enter the dungeon. But after a few steps, a player suddenly blocked his way. Yiziu looked, and it was actually Sleeping Moon. To be able to find him in this crowd of people, this guy has sharp eyes. Hello, hello. Yiziu lifted his headphones up and down, testing to see if the message went through. Hello, Maya. Sleepy Moon wasn't polite in the slightest. Chapter 11, Missing a Person? Add me. Yiziu actually laughed and asked, "What's up?" This dull and casual tone made Sleeping Moon speechless. He was almost convinced that this wasn't the person that he had raged at for half a day. Although the masses believed that he had been cheated, he and Lord Grimm were both well aware that this was a false accusation. But how could this guy act like nothing had happened? Did he not see the previous messages? The shameless novice Lord Grimm, in order to steal the hidden boss for himself, didn't heal the party members on purpose and let them die. Everyone be careful. Sleeping Moon immediately sent out the stored message twice and looked forward to Yiziu's reaction. But in the end, Yiziu said, "You're still doing it. You're not going to level up. I want you to know my might. Do you now know that my full moon guild isn't to be messed with?" Sleeping Moon had prepared these words for a while now, but now that he said them, he felt that the context was completely off. It was as if his words were like a knife stabbing through cotton, not impressive at all. "I know, I can't find anyone to party with anymore," Yiziu said. Hearing this, Sleeping Moon felt a little more at ease and laughed out loud. "Let's see you offend me again." He didn't think that Yiziu said, "Aren't you missing a person? Why not add me?" Sleeping Moon was immediately dumbstruck. "Damn. How low are you?" "Haha, add me, now that we know each other more. Why don't we work together?" Yizu unexpectedly took the initiative and sent him a request. Sleeping Moon did indeed have a 4-player party, and it obviously wasn't the previous team. The other 3 players were all members of Full Moon Guild. Establishing a guild could only be done after leaving the beginner village. So these were all members from old servers that transferred over to the new 10th server. And in the end, they were all put into the same beginner village. Before, when Sleeping Moon wanted the hidden boss to himself, it was obviously inconvenient to do it with his own guild members, so he went and found 4 other random players. Unfortunately, he bumped into Yizu, who helped and then betrayed him. Right after, he immediately asked the guild for help and also conveniently got the former members to help slander Yizu. He wanted to defame Lord Grimm right then and there. But the result was this. The guy didn't seem to care at all. With no one wanting him, he bluntly requested to join his party. Looking at his request, Sleeping Moon didn't know whether to accept or decline it. Sleeping Moon was at a loss. Learning from his mistake, he felt that this person wasn't a simple character. What was his goal? As he hesitated, a brother on the side privately messaged him. Add him, this guy's asking for death. Once we enter the dungeon. What can he do? Sleeping Moon thought about it. He had 4 allies on his side. There was absolutely no reason to be afraid of him. Thus, Yizu entered the Green Forest with these 4 people. This time their luck wasn't too good and they didn't encounter the Midnight Phantom Cat. Yizu laughed and asked, "Do you still need me to heal?" "No need. Everyone will attack together." As Sleeping Moon said this, the 4 had already rushed up to attack the monsters. These 4 clearly weren't newbies. Their skills were very veteran-like, and with this skill level, 2 or 3 people were enough to easily clear the Green Forest dungeon. Adding in another person, their efficiency flew through the roof. Yizu also didn't speak much. He swung his 1000-chance umbrella into a lance and attacked. Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, these 2 were attack skills. Of course, besides these skills, the character also had normal attacks. Players, through the direction and strength of normal attacks, controlled many kinds of attack patterns such as straight stabs, horizontal slashes, vertical chops, uppercut, etc. When these sort of attacks were fully utilized, they were sometimes extremely similar to skills, except their effects were different. For example, Sky Strike was a type of uppercut attack, but the knock-up effects and damage were much stronger than a normal uppercut. Dragon Tooth was a type of straight stab. Its stabbing speed was much quicker and could also cause the opponent to be stunned for a small duration. When a character was stunned, he would not be able to put out any actions. Yizu didn't need to use these skills. His normal attacks were already enough to kill those Green Forest monsters with ease. It was just that, when he withdrew his lance in an area with no monsters, a monster would suddenly be pushed onto him by the others. Yizu laughed and accepted it. He knew that it was Sleeping Moon and his other helpers deliberately pushing these small monsters onto him. They wanted to put him into a situation where he was surrounded on all sides. But surrounded was surrounded. How could Yizu not be able to deal with it? He had been surrounded by 5 Green Forest monsters more than once. Sending a Sky Strike onto a monster, he broke out of the encirclement. With a horizontal sweep, his right hand chopped and slashed, and the 5 little monsters lined up to die. The other 4 just watched and looked on without lifting a finger to help. But in the end, they saw how Lord Grimm dispatched the monsters at lightning speed. His might was tyrannical. Seeing this, the 4 were even somewhat jealous. This guy's skill is really good. A party member called 7 Fields nodded his head, expressing his approval. He's a veteran. Looking at his skill, he could easily solo the Green Forest dungeon. Another person said, he knows his stuff. He soloed off the Berserk Midnight Phantom Cat. I wouldn't have thought that his skill level was above mine. Sleeping Moon said, with this skill, there's no way he would die in Green Forest. A person concluded, how about we go to Spider Cave when we hit level 10? 7 Fields said to the other 3. Spider Cave was a level 10 to 15 dungeon. It was much harder than Green Forest. If Green Forest's purpose was to give players time to get used to the game, then once they hit level 10, from Spider Cave onwards, players needed to start using actual strategy and skill to clear it. It was called Spider Cave because the monsters were spiders. There were 2 types. One type was long-ranged and spit out webs that had a chance to bind. Players that were bound wouldn't be able to move. The other type was melee ranged, and its bite had a chance to poison. Players that were poisoned would continuously lose health. In Green Forest, only the hidden boss had these sort of status-inducing attacks. Besides normal monsters, Spider Cave had 3 bosses: a long-ranged one, a melee-ranged one, and a Spider Lord as the final boss. The hidden bosses were Spider Elite, Spider Warrior, and a Spider Emperor. Because levels 1 to 10 went by quickly, there were still many that hadn't gotten used to the game yet. When they opened up the Spider Dungeon, they wouldn't come out alive. Thus, the beginner guides never recommended it. The only ones that would consider this dungeon were people like Sleeping Moon, because they already possessed some level of skill as veterans. If we kill this guy in the Spider Cave, we'll only have 4 people. Will we still be able to clear it? Sleeping Moon hesitated. As long as we don't meet the hidden boss, it shouldn't be a problem. Seven Fields said, if we meet a hidden boss, even he won't be able to beat it. The Spider Cave is a lot harder than here. A person said, true, then let's first hurry and level up. When we get to level 10, let's head to Spider Cave. Sleeping Moon said, suddenly. A member that hadn't spoken the entire time said, then we're going to bring him to level up, and then kill him. Sleeping Moon heard this and was startled. Hearing this, his plan was indeed stupid, but Seven Fields already found an explanation. It'd be better to say, we'll first let him do all the hard work and then kick him out. Right, it'll be like this. Sleeping Moon felt relieved. Chapter 12, Spider Cave. Part 1. The 4 guys were very aggressive. They sneakily discussed on one side and let Yizu do all of the hard work. It was good that they hadn't completely seen Yizu as an idiot. After arguing, the 4 went up and helped Yizu clear monsters. While they cleared, they slowly explained. Just a moment ago our guild had some business to take care of. We were a little out of focus. We're good now. Come on, guys. Yizu dully said a few words as if he wasn't suspicious at all. The 4 were secretly delighted. If they cooperated together, the 4 veterans and the expert Yizu, they would easily cruise by this dungeon. Every person killed happily. Their outer appearance didn't show any signs of an ulterior motive. Have you noticed that this guy's damage is very high? Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon muttered quietly. It looks like it. I've never seen that lance-like weapon before, Sleeping Moon said. I don't know either. I don't pay attention to low-level lances. Seven Fields said, it'd be good if it dropped when we kill this guy. Sleeping Moon said, so what if it dropped? No matter how high of an attack it has, it's still a low-level weapon. We won't be able to use it for long. Seven Fields said, true. Sleeping Moon nodded. Each side did not provoke the other and cooperated harmoniously. Going in and out of Green Forest, their efficiency was extremely high. It was unfortunate, however, that they didn't meet the hidden boss Midnight Phantom Cat again. After clearing it a few times, Lord Grimm was the first to reach level 10. The first hidden boss kill gave him an ample amount of experience. Green Forest only had 1 hidden boss so far. Just relying on this, Lord Grimm was already pretty far up on the 10th server level leaderboards. Only the first to reach level 10 was not him. That player was called Blue River. This was already his 2nd time to be announced by the system. The first time was when he and 4 others were the first to clear Green Forest. Seeing that Lord Grimm was the first among them to reach level 10, Sleeping Moon felt a fit of nervousness. They were afraid that this guy would just leave them. Who knew that Lord Grimm only laughed and said, I've leveled up. After a few sounds of congratulations, he entered the Green Forest with the other 4 again. The experience gap between them wasn't too great. After clearing this dungeon, Sleeping Moon and the others all reached level 10. The 5 of them also obtained quite a few equipment. Brother, we work quite well together. Now that we've all hit level 10, why don't we go and tackle Spider Cave together? Seven Fields went up and asked Yizu. Sleeping Moon and Yizu once had a disagreement. Now this sudden change of heart made him feel a little odd. In addition, Sleeping Moon still continued to look at Yizu maliciously and just let Seven Fields play the role of a mediator. Yizu heard this and agreed. Only he first said that he would go and learn skills first. For skill points, it didn't matter whether they were given as quest rewards, leveling, killing a certain amount of monsters, or dueling. These would all only allow him to reach the 4,000 skill points. From level 7 to level 10, he didn't have many skill points accumulated. But the most important part was that level 10 was another period when new skills could be learned. The other 4 were obviously going to learn too. Thus, each of them looked for a teacher to learn from. Afterwards, they grouped up at Spider Cave. There weren't many people at the entrance of Spider Cave. After all, they had leveled up relatively fast compared to ordinary players, and newbies wouldn't consider going to this dungeon. Outside, there were only a few randomly made parties. Because the dungeon was difficult, they would all ask about each other's equipments. Forming a party wasn't so carefree. Yizu and the others were straightforward. Without saying a word, they directly entered. Only this time, Sleeping Moon and the other 3 helpers began to act evilly. Should we immediately kill him or look at the situation first? One person asked quietly. Why don't we look first? If this person truly is an expert, let's use him first. Why don't we plan again when the boss comes? 7 Fields suggested. Okay. The other members had no other opinions. Truthfully, those members had no enmity with Yizu. The person in front of them was so outstanding. He was also the one with the most DPS in the group. They were a little unwilling to part with him, but to give their friend Sleeping Moon some face. In the end, they still went forward with the plan. Although no one said anything, they were all quite regretful. You all brought antidotes? 7 Fields asked everyone, which everyone replied with a yes. Only Yizu actually laughed. No need. This guy's looking for death. Sleeping Moon didn't feel too good about Yizu's confidence. Then let's go. 7 Fields said happily. The inside of Spider Cave was gloomy and spider webs could be seen everywhere. From time to time, scattered skeletons could be seen. It looked sinister and terrible. Sleeping Moon and the others all looked a bit nervous. When a character died in glory, they would lose experience. In the normal world, it was a 10% decrease, and equipment also had a chance of dropping, though the chances were fairly low. But when the player reached the heavenly domain, dying became scary. The player would lose 20% of their experience, and equipment had a high chance of dropping. Looking at Lord Grimm again, he walked in large strides with his battle lance as if it were the same as Green Forest. Sleeping Moon and the others saw that this guy took the initiative to detect the mines. It was a good thing for them anyways. Towards these low-level dungeons, Yizu had pretty much forgotten what was in them. He remembered that he had once done a guide for Spider Cave, but he couldn't recall it at all. It had already been almost 10 years. Just when Yizu was sighing, a shadow suddenly leaped out from a crack in a rock directly towards Lord Grimm. Yizu's left hand tapped the keyboard and his right hand dragged the mouse. Lord Grimm rolled backwards to dodge it and launched Sky Strike. A melee-ranged green spider pounced onto him, but was hit by Sky Strike in midair. Adding attacks while the opponent was knocked up was a fundamental skill in glory. How could Yizu miss this opportunity? After an intense burst of keyboard typing and mouse clicking, Lord Grimm leaped up brandishing his lance. From up in the air to down on the ground, he slashed madly at the green spider. Poo 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 4 strikes landed in quick succession. The green spider was hit aside onto a rock. Fuck. No way, 7 Fields said with great alarm. He comboed it 4 times in midair. Another person also cried out in fear. He can combo 4 times at level 10? The third person. Sleeping Moon could only open his mouth in shock. Speechless. A 4-hit combo in midair, this was a widely known battle mage combo that few players could execute. It was simple in theory. It was just a normal straight stab, dragon tooth, and then 2 hits from the level 10 battle mage skill double stab to complete it. I heard only players with an APM of 170 or higher can execute this sort of combo. 7 Fields said, can't that only be done by a professional battle mage after his speed has been buffed? Another person reminded. He's still only an unspecialized character. How big is the difference in speed between an unspecialized character and a battle mage? I don't know. You'd still have to consider equipment, but it doesn't look like any of his equipment increases speed. Lord Grimm was pretty much the same as theirs. What about weapon? Could it be his weapon? Let's not worry about the reason. Even if you were a battle mage and wore a set of speed-increasing flowing light equipment, could you guys combo it 4 times in midair? Silence. If they could do it, they wouldn't be so astonished. Just who is this person? The 3 members looked towards Sleeping Moon. Chapter 13, Spider Cave. Part 2. I say we shouldn't offend this guy. 7 Fields said in a serious tone towards the other 3, but his gaze faced Sleeping Moon. Right, to have a 170 and up APM. He must be a great expert. Another one agreed. 170 is only a conservative estimate. He's an unspecialized character without any equipment, yet he can still combo 4 times in midair. I feel like his APM would probably be above 200. Right, 200 APM. In our guild, I'm afraid only our guild leader has this level of skill, no? Not only should we not offend him, we should try to rope him in. This type of expert probably has a special background. They discussed this issue one by one, and only Sleeping Moon didn't say anything. He understood their reasoning very clearly. Actually, after all of these dungeons, Sleeping Moon's hate for Yizu had already weakened. If he could successfully cause this guy to die, then he would be satisfied. But now that he knew that this person was a great expert and that going against him wasn't easy, his hate once again arose. He himself couldn't explain this feeling clearly. He was envious, jealous, etc. He had them all. Right when he was going to say something, he saw that his 3 brothers were all watching Lord Grimm in awe, their mouths repeatedly gasping in surprise. Sleeping Moon also turned around to look and found that this guy's incredible skill really did exist. The monsters in Green Forest were too weak. With Lord Grimm's high damage, he killed monsters too quickly for him to judge properly. Although the boss had more health, all of them ganged up to attack it, so it wasn't clear either. Now that he was attacking these high HP spiders, his skill level could be seen clearly now. His combo has already reached 17. It hasn't been broken ever since he made that 4-hit combo. It looks like he's using the wall to rebound it and then using a normal uppercut. I really didn't think he would have been able to connect that sky strike. Too beautiful. The 3 people all repeatedly gasped in amazement, making Sleeping Moon feel extremely disgusted. Right when he was about to say something, 7 Fields had already turned around towards him. Hear me out. Let's not make things difficult for this guy. It's okay for you to be on bad terms with him, but let the rest of us negotiate with him. Sleeping Moon nodded his head in silence. He was a little bitter, but he knew that 7 Fields and the others were already preparing to rope this player in. What guild wouldn't want such a highly skilled player? By comparison, he himself was only a normal member of Full Moon Guild. No one would make things difficult for this type of expert just for his sake. How beautiful! That green spider had been killed by Lord Grimm in the span of a single breath. 7 Fields and the others all immediately circled up and gasped in admiration. They didn't need to fake this because this player's skill was indeed incredible. Brother, I now see that your skills are truly out of the ordinary, 7 Fields said. It's nothing much. That player was still so humble towards this type of admiration. It seemed as if the player that Sleeping Moon had told them to frame was a completely different person. Brother, in the other servers, what guild sent you here to this new server? 7 Fields asked, but he felt that the likelihood was low. What guild would send him here alone? This person was most likely by himself. None, I'm by myself, as expected. Really, you actually aren't part of a guild? Brother, this level of skill can't be found so easily. How could any guild not want you? 7 Fields pretended to be astonished. There are no guilds in this server yet, Yizu said. 7 Fields stared blankly. This server didn't have any guilds yet. But what about old servers? It wasn't possible for this type of expert to have just started playing Glory. Although the player wouldn't say, 7 Fields reckoned that he probably had a disagreement with his former guild, which is why he sulkily ran to a new server to play. This was an opportunity. It was the perfect time to make this player feel that their Full Moon Guild was a warm environment. Brother, what server were you a part of before? 7 Fields began questioning. I haven't played in a while. An irrelevant answer. He had dodged the first question. Oh, 7 Fields could only say oh. How could he break the ice? 7 Fields was stuck at a wall. In the end, it was clear that he wasn't interested in chatting and continued to advance. But this time, 7 Fields and the others all surrounded him inseparably close as if he had already become the core member of their party. Sleeping Moon felt awkward, but he could only stay silent. With this expert overseeing them, they advanced smoothly through the dungeon. The 4 members that brought an antidote, sure enough, didn't need to use it because Lord Grimm aggroed all of the spiders onto his body and dodged by using running, rolling, and jumping type skills. The 4 would sometimes even lose themselves to Lord Grimm's beautiful movements and forget to attack the monsters. If I remember correctly, there should be a bunch of spiders up ahead. After killing them, The first boss will appear, but we won't know whether it's poisonous or web shooting. It's one of the difficult parts of this dungeon. Let's. 7 Fields at this moment saw that Lord Grimm had already rushed up and began killing. He could only helplessly correct himself. Okay, then let's go. 7 Fields' memory was correct. This part of the cave did indeed have a lot of spiders. There were a total of 70, 30 poisonous and 40 web shooting. They were all linked too, so right when they closed in, all 70 of them neatly rushed out. Hurry up! 7 Fields called out to his 3 brothers. He wouldn't dare command Lord Grimm. He didn't know how far apart their levels were. Only, this time there were 70 spiders. No matter how good Lord Grimm was, there was no way he would be able to aggro all of them. After all, he was only level 10. He didn't have any crowd control skills yet, so he called out everyone to go forward and relieve some of Lord Grimm's pressure. In the end, with a hua, Lord Grimm shook the battle lance in his hands and a half-circle slashed out. 4 spiders were split open in an instant. 2 spiders rushed up and 2 spiders spit out webs. Lord Grimm leaped backwards, avoiding the spider webs. At the same time, he spun in midair, and with another shake of the battle lance, 2 spiders behind him were hit. After landing, he flipped sideways and avoided another spider web. He got up and executed a sky strike. The 7th spider was knocked up into the sky. It couldn't even spit out its web. The 4 others all immediately went into disarray. Is he still even a person? The 4 people all wanted to say this, but Glory, that wretched voice system, would let him hear it. That wouldn't be good. But besides saying that, there were no other words to describe how they currently felt. A 180-degree horizontal sweep. My God, everyone held their breath and could only type it out. To be able to spin his body after a short hop backwards and then strike accurately 2 times. And that perfect sky strike right after the roll? That's not human, everyone firmly believed. Although all of these were the combination of basic skills, not everyone could do them. For example, the 180-degree horizontal sweep was just a normal attack, but the sweeping angle depended on mouse control. The faster the mouse movement, the larger the angle. It also had to do with the character's attack speed. At level 10, a 180-degree horizontal sweep wasn't something that could be done by any ordinary person. Chapter 14, Spider Cave. Part 3, everyone bowed down and worshipped him. Even Sleeping Moon couldn't help but admit it. This person forcibly used skills in a way that couldn't be done by a level 10. It was ridiculous. Brother, the way you use these battle mage skills is too tyrannical. 7 Fields truly meant it. If he didn't say this, he would have received internal injuries from holding his breath for too long. Ha, it's not bad. Lord Grimm had been surrounded by 7 monsters. Stabbing, cutting, slashing, chopping as if we're handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. The others felt embarrassed to be there just watching him. They were all veterans and could all control aggro well. They wouldn't mess up Lord Grimm's control over the 7 spiders. What they had originally thought was too difficult, in the end was easily resolved. But all 4 of them understood that to set up this abnormal situation, if he wasn't there, then it wouldn't have been possible. Right after the 7 spiders were killed, they heard a strange shriek. The first small boss had brilliantly arrived. Everyone hadn't yet seen the spider yet, when they first heard the shriek, and then a cloud of dense purple mist spurted out. It's a poisonous spider. 7 Fields yelled, but this cloud of purple mist came out too suddenly. The range was extremely large. 2 members weren't able to dodge it in time and immediately pulled out to antidotes to use. After using them, they turned greatly alarmed. Their life was still declining. Why isn't it working? The 2 alarmed. The grade of the antidote is too low, Yiziu said. Fuck! The 2 players cursed. They hadn't come to this dungeon when they were low-leveled. After reaching high levels and returning, this dungeon wouldn't have such a problem. At that moment, they were still under-leveled compared to the monsters. How could they have thought to detoxify the poison? They had carefully prepared 2 antidotes, but in the end, they couldn't use it when the boss came. Hadn't they been cheated? Lord Grimm swung his arms and casted heals onto each of them. Afterwards, he rushed up to the boss number 1. At the same time, he began directing the 2 non-poison players, 7 Fields and Sleeping Moon, and pointed his lance backwards, yelling, 7 Fields stand at 1 o'clock. Little Moon go stand at 4 o'clock. Little Moon, Sleeping Moon almost coughed up blood, but this wasn't the time to argue. 7 Fields, without questioning him, ran towards the 1 o'clock position. Sleeping Moon also ran to his position without delay. Boss number 1's poison mist had already rushed out. This guy was big and beefy and was at least thrice as big as normal spiders. This type of massive freak was much easier to hit than the small midnight phantom cat, but large monsters had a different advantage. Due to their relatively heavy weight, knock-up or other displacement skills had a reduced effect. How much it was reduced by depended on its weight and the attacker's strength. This boss number 1 in front of them could be considered a huge monster. When Lord Grimm stabbed forward, it didn't even tremble. It was clear that this sort of normal attack would not knock it up at all. The experienced Yizu was not surprised by this. His fingers flickered, and Lord Grimm did another 4-hit combo. The big spider screeched. It raised its head and spit out a thick fog, but Lord Grimm had already turned around swiftly and slipped away. Although this boss's body was big, its actions weren't slower than a normal spider. Its jumping power was also remarkable. It jumped as if it were empty. Tai wanting to crush Lord Grimm, he flipped over and rolled away. The one called Little Moon Moon silently said, "Hello, do you want us to stand here so you can fight by yourself? Then you two. One of you move to 7 o'clock and the other to 9 o'clock. Yizu yelled. How much of a gap between us? The 2 people ran while asking. A 2-meter radius, Yizu said. After falling into position, the 4 people had already formed a circle. They looked at each and had no idea what they were doing. Seeing that he was still soloing the boss, was he just arranging seats for them to watch him play the game? Lord Grimm dodged left and right, finally bringing the boss running towards them. The 4 people immediately prepared for battle. The boss suddenly jumped high up into the air, and it looked like it was going to squash Sleeping Moon. Sleeping Moon wanted to dodge, but heard Yizu shout, "Don't move! Revenge!" This guy seized the opportunity to take revenge. Sleeping Moon felt that his mind was a sheet of dazzling light. Without thinking, he ignored Yizu's words and rolled away. But when he turned around and looked, Lord Grimm had already used a Sky Strike on the spider boss's stomach. Sky Strike, a specialized class's knock-up skill, was obviously going to have a greater effect than a normal uppercut. After the falling spider received this, it turned sluggish in midair and had already shifted direction. Although the Sky Strike didn't have much of an effect, the monster had already been in midair. When it changed direction, it fell nicely in the center of the 4 people. 7 Fields front kick it, 9 o'clock lunge, 7 o'clock repel. Little Moon Moon, hurry up and return to your position. Yizu and the 4 players had been together for a long time. He had already seen all of their skills. Now that they had surrounded it, Yizu even directed what skills they should use. 7 Fields rushed up and front kicked it. This was a striker skill and had a small knockback effect. Although the effect was reduced on the big spider boss, it would still push back the boss a little. The player at 9 o'clock also jumped up to execute a lunge. This Blade Master skill also had a knockback effect like 7 Fields front kick. The kicked back boss was hit again. At this point, these experienced players already understood Yizu's intent. The 7 o'clock player welcomed it and used repel. This was a night skill. From the name, the effect of this skill was the most outstanding one among them. But the boss was pushed into the 4 o'clock position where no one was there. This was originally Sleeping Moon's position, but because he thought Yizu wanted to kill him, he dodged to the side. Even though he was already running back to his position, it was already a little too late. Everyone already understood that Yizu wanted them to play billiards with the boss as the ball. This reasoning could only have been made through the strong points of each of the 4 players. What were their strong points? Familiarity. The 4 players were all veterans that came together as friends. They had some mutual understanding between them, so they could do this sort of formation. Only now, this easy situation had been destroyed by Sleeping Moon. Even 7 Fields and the others were a little unhappy. At this crucial moment, when the boss was about to leave the encirclement, Lord Grimm suddenly appeared at the 4 o'clock position. Everyone was startled. Lord Grimm had been standing at the 11 o'clock position. They hadn't seen him move. How could he have suddenly moved to there? They looked towards the 11 o'clock position and discovered to their astonishment that there was another Lord Grimm. DMN, 7 Fields suddenly understood. Level 10 ninja skill, shadow clone technique. Chapter 15 Spider Cave, Part 4. Shadow clone technique was a type of deception ing skill, only towards experienced opponents. It was easy to see through the trick. As a result, the trick really only worked on NPCs. When players dueled, the shadow clone technique was most commonly used by the ninja as an instant movement skill. Now, Lord Grimm used it like this. The fake body was kept in the original position, while his real body used the shadow clone technique to instantly move to what was originally Sleeping Moon's 4 o'clock position. Everyone was still worried, though, because level 10 battle mages didn't have any displacement skills yet. How would Lord Grimm knock back the spider boss? They quickly realized that they were worrying too much. Lord Grimm didn't have any skill that could do so, but he had technique. A sky strike knocked up the spider boss a little bit. Using this short time frame, he immediately rushed forward and hit it twice, pushing the spider boss towards Sleeping Moon. Sleeping Moon was already standing on Lord Grimm's original 11 o'clock position. Lord Grimm's fake body still stood next to him. At this moment, Sleeping Moon felt absolutely embarrassed. He even hoped that Lord Grimm would reprimand him a few times. But in the end, Lord Grimm didn't say a thing and just accurately pushed the boss towards him. Sleeping Moon understood what he needed to do. With a lunge, the big spider was once again kicked away. Sleeping Moon mentally prepared for the incoming criticism from everyone, but in the end, he heard everyone amazed. It's bleeding. It wasn't a person that was bleeding. It was the spider boss. The bleed status effect couldn't be made through a normal attack. It had to either come from a weapon effect or a skill effect. At the present, no one's weapon had this effect, but there were skills that could cause this effect. Double stab, a battle mage skill, only. The bleed effect from the stab was a hidden effect. It wasn't triggered through chance. It relied on the player himself to trigger it. The method to activating it was by having both strikes from double stab hit the exact same spot. This didn't mean that both of them hitting an arm was fine. It meant that the second strike had to hit the hole that was stabbed open by the first strike. Only after doing this would there be a chance for the bleed effect to take place. As for the probability of this happening, especially for a hidden effect, the data didn't display it. After players tested it, it was believed to have more or less a 50% probability. This probability could already be considered quite high. It could only be done after completing a specific action. It was easy to perform this action on a dead target, but in non-stop combat, it required precision and reaction speed. Glory had a lot of similar hidden skill effects, which all required difficult actions to activate. If a normal player were to stab out a bleed, 7 fields and the others would have considered it to be luck. But for Lord Grimm to do so, they all considered it to be skill. With regards to Yi Xiu's skill, they were already thoroughly convinced. It wasn't just his individual skill, but his command over the team in this boss fight too. He wasn't an ordinary expert. He was an expert among experts. 7 fields already felt somewhat embarrassed over trying to rope in Yi Xiu because their full moon guild wasn't even considered a top guild. In the heavenly domain, they were ranked over 50. They held no records in any of the dungeons there. In this sort of common guild, 7 fields felt that they couldn't accommodate for this player. The others didn't know if they all had the same thoughts as 7 fields, so everyone just silently attacked. In the process, it was hard to avoid a few minor slips. But Yi Xiu promptly warned them, so disaster never occurred. Just like this, boss number 1 was easily killed. After looting the corpse, they found a blue equipment. But because it was low-leveled, no one really cared much about it. It would become outdated in an instant anyways. At this moment, however, they all required that Lord Grimm picked it up. Even though Sleeping Moon didn't say anything, he also silently chose to give it up. Yi Xiu looked and saw that it wasn't much better than a green level 10 belt, but since everyone renounced it, he could only courteously accept it and wear it. They continued forward. Afterwards, they employed the same tactic. Boss number 2 was a web-spitting, long-range type spider. Annoyingly, it would frequently spit out webs onto the cave, flying and jumping around like Spider-Man. But under Yi Xiu's leadership, the 5 finally brought this fellow into a corner. Only this time they didn't play billiards with it. Instead, they used skills that stunned one after another. Yi Xiu dispatched boss number 2 through chain stuns, so it wouldn't be able to spit out webs again. Naturally, the 4 players began worshipping Yi Xiu to a whole new level. This person was their MT as well as their main damage dealer. From time to time, he would even heal them. After doing so, he would plan tactics and then carry it out. The four could no longer use words to describe him and could only worship, and worship him again. The Spider Cave's Spider Lord was another difficult part of the dungeon. This guy had the strengths of both small spider bosses, web-spitting and poisonous. It had 8 hairy legs and a belly full of patterns. It was twice as big as a small boss and was extremely nauseating. Confronting this final boss, Seven Fields and the others weren't nervous at all because they knew that under Lord Grimm's commands, there wouldn't be any problems beating this 2-in-1 boss. As expected, this fight was just as easy as the last ones. This 2-in-1 Spider Lord was just a bit fatter and had a few extra tricks. Under Yi Xiu's commands, they controlled the field, smoothly dispatched it. First clear, at this moment, the announcement system impressively lined up the names of their 5-player party. Sleeping Moon, 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water. Lord Grimm, 10th server, first Spider Cave clear. 7 Fields and the others were all astonished and went into an ecstasy. Although their leveling wasn't considered slow, they wouldn't have ever thought that they could be the first ones to clear Spider Cave. This was all thanks to the great expert Lord Grimm, or else it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. DMN, and at this moment, another party of 5 in the Spider Cave all shouted together when they saw this announcement. In front of them, there was only a sliver of health left on the Spider Lord. They would have been able to finish it given 10 more seconds. But now, they lost to these 10 seconds. Regretful and unwilling, the 5 players all dreamt of the countless ways they could have made up for those 10 seconds. In the end, they could only admit to reality. Their dream was to have their guild be the first to clear every dungeon in the 10th server. But just then, in this second dungeon, their dreams had already been crushed. 10 seconds. They had only lost by 10 seconds. Lord Grimm, wasn't this the person that was the first to kill the Midnight Phantom Cat? The Spider Lord had already collapsed. The 5 players had smoothly cleared the dungeon, but they weren't happy at all. I think so. Where did this person come from? This person has also been on the announce twice. Blue River. He's just like you. Chapter 16, Emperor. Part 1. This Blue River was also like Lord Grimm and had been announced by the system twice. His background wasn't small. He belonged to one of the 3 great guilds, Blue Brook Guild. In the Heavenly Domain, he possessed the Blade Master, Blue Bridge Spring Snow, one of the 5 top experts of Blue Brook Guild. But as all veterans knew, peak guilds like Blue Brook Guild had a professional club backing them. The 5 great experts weren't their best. The experts of the professional team behind them were. Behind the Blue Brook Guild was the Blue Rain Club's team. The number 1 player on their team was called Huang Xiaoshan. His account was a blade master called Troubling Rain. In the Glory community, he was known as the Sword Saint and was as equally famous as the battle god One Autumn Leaf. When the 10th server opened, Blue Brook Guild sent Blue River along with other helpers to be pioneers in the new server and help establish their power by absorbing fresh blood. No one else but a player from one of those 3 great guilds would dream of dominating the dungeon records in a new server. Who would have thought that their dreams would have ended already in the Spider Cave? Not only that, but they were only off by 10 seconds. His brothers were all depressed, and Blue River wasn't feeling good either. Lord Grimm, discussing the name, Blue River and everyone else were at a loss. The guilds that wrestled for power from Blue Brook Guild mainly did so in the Heavenly Domain. After competing for so many years, they all learned of each other's experts. This time, all of the experts that were sent out to the 10th server had been scouted out. The information was thorough and accurate, but Lord Grimm had never appeared in their list of names. Was it possible that he snuck in? Is there any information on his 4 teammates? Blue River asked. None, all of the brothers said. Get in touch with all of our brothers in each of the villages. See if anyone knows him. Blue River said. Beginners were put into villages randomly. Even their Blue Brook Guild people couldn't meet up with each other easily. Most of them were on their own. While they leveled up, they also dug out future prospects. When they reached level 20 and left Beginner Village, they would join together after establishing a guild. The Blue Brook Guild players that came were headed by Blue River, and his side naturally became the command center. In reality, no big guild would go so far as to cover all of the beginner villages. The player distribution was too random, so it wasn't possible to be so precise. But when Blue River once again went into Spider Cave to quickly level up, the information they had requested finally arrived. Only, this information not only didn't tell them clearly who those players were, but instead made the situation even more chaotic. The information report told them that outside of the Green Forest at some village, just then Sleeping Moon had slandered and criticized Lord Grimm, saying that he had intentionally tricked and robbed them of the hidden boss. What type of hideous mess is this? Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. This Lord Grimm swindled a player to obtain the first hidden boss kill and then formed a party with that player to be the first to clear Spider Cave. This odd situation made these 5 experienced veterans to be extremely puzzled. Let's not worry about this first. Let's hurry up and train. There'll definitely be an opportunity to meet them when we reach level 20. Blue River said gloomily and continued to lead his party. Outside of some village's Spider Cave, 7 Fields and the others were still immersed in the excitement of being the first ones to clear a dungeon and couldn't free themselves from it. They were lacking compared to Blue River and those experts by several grades. As a result, with regards to first clear, it was basically a dream come true. Who would have thought that they truly had the chance to complete it? In that moment, they were excited beyond words, and their great leader Lord Grimm, he was still deathly silent. He only dully said a few words. Pretty good experience. Expert. It's all thanks to you. 7 Fields and the others all surrounded Lord Grimm. After playing Glory for so long, today was the day they finally understood what peak expert meant. A peak expert could let novices like them clear a difficult dungeon with ease. 7 Fields felt that for this sort of expert, even leaving his guild to follow him was worth it. In comparison to the other 3 in high spirits, Sleeping Moon's mood was quite gloomy. What had originally been his hated enemy turned into his brother's hero. Not only that, but just a moment ago in the dungeon, he himself looked like a vile person giving his brothers a bad opinion of him. Now, if he didn't say anything, then his face really would just fall off. Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth and jumped in front of Lord Grimm. Your skill is really good, I admit to this. Only, I swear that there will be a day I catch up to you. Are you serious? Yizu laughed. Yes, Sleeping Moon said in an extremely provocative manner. Go for it. Yizu replied back and left. DMN, Sleeping Moon was about to go insane. You should look down on me. You should hate me. You should mocking me. Wasn't this how experts were supposed to respond to challenges? To not care and just say, go for it. As if nothing had happened. What was that? Little Moon, knock it off. 7 Fields went over to ease him. Fuck, you're the Little Moon. Sleeping Moon said angrily. Calm down. Calm down, let's hurry up and train. The other 2 brothers, Sunset Clouds and Drifting Water, called out. Then, they gladly and diligently caught up to Lord Grimm to try make him their good friends. DMN. Why didn't they call me over too? 7 Fields immediately rushed over, while Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth. He unexpectedly received a friend request from Lord Grimm. Decline. Sleeping Moon happily declined it. If he asked again? Sleeping Moon thought. But that sort of development didn't happen. Lord Grimm had already entered the dungeon. 7 Fields and the 2 others followed closely. Sleeping Moon had been swept to the side. Only after a long time did he receive an invite from 7 Fields. Sleeping Moon was depressed. When they entered the dungeon, DMN, the 4 others didn't wait for him at all. They slaughtered their way through, and as if he weren't there. Sleeping Moon wanted to leave the dungeon, but 7 Fields invited him again. Sleeping Moon still enjoyed his brother's concerns, so he had second thoughts, thinking that he couldn't ignore his brother's concern just because of that guy. In the end, he still caught up with them. 7 Fields still had a good relationship with him. He keenly discovered that Sleeping Moon wasn't feeling too good and sent another private message to cheer him up. Sleeping Moon's mood improved a lot. This time, they breezed through the dungeon just like before. In an instant, they slaughtered their way through. Without saying another word, they entered for a 3rd round. But when they entered the dungeon, they received a system prompt. You have mistakenly entered the Spider Emperor's cave. Hidden boss. 7 Fields cried out in alarm and then looked to Lord Grimm. If they didn't have this expert, they definitely wouldn't dare attempt the hidden boss. The system also empathized on this point. The hidden boss wouldn't stop players from clearing a dungeon. They could kill it or choose not to. Killing the final boss was still the end goal. Now, the players unanimously looked towards Lord Grimm. They wanted to see if this expert had a way to defeat the hidden boss. Oh, there's a hidden boss. Yiziu said. Ha! If it's a hidden boss, we can't kill it. Seven Fields and the others were a little disappointed. It's not that we can't kill it, I just have a few conditions. The Spider Emperor should drop strong spider silk. Can you guys give me this? I'll give up on the other materials and equipment. You guys can have them all. Yiziu said. Chapter 17, Emperor. Part 2. No problem. Seven Fields and the others almost didn't think about the proposal before agreeing. At this moment, the value of this expert had already surpassed those precious drops from the hidden boss. They were more worried about finding a way to express their goodwill. Who would have thought that this expert would come up with this demand? That was truly a relief. Even if he wanted all of the drops, Seven Fields and the others wouldn't hesitate to agree either. In addition, Seven Fields, this guy, wanted to express his goodwill even further. He turned around and said, "Little Moon, give the party leader over to Brother Expert. If you say that again, I'm going to kill you." Sleeping Moon grinded his teeth. "Ha ha, isn't it cute? Why don't you like it?" Seven Fields laughed, but he didn't joke too excessively and immediately followed up. "If you don't want me to call you that, then I won't call you that. Give the party leader position to Brother Expert." Sleeping Moon understood his meaning. By giving him the party leader position and then letting him set up the party, they would thoroughly dispel all of his doubts towards them. He would then have complete trust between them. Reaching this step, Sleeping Moon finally understood at last. Lord Grimm didn't need any plots. If he really wanted everything, then with just a word, his three brothers would have no complaints. Sleeping Moon had no other choice, so he transferred the position to him. In the end, Lord Grimm didn't make any changes and only said, "Let's continue." So he continued to lead everyone. Their killing method didn't change, and everything proceeded without a hitch. Ahead, a fork appeared on the main road of the spider cave. Everyone knew which one of the roads led to the Spider Emperor's den. Lord Grimm didn't hesitate and directly headed towards the Spider Emperor. The four others followed closely behind. This side road wouldn't appear in the normal dungeon. On the way, there were a few spider eggs. When the players moved close to them, they began hatching. Extremely small spiders jumped out and attacked the players. Their damage wasn't high, but they were small and nimble, not easy to hit. The four players opened their eyes wide until they almost popped out. It would basically take 3 to 5 strikes to hit at once. But for Lord Grimm, with just a lift of his lance, he would hit one after another without fail, cleaning them up rapidly. Seeing that the four others were having trouble, he turned around to provide assistance. The four others all held their breath. Without this person, although they could have reached the Spider Emperor, this road would have taken them an hour. "Do you think we'll be the first ones to kill the Spider Emperor?" Drifting Water looked forward to the future. "This depends on our luck. We won't know if we'll meet it early enough." Seven Fields said, "We were the first ones to clear it, meaning we were the earliest to go into the spider cave the second time. Our speed wasn't slow either. Now this is our third round and there hasn't been an announcement for it yet. I feel that our chances are good." Drifting Water analyzed. "Without strength, even if we met the Spider Emperor, we wouldn't dare to kill it?" Sunset Cloud sighed. "Luckily, we have Brother Expert." Seven Fields said, Right. Those two parroted. "You guys make me sick." Sleeping Moon exceptionally disdained upon how these three were always trying to curry favor with Lord Grimm. He wasn't scared of Lord Grimm hearing of it either. The three players all felt embarrassed and became somewhat angry towards Sleeping Moon. As for their previous hostility, that fellow was also in the wrong. Why couldn't he just move back a step? Seven Fields once again sent Sleeping Moon a private message to educate him. Sleeping Moon obviously couldn't reason over Seven Fields. In the end, he could only show off a "I'm not feeling well anyways" attitude. Seven Fields was getting impatient too. When Sleeping Moon said he wasn't feeling well, Seven Fields told him to just leave the dungeon and get out, and stop causing trouble for them. Sleeping Moon felt sad and wronged. Did the time finally arrive for those peasants to leave him for the expert? "We're here." Yiziu continued to be at the very front. Seeing that there was another cave in the spider cave, he knew that this was the Spider Emperor's den. "How do we kill it?" Seven Fields asked. "You guys wait a bit. I'm going to go look up a guide." Yiziu said. The four others immediately went into chaos. What was this situation? To look up a guide when they reached a crisis. What was this sort of last-minute preparation? "Brother Expert, you?" Seven Fields didn't know how to convey it. In the end, he saw that Lord Grimm just stood there without any response. He really did go out of the game to look up a guide. The four were at a loss. They had already judged him as an ultra-high-level expert. But how could this sort of thing happen to such an expert? Could it be he switched with someone else? Seven Fields guessed an idea that caused everyone to be alarmed. As I said before, how could such an awesome expert not stay in the heavenly domain? Why would he be here alone in this new server? Drifting Water said. Fuck. It was a true expert that helped play with us, but now that a fake expert switched in, wouldn't he have to run off and look at a guide? Sunset Clouds said, Brother expert, how could you just abandon us like this? Couldn't you have at least helped us clear the dungeon? Tears streamed down the three players' cheeks. Sleeping Moon hadn't uttered a word, but he suddenly had another guess. This person had acted so calmly and without a reaction towards him. Didn't he have the same personality as the person he had met when they first bumped into each other? Right when he couldn't free himself this type of difficult situation. Yiziu had already finished the guide and returned. Okay, Yiziu said. Brother expert. You haven't switched players, have you? Seven Fields carefully asked. Switched players? Yiziu didn't understand. Has this account been played by you the entire time? Seven Fields asked. Yup, Yiziu said. Then I don't really understand. Why would such an amazing expert need to look at a guide? Seven Fields said. I haven't done this dungeon in so many years. If I didn't look at a guide, I wouldn't remember how to beat it. Yiziu said. Then before, I had also looked up a guide. Yiziu said. The four players were dumbstruck. When? Seven Fields asked. After learning skills. I glimpsed at a few, but they were too long. I hadn't read up to the hidden boss. Yiziu said. The four continued to be puzzled. They had all studied a spider cave guide beforehand, but there was no guide that was similar to how Lord Grimm commanded. What guide did he look at? Yiziu had already begun explaining how to fight the Spider Emperor. Just a moment ago, I looked at the Spider Emperor's description. To confront him, we can still use the same strategy as we did against the web-spitting one. After surrounding it, we chain-stun it. But here's the difficult part. The Spider Emperor will keep on spawning spider eggs, which can't be interrupted by any skill or effect. The spawn spider will be similar to the ones in the passageway, but their bites will cause a 3-second stasis. Everyone knows about the stasis status effect, right? You cannot move or attack, but you can't be hurt either. Although there won't be any damage, it'll break up our formation, so we definitely can't be bitten by those small spiders. Then what should we do? Seven Fields asked. Let me be in charge of clearing these small spiders. Don't worry about them. So the hardest part will be whether the four of you can continuously chain-stun the Spider Emperor until its death. Chapter 18 Emperor, Part 3. This is the strategy from the guide. Seven Fields and the others weren't new players. The guides they had seen didn't have this sort of strategy. If there was such a guide, then it would definitely be criticized until there were cuts and bruises all over. Why? Because this could only be done in theory. 4 people continuously chain-stunning the Spider Emperor was still reasonable. But to rely on a single person to cleanly kill off all of the small spiders, who would dare to ensure that he wouldn't make a single mistake? If there was even a single small spider that escaped and bit at any one of the 4, then the formation would be interrupted. The Spider Emperor could fly up in the air, drill into the ground, spit webs that pulled them, and spray poison mist. Of all of the hidden bosses, it was the strongest. If the 4 surrounded it, and then suddenly an opportunity to retaliate appeared, then all of them could just die on the spot. What do you think? Can you guys do it? Yet Yiziu still asked. Hey, isn't this a problem that we should be asking you? Can you guarantee that not a single spider will leak out? Sleeping Moon said. Of course. That's why the crucial point is you guys. 4 people surrounding it. It's also the highest level Spider Emperor, so coordinating rhythm needs to be fast. I can't help you guys. If you hear my voice and then react, it might already be too slow. So I can only rely on the coordination of you 4. What do you think? Is there a problem? Yiziu asked. Is there any other method? Seven Fields asked. Truthfully, the 4 of them weren't very confident. With your combination of class skills, I don't think there is any other. Yiziu said. This is a method you decided on after seeing our class's skills? Correct. The 4 were shocked. They were still wondering what guide Yiziu looked at because the several times they had done it, they had never seen a guide like that. Now they knew Yiziu didn't look at a guide to look for a strategy, he was only looking at it to see the boss's characteristics. After looking at it, he created a strategy that fit their skills. Without any testing, without any breaking in, just directly commanding, in the end, they cleared the bosses. This time, what shocked the four of them wasn't the gorgeous character control, the outstanding awareness, or the exceptional leadership. It was the extremely deep understanding of the game. Seven Fields and the others immediately felt that the word expert wasn't enough to describe him. Only an even grander term could. But the four of them were still hesitant because this time they couldn't completely depend on him. The four had to do their part alone. Originally, they weren't any great experts, merely experienced players that were better than new players. When Yiziu asked whether they could do it or not, they truthfully didn't have much confidence. The four hesitated, but Yiziu didn't urge them. The five of them just silently stood there outside the Spider Emperor's den, but at this moment, a system announcement suddenly flashed over their screens. The first Spider Cave hidden boss kill had already been completed. Seven Fields clenched his teeth and thought it'd be best not to think of the first kill at this moment. Even if we went through a dungeon on an ordinary day, if we met a hidden boss, then it's not like we wouldn't even try and just give it up. If we really couldn't do it, then we could just quickly leave. One benefit of beginner village dungeons was that force quitting a dungeon could be done. Although the character still had to be resurrected, there wouldn't be any experience loss. Beginner village all in all took good care of new players. Shall we try it? Seven Fields looked towards his three brothers. The three players showed fighting spirit after seeing the system announcement. They all agreed in unison. Bring it on. Seven Fields represented his brothers and declared their choice to Lord Grimm. 4 people is enough to use this strategy. Recall what your rhythm was the last few times. Now just make it a bit faster. Don't think about it. Feel it? Yiziu said, understood. I'll start the battle. Yiziu said this and directed Lord Grimm to the den entrance. He didn't enter, he just took out his weapon and lifted it up once. He then suddenly turned around and retreated swiftly. Done, the 4 were stunned. Done, Yiziu said. The 4 were all scratching their head in puzzlement. How did he start it? They didn't see anything. They all thought that Lord Grimm would enter. Who knew that he would just stand at the entrance for a bit? This type of initiation could only be done by long-ranged classes. Did he bring a gun? He must have. Well, they guessed. A shriek rang out from the den. The Spider Emperor that had been in a nice nap had been forcefully woken up. Everyone felt the entire cave shake and knew that the Emperor was about to come out. Disperse to the left and right. Be careful, Yiziu yelled. Seven Fields and the others separated left and right, 2 on each side. The Spider Emperor spat out poison and directly pounced onto Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm didn't retreat and instead moved forward. He rushed forward to meet it. Right when it looked as if he were going to be pounced on, suddenly his body lowered. With a whoosh and a bang, he slid across the Spider Emperor's belly. I told you he brought a gun, Drifting Water shouted. The bang was a sound produced from a basic gunner attack. The sliding Lord Grimm then leaped up into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the lance stabbed into the Spider Emperor's butt. Using the Spider Emperor's pouncing power, he sent the Spider Emperor flying into the 4-man formation. Up! Yiziu yelled. The 4 acted with confusion. Prior to this, they had thought that Yiziu needed a bit of time to bring the monster into the trap. They hadn't thought that the Spider Emperor would have been brought to them so directly and efficiently. I'll start. Seven Fields shouted and moved up to attack. Then me. Sunset Clouds moved up. Drifting Water went next. Sleeping Moon had to go next. After Sleeping Moon finished, Seven Fields cried, my skills still on cooldown. Too quick. Yiziu's Lord Grimm had already dashed up to use a dragon tooth, keeping the Spider Emperor stunned. Hurry up and get familiar with the rhythm. Yiziu directed Lord Grimm to the just recently spawned small spiders. Okay. Seven Fields looked. It turns out that the Emperor didn't immediately lay out all of its abilities when the fight began. It started out quite slow, giving them some time to ease in. At this point, the great expert could still deal with a small amount of spiders while simultaneously helping them continuously stun. It's still too fast. After the round was over, Seven Fields' skill was still on cooldown. Don't be nervous, grasp the rhythm, Yiziu reminded. Fast Drifting Water went too early. Still fast. It's still Drifting Water. It's still fast. This time it's Little Moon Moon. Drifting Water's rhythm was good. You've adjusted well. Yiziu helped observe who was doing well while busily hitting down the small spiders. The Spider Emperor's life continued to drop. The spawn rate increased by 1, 2, 3. Okay, this round's rhythm was good that time. Grasp it well. Finally, this round. Their coordination was just right. Chapter 19, Emperor. Part 4. Rhythm? Rhythm? 7 Fields and the others recited the word until their minds were about to break. In front of their eyes wasn't the Spider Emperor nor an attack target, only when to use their skill. After another successful round after another, the 4 players felt happy. Had they finally grasped it, although they couldn't say what the feeling was, but it felt like it was right and began instinctively releasing their skills at the right time. Yizu at this time also didn't have the skill to take care of them anymore. After saying a go, 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 he coiled around the Spider Emperor, taking down the small spiders. Hitting left and right without ever failing, the small spiders were killed. Currently, only Yizu could do this, although there were other players that had this level of skill. In the new server, their weapons were still only level 10. They couldn't kill the small spiders in one hit. If a small spider had to be hit twice to kill, even Yizu wouldn't be able to completely clear them all. Be careful and concentrate, you guys can do it. Yizu reminded them from time to time. He clearly knew that it was easy to grow numb from doing this sort of repeated robotic action. If their minds wandered for a bit, then a tragedy would appear. 7 Fields didn't let their minds go astray. They fixed their attention on their brother's actions. They didn't have time to worry about what Lord Grimm was doing, even though they clearly knew that clearing the small spiders was much more difficult. In addition, a single mistake would cause them to all die too. The Spider Emperor's life had already dropped to half. 7 Fields repeatedly did the same action, and the rhythm was fast too. He felt that his fingers had turned a little rigid. They all began to doubt whether they could still continue to press on. 7 Fields boldly gave some attention to Lord Grimm's situation. Lord Grimm was currently flying around everywhere. The Spider Emperor had already begun to lay 6 eggs at once. 6 spider eggs. After breaking open their shell, without any reason, would randomly choose a target to pounce on. Lord Grimm's battle lance was jet black. Only the tip of the umbrella had a small glint of light. With a wave and a flash of cold light, the battle lance stabbed through the small spider, which shrieked and died on the spot. Not good. 7 Fields' heart dropped. He saw, from the corner of his eye, a small spider had quickly flew towards sunset clouds. But Lord Grimm's distance was too far, it didn't look like he would make it in time. In the end, he only heard a bang, echo, and that small spider burst into flames, exploding into small pieces. What happened? 7 Fields said in a flurry. It was good that he still hadn't forgotten his task. His attacks were still on point. It seems as if it had been hit by a gun. 7 Fields thought, but at that time he had only seen the small spider. He hadn't paid attention to Lord Grimm's movements. Thinking about that long-ranged initiation, he confirmed that this player also brought a different class's weapon with him. 7 Fields now felt reassured, but when he looked at his brothers, he saw that they were all concentrated solely on their task at hand. Their heads hadn't even turned once. 7 Fields suddenly discovered that during this moment of distraction, his weariness and nervousness decreased by quite a bit. But at this moment, 7 Fields didn't dare tell his brothers about this experience. If everyone became distracted for a bit, who knew what would happen? I hope that there won't be any accidents. 7 Fields silently thought in his heart, but at this moment, Sleeping Moon felt as if his limit had almost been reached. Both hands were extremely stiff, and it seemed like they had lost all flexibility. He couldn't even tell whether he had completed his action when each round passed. His gaze was fixed on the screen, when suddenly, he felt as if the distance between the screen and him widened and everything on the screen blurred. Feeling. I have to remember the feeling. Sleeping Moon kept reminding himself. He was under a lot of pressure and was afraid of making a mistake. He knew that his brothers already had a somewhat bad opinion of him. Even more, he didn't want Lord Grimm to look down on him. Stand firm. Sleeping Moon clenched his teeth and persevered. In the very beginning, the Spider Emperor's health seemed to drop so quickly. But why does it feel so slow now? After all this time, why is there still 1/3 left? Can I really persevere until the end? When 7 Fields became distracted, it let him relax a bit. But when Sleeping Moon became distracted, it only added to his pressure. In the end, it didn't matter what happened though. The 2 players hadn't made any mistakes yet. Their chain-stunning coordination still continued. Just at this moment, Drifting Water suddenly let out a cry. He made a mistake. When they had first started to break in, he was also the slowest to enter the state, unable to grasp the rhythm. After persevering for this long, he had finally made a slip-up. Just like before, he had acted too quickly, although the Spider Emperor was still stun-locked. After sleeping, Moon went, what then? Because drifting water had acted too quickly. Seven Field's skill would still be on cooldown. He had no other skill to stun the Spider Emperor again. The four players' hearts all dropped to a sheet of dead ash. They all hoped that the expert would perform a miracle and rescue them. But in the end, they saw that the Spider Emperor raised its butt and unfortunately spawned 8 eggs at this moment. It's over. The four gave up all hope. After sleeping, Moon used his skill. He could only sorrowfully look at Seven Fields. Seven Fields had no available skills. He had no idea what to do next. After losing control of the Spider Emperor, what should he do? This was an event that he hadn't foreseen. Seven Fields move out of the way. In the middle of their despair, a voice ignited their hopes in an instant. Seven Fields immediately moved to the side without the slightest hesitation. A battle lance streaked from the sky. Lord Grimm used Dragon Tooth to stab the Spider Emperor. The stun status had been mended, but with no one controlling the 8 small spiders, they all scattered ready to bite everyone. Everyone was at a loss. They didn't know whether to continue attacking the Spider Emperor or deal with the small spiders. In the end, they saw that Lord Grimm, who had just used Dragon Tooth, moved forward 2 steps. The battle lance in his hand unexpectedly split into 2 parts, with each hand holding a different part. Both arms stretched forward and held back the Spider Emperor. HMPH, Lord Grimm lifted both his arms. Taking advantage of the Spider Emperor raising his head, he flipped backwards. With an iron bridge, he toppled the Spider Emperor onto its back. Grappler skill, back throw. This skill not only did damage to the target, but also created a small-scale ripple damaging monsters in its radius. Lord Grimm's back throw had created a ripple at just the right spot, hitting all 8 spiders. The small spiders all flipped over and bounced up. With a crashing sound, they all turned into corpses. Seven Fields, Yiziu yelled. Seven Fields had been prepared. He immediately kicked it and the Spider Emperor continued to be in a stunned state. Everyone be careful. I can't rescue you guys all the time, Yiziu said. Chapter 20 Emperor, Part 5. Sunset Clouds. Drifting water, sleeping moon, each one attacked it one after the other. They were all scared to the point that their hands were drenched with cold sweat. Every time they grabbed their mouse, they were afraid that their hands would slip, but there was no time to wipe it. They were all wide-eyed, not daring to make the slightest mistake. The situation stabilized once more. The 4 players that didn't dare be distracted didn't reflect on the past situation. Under their relentless attacks, the Spider Emperor's health declined, from 1/3 to 1/4 to 1/5. It's almost at red blood. Everyone be careful, Yiziu reminded them. What do we do when it hits red blood? Seven Fields asked. When a hidden boss hit red blood, there would definitely be a special effect. The guide he looked at said that when the boss hit red blood, it would gain super armor. In this state, the boss couldn't be stunned. Kill it quick, Yiziu said. Hearing these 3 words, the 4 players no longer felt nervous, but on the contrary felt excited. They had performed the same action for too long. They would rather die than do the same actions again. It's red, Seven Fields yelled. Sunset Clouds, step on a small spider, Yiziu shouted. What? Although Sunset Clouds didn't understand this command, he had already subconsciously faced towards a small spider that pounced at him. It looked like it really had been prepared just for him. The small spider bit towards Sunset Clouds, and immediately he was incapable of performing any actions. The Spider Emperor unexpectedly also twisted its body and bit disgustingly with its big mouth towards him. Sunset Clouds cried out in fear. In the end, nothing happened. After the small spider bit him, he was forced into a stasis state and couldn't move. But during this time, he was invincible. Even the Spider Emperor couldn't harm him. Yiziu used this knowledge to give everyone time to freely attack the Spider Emperor for 3 seconds. While the Spider Emperor acted out violently, it continued to spawn eggs like mad. Yiziu took note of this and began clearing out all of the small spiders again. Only this time, he carefully observed that the small spiders didn't touch Sunset Clouds. But it could be said that Sunset Clouds suddenly gained insight and actively looked for small spiders to bite him. Although they weren't experts, they were experienced and understood Yiziu's tactic. Because the 4 players had surrounded and attacked the Spider Emperor, they had accumulated a lot of aggro. Sunset Clouds did the greatest amount of damage among the four of them, so the aggro onto him was also the greatest. Yizu used this knowledge and let the Spider Emperor to start off his plan. The original small spiders that had once tried to interrupt their formation became their most dependable protective umbrella. Before, this tactic wouldn't have worked because it was only until later did Sunset Clouds accumulate enough aggro onto him. Besides, it was also at this point that the Spider Emperor's spawning rate pushed him to his limits. Sunset Clouds lined up to be bitten, maintaining his invincibility. Although the small spiders did some damage, it wasn't very high. When there was an opportunity, Lord Grimm would conveniently give him a heal. The Spider Emperor spat out webs and poison. Every part of its body that could be used was used, but to no avail. Only with their continuous attacks, finally, someone surpassed Sunset Clouds in total aggro. The Spider Emperor switched attack targets, but the first one to be targeted, Sleeping Moon, had learned of Sunset Cloud's tactic long ago. And the one with the task of clearing small spiders, Lord Grimm, had predicted this step too. He prepared a spider in advance to pounce towards Sleeping Moon. This most dangerous red blood part of the battle had already been thoroughly turned into a game. Everyone was happily laughing and bullying the Spider Emperor. Finally, they teased this strongest monster in Spider Cave to its death. First, the system announcement appeared. Lord Grimm, 7 fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, Sleeping Moon are the first to kill the Spider Emperor. Sweet! 7 fields and the others excitedly cheered. If they could, they would have lifted Lord Grimm high up towards the sky and tossed him. If they didn't have him, they wouldn't have been able to complete it. The continuous chain stuns on the Spider Emperor gave them lots of pressure, but the task of clearing out the small spiders was much harder. The scarier part was that he had rescued them midway. Finally, he accurately controlled the small spiders' aggro in order to complete the entire plan. They had nothing more to say. 7 fields and the others truly had no other words to describe it. They had played Glory, but up until now, let alone seeing, they hadn't even thought such an amazing player existed. Brother Expert, 4 strong silk threads dropped. 7 fields ran up to see what the Spider Emperor had dropped and reported it to Yizu. He happily chose to give them up. The others also, without any objections, agreed that they wouldn't even touch them. "Thank you," Yizu said and picked up the 4 strong silk threads. "The rest is yours." Yizu also kept his word. You take them, you take them." After the items appeared, they humbly declined them. They knew that Yizu made sure a disaster never appeared. Besides the strong spider silk, the Spider Emperor also dropped 2 spider venoms, a pair of level 15 chestnut boots, an armor that added 3 points to strength. Apart from this, a purple weapon appeared too. Mahogany Takai, level 15 weight, 2.6 kg. Attack speed, 8 physical attack, 165. Magic attack, 178 strength plus 10, intelligence plus 14 Takais were considered sword class weapons, used by the swordsman type class, but its magic attack was high. Actually, in Glory, weapons either emphasized either physical attack or magic attack. The 1000 Chance umbrella was the same in both. A player could know that it was self-made just by looking at its stats. In comparison, the Mahogany Takai was on the same level as the 1000 Chance umbrella. A level 15 purple weapon was equivalent to his level 5 silver weapon, but this Mahogany Takai did have additional properties. Its attack speed was higher than the 1000 Chance umbrella by 3 levels, and just by its attribute increases, it already surpassed the 1000 Chance umbrella. Yizu looked at the Takai and sighed in admiration at today's luck. Blue equipment and hidden boss materials were certain drops, but the previous skill book and the current purple weapon, those were all luck. Although low-leveled equipment would quickly become outdated, with this purple weapon, in the first stage, a player would still be stronger than most others. Not only that, but purple weapons could totally be used up until level 25. Because of this sword, even if an unspecialized character that hadn't planned on playing the swordsman type class switched to it, the switch would be worth it. The 4 players all gulped, especially Sleeping Moon and Sunset Clouds. Those 2 had been planning on playing a swordsman type class. This weapon absolutely suited them. "Ha ha, this sword is useless. You guys take it?" After Yizu looked at it for a bit, He decided to renounce it. He also renounced the spider venom and chestnut boots and completely kept his word on their previous agreement. "Brother expert, you should still take them," Seven Fields said honestly. "If you didn't carry us, we wouldn't have been able to see these things. Ha ha, if it weren't for your formation. Even I would have trouble killing the Spider Emperor," Yiziu said. Everyone stared blankly. Did they hear that correctly? He didn't say he wasn't able to. He only said he'd have trouble. Chapter 21, the day is already bright again. Yiziu decisively renounced it. So Seven Fields and the others accepted it. They were all old friends and they split up the drops harmoniously. The spider venom would be sold for money. It didn't matter who chose it. After selling it, they would split the money up again. The chestnut boots was an ordinary blue equipment, so everyone carelessly rolled for it. In the end, Sunset Clouds beautifully dispatched it with a perfect 100 points. As for the mahogany takai, according to their future classes, it would go to either Sunset Clouds or Sleeping Moon. Sunset Clouds had just grabbed the chestnut boots. Although the value of it couldn't be compared to the value of the mahogany takai, he still happily chose to renounce it. Sleeping Moon held the mahogany takai both excitedly and somewhat strangely. The first spider cave clear, and now the first spider emperor kill. Both times granted them huge experience rewards. Lord Grimm had already risen to level 12, while Seven Fields and the others would certainly level up after this dungeon. Killing the normal boss was too easy for them, and they quickly dispatched it. After clearing the dungeon, Sleeping Moon felt conflicted again. He had originally planned on leaving the party after this run, but he had just obtained the mahogany takai. Taking equipment and then leaving didn't seem like good manners. If I leave, no good if I don't leave. Seven Fields had already told me to get out. If I don't leave, then I'd lose face too. Fortunately, Seven Fields was a good friend and took the initiative to call out to him. It seemed like what he had said in the dungeon was just a joke. And so things ended like this, with Lord Grimm as the leader. Everyone entered the spider cave once again. Like Sleeping Moon, Blue River and his group from Blue Brook Guild were also conflicted and depressed. They weren't the first to clear Spider Cave. And of the 3 hidden bosses, 2 of them had already been stolen. This was their 4th time entering the dungeon. In the end, they still hadn't met one. Right as they were bitterly pressing on, another system announcement popped up. The last of the 3 hidden bosses in Spider Cave, the Spider Warrior, had been killed. The first to clear the Spider Warrior were members from one of the 3 great guilds Herb Garden, and the previous hidden boss had been clear by members from the other great guild Tyrannical Ambition. From this, it could be seen that the 3 great guilds should have been evenly matched, but this time that guy, Lord Grimm, had stolen it away. Lord Grimm currently held the most records for first clears, 3 times. Furthermore, his party that followed him had stolen away 2 spots on the first clear leaderboards in the level 10 stage of the game. It made the Blue Brook Guild appear as if they had little face left. As for hidden bosses, they could only blame their bad luck on not meeting them. But when they thought about those 10 seconds they were off by for the first dungeon clear, they could still only throw up blood. All of the first clears were gone. Blue River and the others all fall into despair. Where did this Lord Grimm come from? Have that village's people pay attention? Blue River said somewhat nervously. That Yiziu, who they had an extremely bad impression of, was actually in high spirits. Leaving and entering the dungeon again and again, he was awfully busy. The opening of the 10th server busily and hurriedly passed just like this. Some people were happy while some were worried. When Chen Guo woke up from her sleep, it was already 11 o'clock. Close to noon, she was usually disciplined and rarely slept in. Only yesterday was the opening of the 10th server. Following that guy and watching the excitement made her sleep in extremely late. Chen Guo calculated the time and found that she had slept for 8 hours. Satisfied, she stretched and climbed out of her bed. Chen Guo lived in the internet cafe. To be more precise, she slept in the small room on the 2nd floor, in the same area as Yiziu. Compared with the newcomer Yiziu, Chen Guo was extremely familiar with the environment. She had grown up in the happy internet cafe, eating, sleeping, and working there. During her time as a student, instead of returning home like everyone else, she squeezed into the internet cafe. For this reason, there were few misunderstandings. Happy Internet Cafe was her home. Chen Guo had a deep impression of it ever since she was little, because her parents were like this too. She carefully managed this internet cafe as if it were family. When the internet cafe was still extremely small, Chen Guo was also still extremely small. Nowadays, her home had grown extremely large, but as for her family, only she remained. That year, at the time of her college entrance exam, Chen Guo's father suddenly passed away from heart disease. Chen Guo didn't have a mother, at least. She had no impression of one. After arranging her father's funeral, her family relatives discussed how they would handle the internet cafe. When they began talking about what they would do with Chen Guo, without even thinking, Chen Guo threw away her college admission notice and took over the internet cafe. Her friends and family held looks of astonishment. She resembled her father and continued to manage the internet cafe and look after the home. In a flash, 9 years had already passed. The current Chen Guo had enough money to buy herself a comfortable living place, but she never had these sorts of thoughts. She felt extremely satisfied living in the internet cafe. In the internet cafe, she always felt steady and serene. Perhaps this was the feeling of family. Even though she was only one person, she never felt lonely. Today's weather is good. Standing next to the window, Chen Guo looked outside. The silver-white world made the sunlight all the more dazzling. Father should go and bathe in it too, Chen Guo joked, picking up the picture of her and her dad. She put the picture on the windowsill. After putting on her clothes and washing her face, Chen Guo magically and happily slipped out of the living room. Seeing that the storage room door was already open, she snuck in her head and took a glimpse but didn't see Yiziu. Where'd he go? Chen Guo muttered. Pulling open the door, Chen Guo immediately entered her internet cafe. The internet cafe was already filled to the capacity, all because of the opening of Glory's tent server. After the all-night party left, the early morning party immediately followed. Every screen had scenes of Glory. Every person wore headphones and laughed or raged into their microphones depending on the circumstance. Chen Guo went down the stairs and to the front desk. She asked the little sister receptionist on duty where Yiziu went. The little sister pointed to deep in the smoking area. He's still playing, Chen Guo said with great alarm. She quickly walked over there. The smoking area was a place filled with foul black smoke. Yiziu was located in the middle of the main disaster area. Chen Guo furrowed her eyebrows and tried to wave away the smoke. She rushed close to Yiziu and lifted his headphones. Still playing? Are you crazy? Yiziu turned around at lightning speed and nodded his head. Saying morning, he immediately turned back and continued making pa-pa sounds on his keyboard. Chen Guo swept her eyes over the screen. Spider cave? Yup. What level? 17. Chen Guo was startled. She carefully looked at the screen and saw Lord Grimm's experience bar. The bar was almost full. After this dungeon, he would level up to 18. At this moment, there were still 20 minutes before 12 o'clock. To reach level 18 in 12 hours, that had to be a new record. Even though the system announcement didn't have these sort of statistics, many players on the forum used these numbers to prove how amazing their leveling speed was. Chen Guo glanced again and saw clearly Yiziu's teammate. Sleeping Moon? Chen Guo suddenly felt that she had seen this name before. Thinking carefully, she immediately recalled, wasn't this person slandering you last night? Chen Guo pointed to Sleeping Moon on the party list. Yup. Then why are you in a party with him? Chen Guo couldn't understand. Because of his slandering. I couldn't form a party with anyone, Yiziu said. Who asked you for this reason? Chen Guo grew angry. For someone as mature as me, how could I be mad at his slandering? Yiziu laughed. Chapter 22, Yiqiu's retirement. Chen Guo still didn't understand. Even if Yiziu didn't mind, why would the other person accept him into the party? What exactly happened? Chen Guo asked. I reckon that when they first admitted me in, they had a plot set up for me. But after seeing that I played well, they felt that I would be helpful to them. So they let me go, Yiziu said. Then you just happily worked for them without any benefits. Chen Guo felt extremely on Yiziu's behalf. It's nothing, it's okay. While Yiziu said this on the screen, a lance flashed by killing off the Spider Lord that had been surrounded by the 5 of them. Chen Guo saw a bunch of system messages typed out neatly in the chat box. The party members 7 Fields, Sleeping Moon, Sunset Clouds, and Drifting Water all chose to renounce the equipment dropped from the Spider Lord. What is the meaning of this? Chen Guo was astonished. I was very helpful to them. so they forced me to choose which equipment to take first. Sai, there's nothing I can do. While Yi Ziu said this, he decisively chose to renounce them. Through these priority picks, he had already collected a set of blue equipment long ago, but these guys still wanted him to take a look first. Chen Guo was dumbstruck. She felt that what Yi Ziu described was too modest. How was this working for them? Wasn't he the boss? Only the core of the party was qualified to have priority picks after finishing a boss. Not only that, but the precondition was that they were all a group of friends that recognized each other. Only then would they let the player who did the most work have priority. But these party members, before she had slept, it seemed like they were enemies. When she woke up, how did they all suddenly become his little brothers? Clearly tell me how exactly this happened. Chen Guo wouldn't drop this matter and would ask until results came forth. It's because I helped them a lot, Yi Ziu said. How much? I carried them through the spider cave and spider emperor first clears. Yi Ziu said. You completed 3 first clears in one night? Chen Guo was shocked. She had played Chasing Haze for 5 years, but she didn't have a single first clear under her name. He only played throughout the night and a morning, not even 12 hours, but obtained 3 first clears. This was too dazzling. Good luck, Yi Ziu said. He lazily stretched and stood up from his chair. The party members on the screen had already logged out. A faint farewell could be heard from his headphones. Yi Ziu took the headphones from Chen Guo's hands. He put it up to his mouth shouting, "See you later," and then logged out of the game. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep, Yi Ziu said. Do you want to eat something before sleeping? While Chen Guo said this, she sized up Yi Ziu. Truthfully, when she looked at Yi Ziu's face, she couldn't see any signs of the word sleepy. This person had pulled an all-nighter plus a morning. He did look a little listless, but the problem was that yesterday, when they had first met, he looked depressed as if he were half dead. She really couldn't tell that he had been wounded by the weapon of no sleep. No need. After I sleep, I'll eat. Yi Ziu shut down the computer and ran. Chen Guo had given him the keys to the second-floor storage room last night. After opening the door to that pitifully tiny storage room, he covered his head with a pillow and fell asleep. As for this room, it actually suited sleeping during the day very nicely. When the door was closed, the small light that slipped through the window wouldn't disturb him at all. Yi Ziu fell asleep quickly. He slept extremely well. When he awoke, the day turned dark again. It was hard to imagine that someone who had just recently experienced such a great rise and fall could sleep so simply. Sitting up from his bed, Yi Ziu didn't turn on the lights. He lit up a cigarette, and after quietly smoking it, he got up and left the room. The doors to the 2 small bedrooms were all locked up. Yi Ziu knew that one of these rooms was occupied by Chen Guo, and the other was occupied by a young lady named Tang Ru. He heard that Tang Ru was a long-time employee at Happy Internet Cafe. She had already worked there for almost 2 years, but in these past few days, she had taken a break. As for other internet cafe employees that needed a living place, they lived in the nearby neighborhood. Chen Guo had rented an apartment for all of the employees to live in. Yi Ziu's place was a place for waiting until a vacancy opened up. Chen Guo indicated that as soon as a person stopped working, he would have the opportunity to obtain his own bed. When he went to the bathroom at a convenient time, Yi Ziu saw a sticky note on the mirror. Bored, he took a glance and discovered that the sticky note was actually written to him. Chen Guo had already prepared a towel and toothbrush for him. Yi Ziu tore down the sticky note and was somewhat at a loss. Mainly, he didn't think that the boss was so attentive. As for whether he was moved, this type of trivial matter wouldn't be enough. Grateful would be more accurate. After tidying the towel and toothbrush, Yi Ziu left and looked around for a bit. It was already 9 o'clock. He hadn't eaten food all day. Leaving the small inner rooms, he entered the internet cafe and felt a little abnormal. Even though the second floor was a more costly, higher quality area, it was a little too empty. Yi Ziu headed downstairs baffled. In the end, unexpectedly, the further he went, the darker it became. The internet cafe's first floor actually had no lights turned on. Did something happen? Yi Ziu glanced around at a loss. He discovered that although the first floor lights weren't turned on, there were a lot of people, so much so that there were quite a few trying to squeeze in. To wall in the south, a 200-inch diagonal projection hung high up. The projector streamed a scene, and the sound echoed throughout the entire internet cafe. Everyone was extremely quiet, whether they were sitting at a computer or standing in the passageway. It seemed as if they had all forgotten what the purpose of an internet cafe was and treated it as a movie theater. Quietly gazing at the projection, Yizu also quickly heard a voice commentating on the scene. 5 words that he couldn't have been more familiar with appeared. "Yiqiu, one autumn leaf." The projection that was being streamed, to his shock, was a movie segment on the history of his professional career in glory. The commentator also movingly described the series of accomplishments he had gained in his career in glory. 3-time league champion, 3-time MVP, 2-time rising star, 1-time one-hit, one-kill. No matter if it was his team or other players, Yiqiu was at the peak of the Glory Professional Alliance. He was the goal of every professional Glory player. Next, let's all commemorate the battle god One Autumn Leaf that Yiqiu controlled through these series of marvelous images. The commentator used a downcast, sorrowful tone to cast. On the projection, invincible images of the battle god One Autumn Leaf began showing on the screen. Before, any picture would have made the crowd go wild with excitement. But now, the internet cafe was silent. There was no yelling or cheering. Everyone just silently looked as pictures flashed by one. They knew, from today onwards, everything there would be a thing of the past. On that day at noon, Excellent Era Club called for a news conference and announced the retirement of their team captain Yizu. This ever-mysterious expert didn't even participate in his own retirement news conference. Everyone only saw the Excellent Era manager take out Yiqiu's signature on the agreement stating his retirement. The Excellent Era manager soon after proclaimed that the retired Yizu had tactfully declined the club's other positions and left the Excellent Era Club by himself. The screen continuously flickered. Duels, slaughters, records. The commentator timely made progress and gradually made his way to Yiqiu and Excellent Era's dismal situation. Within the internet cafe crowd, faint sobbing could be heard. Chapter 23, Yiqiu's retirement. The club was able to invite Sun Xiang, this type of new generation expert. That news helped uplift the mood. But the king of the first generation, he could only endure the wearing of time alone and sadly depart. He walked free and easy, but in his heart he was absolutely unhappy. He still wanted to struggle. He still hadn't thought that his professional career had reached its end. But he already had no choice. Accept the conditions and become the club's training partner? This would be a humiliating choice. But Yizu could see through their tricks. He knew very clearly that the club was certain that he wouldn't resign to this sort of humiliation and would definitely choose to leave. This was why they had given him the choice. If he had unexpectedly accepted it, then the club would look for other methods to forcefully make him leave. Although this was extremely cruel from a business standpoint, this was the only choice. Because of the alliance's commercialization, the alliance had already turned merciless. Yizu hadn't reached retirement age yet. In fact, the club also understood this point. Their option of retirement was their way of proving this. They not only wanted to get rid of this baggage, but also feared that a competitor would take this chance to grab him and easily become strong. They would rather thoroughly eliminate him than make him their future enemy. Thus, forcing Yizu into retirement was a result of their thinking. They undoubtedly succeeded. Yizu saw through this, but could only follow their script and leave. A life and death struggle? He didn't want that because he still had another road to follow. Retiring for a year. This wasn't necessarily a bad situation. Going back a step opened up boundless opportunities. Although this step was a bit big, let's call it a day. When the screen rolled over this caption, Yizu finally couldn't watch it any longer. This sort of program deliberately tried to stir up emotions, making some of the people in the internet cafe directly burst into tears. But the sad, reminiscing, miserable feelings. Among everyone who could compare to him, Yizu squeezed out of the crowd. He stood outside of the entrance and let out a sigh. But to his surprise, he heard a sobbing sound spread to his ears. He turned around and looked. Unexpectedly, it was Chengyu hiding alone outside the door. Her eyes were also crystal bright. They both saw each other. Not greeting didn't seem like a good choice, so Yizu called out, "Boss, you're crying. You beast, you don't even have this sort of feeling." Chengyu said, "Too much. If it wasn't held back, wouldn't it have burst out by now?" Yizu said. "Die," Chengyu cursed. "Do you have any paper?" Yizu searched his body from head to toe. "Will a cigarette case work?" "I'll go get some." Without waiting for the boss's response, Yi Ziu promptly ran back to the internet cafe to look. The sound of weeping grew loud, both males and females cried. This time, Yi Ziu couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart. He knew exactly who these people were crying for. Thinking of this, his eyes couldn't help but begin to tear up. Yi Ziu hastily went to the front desk and asked for a bag of paper napkins. Rushing out, he stuffed them into Chen Guo's hands. His back against the wall, he fished out a cigarette and lit it. "What are you doing? Are you going to cry too? Do you need some paper?" Behind him, Chen Guo seemed to sense it. "How could it be? How could I cry?" Yi Ziu turned his body and conveniently puffed out a mouthful of smoke towards Chen Guo's face. The tears that had just been wiped away reappeared because of the smoke. Chen Guo waved her hands to get rid of the smoke. Unexpectedly, she didn't say anything and stuffed the paper napkins back into Yi Ziu's hands. She turned around and went back into the internet cafe. Yi Ziu leaned against the wall and silently smoked his cigarette. He took out a napkin and then wiped away some mucus. He then walked towards the small restaurant nearby. After Yi Ziu, with a toothpick in his mouth, ate his fill and returned to the internet cafe. The special commemoration movie of Yi Qiu had ended, but the atmosphere inside the internet cafe still hadn't cleared yet. Many people's eyes were still red. Most of the people there were like this, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. On the contrary, people like Yi Ziu, who held a calm expression on his face, were easily viewed as heartless beasts by everyone else. If you didn't explain that you didn't play Glory, then you would feel quite embarrassed when greeting others. He didn't know where Boss Chen went, so Yi Ziu went to the front desk to ask around. Mainly, to ask about how this special broadcast came to be. It turned out that whenever a Glory competition took place, the internet cafe would put on this sort of special live stream. Originally, there wasn't a competition today, but for this type of big event like Yi Qiu's retirement, the esports stream would also quickly make this type of special program. As a result, the happy internet cafe would also show the stream as if it were a competition. In the past, when the competition stream ended, everyone would be burning with anger and rush to play the game with unprecedented enthusiasm. It directly caused the internet cafe to be packed with people, and their revenue that day would rise sky high. But today, after this stream, the Glory players were all in a rare gloomy mood. Some even left at once to return home and cry into their pillows. Some went to 3 or 5 of their good friends and drunk together. Of course, there were people that continued to play games in the internet cafe. After all, not everyone were fans of Yi Qiu. There were always a few people that didn't care about his retirement, but the overall atmosphere did infect them. Although they continued to play, they did feel somewhat listless. The entire internet cafe seemed very quiet. If it were an ordinary day, all the Glory players would definitely wear their headphones or shout with energy. The cafe would be bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Ziu was currently thinking of what to do when he saw Chen Guo come down from the second floor. He hurried over and called out, "Boss, do I officially start working today?" "Okay," Chen Guo said, "but when you're working, you can't just casually sit down somewhere. You have to keep watch at this counter here. Can I play games?" "You can, just use that station." Chen Guo pointed to the computer that was currently being used to watch K-dramas by the little sister at the counter. "Can I smoke?" Yi Ziu asked. Chen Guo looked at him in the eye and helplessly nodded her head. You can smoke, but when I come over in the morning, there can't be any smoke smell or any cigarette ash." "Understood," Yi Ziu said. Soon after, Chen Guo taught Yi Ziu how to turn on and shut down the computers for guests. In the end, she said, truthfully at this time, most of the guests pull all-nighters. At 11 o'clock, all the guests should have all arrived and their computers will automatically shut down at 7 in the morning. There's really not much for you to do, just you being there is good enough. If the guests have any issues, they'll ring a bell. "What happens if a computer malfunctions?" Yi Ziu asked. Although he wasn't computer illiterate, he still didn't have the skill to fix a broken computer. "Restart it," Chen Guo said. Yi Ziu wiped away his sweat. "And if restarting doesn't work, switch computer stations." Chen Guo said. Yi Ziu started sweating again. Right when he was about to ask again, Chen Guo had already said, "You're on the night shift. There will be plenty of open computers, so you can just choose a random one. But write down what the computer's problem was. I'll look for a technician to come look at it the next day." "Okay, understood." Yi Ziu nodded his head. Chapter 24, Dungeon Record. Chen Guo, who had just recently wiped away her tears from Yi Qiu's retirement, now looked peaceful as if nothing had happened. She carefully explained again the things Yi Xiu needed to know and then randomly found a station to play Glory. Yi Xiu stood nearby and glanced a few times at her screen. He saw that Chen Guo had entered the arena and engaging in player killing, but it was obvious that she had something else on her mind. While she peeked, she repeatedly made several huge mistakes, the ones that all the low-skilled players made. After losing 3 rounds, Chen Guo tapped her keyboard and logged out of the game. She turned her head and saw Yi Xiu, who was standing around picking his teeth as if he had nothing to do. After glaring at him, she ran back to the second floor. Yi Xiu looked at the time. There wasn't much time left until he had to start working at 11 o'clock. The little sister at the counter also grasped the time well. The K-drama had finished at the perfect time. After the show finished, the time just happened to hit 11 o'clock. The little sister stood up and smiled towards Yi Xiu. "Brother Yi, then I'm going now? Go, go." Yi Xiu had waited for the computer for a long time. The little sister wasn't the only employee finishing work at 11 o'clock. The daytime and evening time wouldn't be as empty as the all-night time. One person definitely wasn't enough to take care of everyone. The internet cafe employees still weren't familiar with Yi Xiu, but they all recognized him. They all politely waved goodbye and left one by one. The internet cafe turned exceptionally empty. Keyboard and mouse could be clearly heard. Compared to the excitement at last night's new server opening, the place had flipped into a completely different sight. Thinking that this was all because of his retirement announcement, Yi Xiu softly let out a sigh and sat at the counter. Inserting his account card, he logged into the game. When he entered, he received several messages. Yi Xiu opened them and looked. It was 7 Fields and his brothers lining up to greet him. "Brother Expert, you've come?" 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, the 3 all asked the same question. Except for Sleeping Moon. "Is everyone here?" Yi Xiu responded to all 3 of them. "Oh, Sleeping Moon is gone." 7 Fields replied. "Being difficult again?" Yi Xiu thought of that little guy. "No, he's not feeling too well. Today wasn't Yi Qiu's retirement announced. He really liked Yi Xiu, so he's a bit depressed. He's not coming to play tonight." 7 Fields said. Yi Xiu truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't think that that guy was actually one of his fans. If he let him know that he was Yi Qiu and that he had despicably and shamelessly attacked his idol, he didn't know what that guy would think. If we're missing a person, then Spider Cave's hidden bosses won't be too easy to kill. Yi Xiu said. "Just randomly add someone," 7 Fields suggested. "Why don't we go to Skeleton Graveyard?" Yi Xiu said. "Sure, sure." 7 Fields immediately responded. The Skeleton Graveyard was a level 15-20 dungeon. 7 Fields and the others had thought of it long ago. They also hoped that Yi Xiu would lead them to grab a few more first clears again. But Yi Xiu's thoughts and requirements were different from theirs. Regarding first clearing a dungeon, this type of glory, Yi Xiu didn't care at all. In addition, to be the first to clear, they had to always keep their levels at the top of the standings. Yi Xiu had no way of doing this. It wasn't that his skill wasn't enough. It was that he didn't have enough time. In the morning when he went offline, Lord Grimm had been placed 5th in the 10th server level standings. But now, Yi Xiu opened up the standings and looked again. Lord Grimm's name was no longer even there. The people placed at the very front were all already level 22. Why? Because players from big guilds were organized to level up crazily and grab first clears. An account would be used by 2 or 3 people, so the character would be online for 24 hours. They played using wheel tactics, making up for their lack of skill with hard work. No matter how great Yi Xiu's skill was, there was no way he could win against these players. Due to this reason, the rewards for first clears were only ordinary. Besides the nice-looking name, it reflected that these troops' leveling speed greatly surpassed their actual skill and strength. By comparison, the dungeon clearing records showed a more accurate representation of skill and strength. This record used time as a measurement. At first, the system would set a time. If a team beat that time, then their time would be the new record. If it was beaten again, then it would switch again. This record breaking could be repeatedly done, and the reward was generous. It wasn't like those first clear records with little experience and gold. There was a 100% chance of obtaining a purple equipment, while other rewards were randomly given. This type of glory didn't exist in the beginner area because they would only start after level 20 and higher dungeons. Yizu looked and saw that the first level 20 Frost Forest clear had already been completed. The original system record had been broken too. Behind it were the number of times it had been broken. At the present, the record had been broken 3 times. The current record was set by the Herb Garden team with 26:12 and 48 seconds, Min, Sec, MS at 18:23 in the afternoon. Yizu scratched his head a bit ashamed. He was a little fuzzy on the dungeon details, but he knew that this record would definitely be broken again. The highest level player was currently level 22, while the final record would usually be set by a party of level 25s. As long as a player in the party was over level 25, then the dungeon record wouldn't count. Brother Expert, we've already arrived at Skeleton Graveyard. 7 Fields sent a message at this time. These brothers were still at the same level as when they went offline. It looked like they were like Yizu and also slept during the day. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yizu controlled Lord Grimm to hurry over to Skeleton Graveyard. Normally, they could have went to the dungeon as soon as they hit level 15, but upgrading Yizu's 1000-chance umbrella required a lot of strong spider silk. Yesterday, he made clear his demands with 7 Fields and the others. He meant that after hitting level 15, they could switch dungeons, but he wouldn't go. In the end, the 4 guys stayed behind too and followed Yizu to Spider Cave. Even after all this, he still didn't have enough strong spider silk. These materials had a 100% drop rate from the Spider Emperor, and the normal bosses only had a small chance. Yizu and them bitterly cleared the dungeon 11 times. They met the hidden bosses 3 times. One of them was an Emperor, which dropped 5 strong spider silk. The other 2 hidden bosses were Spider Warriors, which did not drop the material. And then from the other bosses, he obtained another 7. In addition to the 4 he got from the first kill, he had 16 in total. Yizu needed 40, so he was still missing 24. If they kept up with yesterday's pace, they would still need to do this for 2 more days. Yizu calculated. 7 Fields and the others had stayed with him in the Spider Cave the entire time and would soon reach level 18. When they reached level 20, they would be 5 levels above the Spider Cave. In Glory, 5 levels were always important thresholds, such as for equipment, skills, and experience. If they exceeded the dungeon by 5 levels, then they would receive less experience. At that point, leveling would no longer be efficient. Yizu was too embarrassed to bring 7 Fields and the others to Spider Cave again to do his labor. Relying on these guys to do my work isn't a good plan. I have to find another way. While Yizu thought this, Lord Grimm had already arrived at Skeleton Graveyard. He found 7 Fields in the crowd and asked to join their party. After entering the party, 7 Fields sent another message. Do we still need another person? It's not necessary. Yizu replied, thinking again. Skeleton Graveyard had materials he needed too. He just didn't need them yet. I haven't used the 1000-chance umbrella for very long, but it's already become a burden. It isn't easy starting up again. Yizu sighed and then entered the Skeleton Graveyard. Chapter 25, Did you hear what I said? Brother Expert, do you have any demands here? While Yizu put on his headphones, he saw 7 Fields' message. I want the Skeleton Warrior sabers. Yizu replied, The ornamental sabers? 7 Fields was surprised. Right, Yizu said. Oh, if you have demands. Then let's not add anyone. It's just us 4 then? 7 Fields' words made sense, especially the part about demands. They would have to take a long time explaining it to the newly added person. Even then, the person might not trust them. Also, if you directly gave the party leader priority picks, then the stranger would just be scared away. Who would know whether you would give him a portion of the loot? Thus, it was still better with 4 friends. Okay. Yizu also wanted to avoid this type of trouble. 7 Fields and the others all entered the dungeon and said together, Come on, hidden boss. Are you guys becoming addicted to killing hidden bosses? Yizu laughed. The 3 all sent out naughty, ha-ha laughs. Ever since they followed Yizu, they all had this thought towards hidden bosses. If there wasn't a hidden boss, then they would just roll through the dungeon. No pressure. Let's go, Yizu said. Lord Grimm once again swung out his battle lance and led the way. 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds. Drifting water skillfully tailed behind. Fine rain drizzled down on skeleton graveyard. Dark green will-o-wisps could be seen far and near. The sound effects were faint ghost cries. From time to time, two mournful groans would suddenly push forward, causing their scalps to tingle. No, ... it wasn't just his scalp that tingled. It seemed as if wind were blowing into his ears. Yizu's mind was tough and unyielding. He determined that this wasn't a psychological effect, but something actually blowing. Although his hands didn't stop moving, his head subconsciously turned left and right. He saw a shining white face and a pair of black eyes stealthily staring at him without ever blinking. The cherry red lips looked as if they would drip blood. Pow! Yizu's left hand directly slapped the keyboard and his character stopped. This time, he had fully pressed 7 or 8 keys. In-game, Lord Grimm looked as if he spasmed and made several mistakes. It was good that they were only fighting small monsters. 7 Fields and the others quickly rescued him. Brother Expert had never made any large mistakes yesterday. He just started playing today. How could he suddenly turn so foolish and start messing around? Could it be that something happened to the expert? But they had just heard his voice, that Brother Expert's voice. At this moment, Yizu had already turned around and quickly moved to stabilize the situation. 7 Fields and the others relaxed and then heard Brother Expert say, "Boss, you're staying up so late. Are you running around with a facial mask trying to be a white Supergirl?" "What?" 7 Fields was startled. "A love affair," Drifting Waters privately messaged. The 3 immediately kept silent and held their headphones tight to their ear. "I can't sleep, so I came down to sit for a bit," Chen Gyu said after taking off her mask. 7 Fields move back. Drifting Water take the lead. Sunset Clouds pay attention to the 4 o'clock direction. Yizu directed the battle. Chen Gyu quietly looked at Yizu killing monsters and suddenly said, "I feel that EQ shouldn't have retired." "Agreed," Yizu said. "It was only because his position was too high. As soon as Excellent Era had a problem, it would be pushed onto the leader." Chen Gyu said, "Oh, I've watched all of Excellent Era's battles. I feel the EQ and the battle god One Autumn Leaf aren't as strong as they were back in the days." Yizu was silent. The current professional alliance has become more and more developed. Experts are everywhere. For example, Great Gunner, Sword Saint, King of Fighting, Magician, these players aren't worse than EQ, and their accounts are just as strong as One Autumn Leaf too. Still silent. Nowadays, one person can no longer carry the team, but people always hoped that EQ could still show off his strength, just like how he did in his glorious days. Their demands towards him were just too great. Chen Gyu said, 7 Fields, turn back a bit, you're too far forward. Sunset Clouds, you and Drifting Waters stand together. I can handle this side by myself." While Yizu directed them, he went paw-paw on the keyboard. "Fuck!" Chen Gyu grew furious. She got up and grabbed Yizu's neck, while she violently shook his neck. She roared, "Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?" The internet cafe guests all trembled. Frequent customers snuck in a glance at that direction, wanting to see who dared to provoke boss Chen Gyu. With this loud of a roar, today they were afraid someone was about to meet a tragic end. The headphones on Yizu's head shook a few times and then fell off. Inside, a few dim trembling sounds from 7 Fields and the others muttered out, I heard." Even in this situation, Yizu still maintained steady hands and persevered through. In-game, Lord Grimm continued to perform perfectly, but his master Yizu already had a hard time breathing and was about to be strangled to death. Right when Yizu's tongue was about to fall off, Chen Gyu released her hands. Yizu coughed loudly, but his gaze still hadn't shifted away from the screen. He asked Chen Gyu, "What did you say?" While he quickly picked up his headphones, he shouted towards the headphones, 7 Fields back, move back." After throwing his headphones on, his hands quickly returned to the keyboard. He didn't even have time to put them on properly. In the game, the 4 of them were currently battling a boss. They were originally missing a person. They needed Yizu's Lord Grimm. Chen Gyu saw that this guy wasn't mad at all. "I can't just strangle him to death, can I?" Helpless. She sat back down. She turned on a computer in front of his station. "Play with me." Yizu turned his head and glanced. "That's the server computer. I'm the boss." Chen Gyu said. Yizu had nothing to say. That rule had more power than the rule to never use the server computers. "How do I play with you?" Yizu didn't turn his head to ask. He was currently fighting an intense battle with the boss. I have an account in the 10th server too. Chen Gyu fished out a card, waving it at Yizu. In the end, Yizu just went oh and still didn't turn around. Furious, Chen Gyu cursed, I really should just strangle him to death and then dig a hole for him to be buried in. Then, first do the intro missions. Yizu said, I won't do the missions, bring me to a dungeon. Chen Gyu acted a bit rashly. She already decided that she would do the opposite of whatever Yizu said. You're still level 1. How can I bring you into a dungeon? Yizu said. Green Forest was the lowest level dungeon, level 5-10. If she wasn't level 5, then she couldn't enter it. Think of something. Chen Gyu said. Okay, let me think, Yizu humphed. Afterwards, his hands went paw-paw again. Suddenly, he quickly grabbed his headphones. Drifting water, go back to your position. You're about to be surrounded. What happened to you guys? So many mistakes. After throwing down his headphones, he heard a few knuckle-cracking sounds from behind him. Chen Gyu grinded her teeth, asking, Did you think of something? Thought of one, Yizu immediately said. Oh, Chen Gyu was astonished. This was something that simply wasn't possible under the system setup. How did he find a way? Don't think about missions. Just kill monsters until you're level 5. Yizu said, I'll kill you first. Chapter 26 forgot to look at a guide. Of course, Chen Gyu didn't kill Yizu and couldn't enter the level 5 Green Forest as a level 1. In the end, Chen Gyu could only start completing the missions alone. No matter what was said, it was still faster than only killing monsters. In his busy schedule, Yizu made room to turn around and quickly glance at the character on her screen. Chasing Haze, where have I seen this ID before? Chen Gyu almost knocked down the monitor with her head. Baring her teeth, she turned her head. This is my main account's ID? Oh, I thought so. Yizu's head had already turned back. Chen Gyu suddenly discovered, besides that time when I walked in with my face mask, I haven't seen this guy's front again. It's only the skeleton graveyard and nothing more. Does he really need to concentrate so hard? But thinking about that, her temper cooled because he really did need to concentrate so hard. In the skeleton graveyard, monsters would often randomly pop up. A scattered skeleton in an obscure location could suddenly converge together into a skeleton, or a skeleton might suddenly dig out of the ground. This dungeon didn't have a set route or a set number of monsters. The dungeon would change every time, testing players' concentration and reaction time. What's more, Yizu's party only had 4 members, so they needed to concentrate even more. Looking at it like this, Yizu's actions were reasonable. Her anger wasn't, though. Chen Gyu could only gloomily continue to complete her missions. At this moment, it had only been a day since the opening of the 10th server. Beginners were still everywhere like clouds, causing Chen Gyu to advance with her missions very slowly. It had taken even Yizu, that sort of peak expert, 2 hours to complete them all. Chen Gyu needn't be said. Although the situation was better than yesterday, lining up, kill-stealing, these patterns still existed. During the process, she suddenly heard a cold laugh float by. I knew it'd be like this. Chen Gyu grew angry. Is he making fun of me? But when she turned her head to look, Yizu had his headphones put on properly and continued to dungeon with his party. Was he talking to himself? Chen Gyu muttered to herself. In the end, it was best not to make trouble and continued to silently kill monsters. To Yizu and the others, this time, clearing the skeleton graveyard was more threatening than dangerous. The road was quite bumpy because 7 fields and the others couldn't react in time to the dungeon's difficulties, to that sort of scare by the skeletons suddenly popping out. When the final boss collapsed, 7 fields and the others were all covered in sweat. If it weren't for Yizu and instead had Sleeping Moon as the leader, they definitely wouldn't have cleared it. This didn't mean that the dungeon required a peak-level expert to lead them. Rather, it was because the players would take a lot of damage and required a priest to heal them. Evidently, this was the beginner village's lesson on dungeons, letting them know the importance of class combinations. In the end, with Yizu's Lord Grim who could heal and kill monsters, they rolled through the skeleton graveyard. After coming out, Yizu looked back. Chen Gyu was still in the beginner area lining up and wasn't paying attention to him, so he entered again. 7 fields and the others were a little nervous. They were holding the expert back a little. With Brother Expert's skill, he could easily find 3 other much more skilled partners. If they didn't perform well, would Brother Expert leave them? As a result, 7 fields and the others concentrated 120% it. Carefully and cautiously, they clearly improved when reacting to those skeletons suddenly popping out. Their clearing speed increased by a lot. Skeleton Graveyard also had 3 hidden bosses: Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Mage, and Skeleton King. But the dungeon wouldn't give any hints if a hidden boss appeared, because these 3 hidden bosses could come out of the shadows at any time. Only then would the system give a prompt. Often, in parties with bad luck, a member may have already been killed off by the time the system prompt came out. With Yiziu leading, this type of careless error would never occur. Only, after clearing the second dungeon easily, the hidden boss still hadn't appeared yet. They had already cleared the dungeon twice. Yiziu turned his head again to look at Chen Gyu's progress. She was in the middle of kills, stealing with others outside of Beginner Village. Yiziu searched a bit more and saw her character's level. It was already level 4 and she was about to hit level 5. Better hurry up and start again. Yiziu thought to himself and entered at once. 7 fields and the others also didn't hesitate. Kill, kill, kill. Move, move, move. Suddenly in front of them, a crooked gravestone gently shook. 7 fields and others hadn't noticed this and continued forward. Yiziu had already hastily yelled, "Move back." The 3 heard Yiziu, and without thinking, immediately followed his command. Neatly retreating, Lord Grimm's figure had already moved past them in a flash. After that gravestone gently shook, suddenly. It flew out of the dirt towards the 4 of them. Yiziu shouted, "Careful." The prepared 7 fields and the others quickly dodged it. Half of a skeleton body arose from out of the hole where the gravestone flew out of. Seeing that intact skeleton, they knew it wasn't any ordinary monster. The system also solemnly announced, "You have entered the Skeleton Warrior's place of eternal rest. We've finally run into one." Yiziu was gratified. "How do we fight it?" 7 fields and the others immediately asked. The half-exposed skeleton warrior leaped out of the cavity like a rocket, showing off his powerful jumping ability. In midair, polluted dirt rolled out from his body, crashing down onto the ground like rain. In his hand, he carried an enormous but extremely damaged sword around the size of a person. "Too bad," Yiziu said. "What's wrong?" 7 fields and the others all asked. "I forgot to look at a guide," Yiziu said. The 3 felt like throwing up blood. "Brother expert, you're too mystical. I can help you look." Sunset Clouds yelled. "No good. If he attacks you, then you're dead," Yiziu said. The skeleton warrior had already dropped to the ground, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The attack range was extremely large. Drifting water was too slow and didn't dodge in time. He was hit by the shock wave and fell flat on his face. The skeleton warrior's 2 black eyes swept over them as if searching for a target to attack. "Then someone draw it out. I'll check a guide," Sunset Cloud said. "No need." While Yiziu said this, he took off his headphone and turned around to shout, "Boss, boss." "What?" Chen Guo tapped her keyboard replying, but didn't turn her head. "Help me look up a guide," Yiziu said. "Guide? What guide?" Chen Guo was astonished and looked towards him. "A skeleton warrior guide." Yiziu controlled Lord Grimm while pointing to his screen. Chen Guo's head almost knocked over the monitor again. "You starting looking up a guide after you've met the boss? What have you been doing up until now?" Chapter 27, the guide says 24 times. "I forgot," Yiziu replied simply, which made Chen Guo unable to pick at it. She was currently lining up to steal kills and nothing more. She wasn't in any danger at all, so she quickly switched out of the game and searched up a skeleton graveyard guide. She asked Yiziu, "Which boss?" "Skeleton warrior. Mainly look for how to make it so that he drops the saber 100% of the time," Yiziu said. "Saber, 100% drop." Chen Guo hadn't done this type of low-level dungeon in 5 years. She knew what the saber was because she would bring others to look for this item from time to time. But she didn't know about any guides having this information. After all, her memories were all of her rolling through the dungeon with her main account. Why would she have needed to look up a guide? "Yeah, use that as the main subject," Yiziu replied with confidence. Although he forgot the details, he knew that it definitely existed because he had written about it before. Chen Guo promptly searched the keywords skeleton warrior, saber, 100%, and sure enough results appeared. Seeing the forum post's date, it was already 10 years old. Chen Guo clicked on it and looked. She was immediately surprised. It's a post by YQ. The original poster's name was, to her shock, One Autumn Leaf. This wasn't a secret in the Glory community. Everyone knew that before the Glory Professional Alliance came into existence, Yi Qiu's ID had already become a famous expert. Otherwise, the Professional Alliance wouldn't have invited him as a pro gamer. Right, that one. See how many times I need to hit the buckle fastening the saber, Yi Qiu said. What? Chen Guo had never seen this post. For a moment, she had no idea what Yi Qiu was talking about. She quickly skimmed over the post and finally found what Yi Qiu wanted. 24 times. There are also pictures of where to hit it. Do you need to see it? Chen Guo said. Enlarge it so I can see, Yi Qiu said. Chen Guo opened the diagram and enlarged it. Hey, look, Yi Qiu turned his head like lightning and stopped on it for less than a second before turning back. You're done? Chen Guo was flabbergasted. Yup, Yi Qiu said. Do you need anything else? No, Yi Qiu said. He remembered that he needed to do enough damage to the targets. Although he didn't remember exactly how much, but with the 1,000 chance Umbrella's 180 physical attack plus his strength, he believed that Lord Grimm reached that requirement. 7 fields, go to the left. Sunset clouds, go around to the back. Drifting water, move back a bit or the next shock wave will hit you. Yi Qiu began directing the 3 into position while he continued to look for an opportunity to attack. Before, the 4 players were only dodging. Without Yi Qiu's orders, no one went in to attack. When Yi Qiu was looking for a guide, 7 fields, and the others didn't know that he wasn't looking for a guide on how to beat the skeleton warrior, but rather on how to make his saber drop 100% of the time. This saber was only an ornamental equipment. It had no effects on a person's strength, which is why there was such a 100% drop method. But the method still required exceptionally high skill to pull off. Chen Guo had already thrown away her game and stood behind Yi Qiu. She wanted to see how Yi Qiu would hit the saber buckle 24 times. She had looked at the guide. That buckle was located on the skeleton warrior's waist. The player would have to hit the small buckle from every direction. From the screen, if the player didn't get in close to at least 2 meters, then there was no way to hit it. Yi Qiu had already controlled Lord Grimm to meet the boss face to face. When he healed the party, the skeleton warrior had locked onto Lord Grimm as the #1 target. Lord Grimm had been dodging left and right the entire time while 7 fields and the others wandered around waiting for Yi Qiu to tell them when to attack. After Yi Qiu got a hold of the guide, he arranged the 3 far away. The 3 didn't know Yi Qiu's intentions and could only listen to his orders. Seeing that Lord Grimm met the skeleton warrior face to face, their hearts tightened. The battle was finally going to start. The skeleton warrior rushed up in large strides. From head to toe, the skeleton screeched out an ear-piercing friction sound. Yi Qiu directed Lord Grimm to quickly face it, but his gaze only looked at the skeleton warrior's waist. Chen Guo, who was standing behind him, discovered it was much more difficult than it seemed. The guide made the targets on the buckle easy to see, but in battle, the skeleton warrior swayed back and forth. Its movements inadvertently masked the targets on the buckle. The skeleton warrior raised its body-sized sword 2 meters away from Yi Qiu. Calm and unhurried, Yi Qiu quickly attacked. His 1,000 chance umbrella's attack speed of 5 was definitely higher than the gigantic sword. Usually, gigantic swords had an attack speed of 1. In this distance, although the skeleton warrior's gigantic sword was huge, its length couldn't compare to a battle lance's. Yi Qiu calmly pushed his mouse. Lord Grimm's battle lance shot out late but arrived first, stabbing it head-on with a dragon tooth. While the skeleton warrior's was briefly stunned, Lord Grimm had already closed in and used a sky strike. The skeleton warrior's body was heavier compared to the Midnight Phantom Cat's, but was still lighter than that big-headed and fat-bellied spider boss. After a sky strike, the skeleton warrior was knocked up neither high nor low. Lord Grimm took advantage and slashed. The attack made a sound that completely differed from the sound made by hitting the skeleton warrior's bones. You hit it! Chen Guo excitedly shouted. It's only once. Yi Qiu spoke without thinking. With a flick of his fingers, Lord Grimm turned around and struck again. He swept the floor with his lance, and the skeleton warrior that had been flipped over by the sky strike was hit again with a pang sound. This attack had also hit his buckle. Yi Qiu wasn't greedy. After 2 hits, he immediately controlled Lord Grimm to retreat. As the skeleton warrior got up, he hit the ground to support himself, creating a small 360-degree shock wave. This was to prevent shameless players from endlessly comboing him with a knockdown and floor sweep skill. The majority of bosses had these sort of shock wave attacks when getting up. Chen Guo watched and saw that he had hit the buckle twice. At first, she felt excited for Yi Xiu's good beginning. But after reflecting on it, she felt that the 2 precise hits onto the small belt were quite frightening. While she stood distracted, another pang sound echoed through her ear. Lord Grimm had jumped out at the perfect time, dodging the edge of the shock wave. After the shock wave attack passed, Yi Xiu already directed Lord Grimm to rush up once again. With a thrust, his lance stabbed the buckle again. The skeleton warrior's 2 hands crashed down. Lord Grimm swiftly rolled back, and that gigantic sword smashed past him. Even the spectating 7 fields and the others couldn't tell whether Lord Grimm had been hurt or not. They quickly looked at the party list, showing his HP and MP, and discovered that he had completely dodged the sword. Chapter 28, Professional Level. 7 fields and the others held their breaths, afraid of disturbing Lord Grimm's battle. At the same time, the 3 also took precautions, ready to listen to an order and begin attacking. Unexpectedly, they waited left and right, watching Lord Grimm and the skeleton warrior fight, surrounded by perils. But there was no call for them to help. 7 fields and the others, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 right behind the skeleton warrior, all steadily stopped the skeleton warrior's shock wave attack from time to time. "He's not planning on soloing it, is he?" Sunset Cloud sent 7 fields a message. "Honestly, I'm also having my doubts." 7 fields said, "Soloing a hidden boss?" These few words that Sunset Clouds typed made them all feel horrified. "It's not like it's impossible." 7 fields said, "Brother expert, you're too good. Where did you come from? With this skill, I don't even think our guild leader can match you." Sunset Cloud said, "Definitely not a match." 7 fields concluded. The pitiful full moon guild leader became the leader because everyone worshipped his 200 APM hand speed. In the end, only a day had passed since the start of the 10th server, but he already had 3 traitors in his ranks. To the boss, this was already disdainful beneath contempt. At this moment, Drifting Water also sent a message. "I don't think he'll solo it." Right? The voice system in the game only had a single channel, so voice messages couldn't be sent privately. The 3 relied on voice communication. Because they stood at a distance, they would have to speak a bit louder. As a result, they were afraid to disturb Brother Expert's fight with the monster, so they all sent private messages. "It's possible." 7 fields and Sunset Clouds both replied to Drifting Water's message. "Too amazing. Should we record it?" Drifting Waters asked. The game had a built-in video recording function. "Brother Expert didn't talk about this. I say we shouldn't," 7 fields said. "Okay," Drifting Waters answered. Without saying another word, the 3 continued to watch Lord Grimm fight. He truly did wield the battle lance with matchless skill. Dodging, sidestepping. It seemed as if he were fighting in a wuxia film. 7 field and the others had their eyes open to a new world. Compared to this, normal players fighting monsters or player killing was the same as sticking their chests out and comparing specs. Rough. Too rough. Chen Guo stood behind Yi Xiu and tried her hardest, counting how many hits he made. Her spectator perspective of the game couldn't compare to 7 fields and the others because she was the same as Yi Xiu. She saw Lord Grimm in a first-person perspective. Looking at it this way, she couldn't see a lot of Lord Grimm's movements. On the contrary, because Lord Grimm's line of sight kept continuously spinning, Chen Guo nearly fell down from dizziness. She couldn't keep up with that lightning-fast whirling at all. Often, with a sudden turn, she could no longer figure out what direction his character faced, and even more so, where the skeleton warrior was. Buckle? She could barely even tell where the skeleton warrior was most of the time, to say nothing of the buckle. But while watching his complete mess of a screen, Yi Xiu's hand movements were still crystal clear. The dizzy Chen Guo looked towards the movements done by Yi Xiu's 2 hands. She discovered that Yi Xiu's left hand clearly jumped about faster than yesterday. His right hand holding the mouse moved even faster, but didn't move much. Oftentimes, after a movement, he would immediately left-click or right-click. Chen Guo was extremely amazed. She knew that a left-click was a normal attack, a right-click was a skill attack, and that the cursor pointed to the direction and position of the attack. Yi Xiu's movements and clicks were direct and efficient without the slightest sloppiness. She discovered that no matter how fast the screen spun, The mouse always moved to the right position and sent out an attack without the slightest shake. Yi Xiu's right hand wasn't only quick, but also steady. Exceptionally steady. Professional level really is different. Chen Guo exclaimed in admiration, and at this moment, the headphones on Yi Xiu's neck sent out another peng sound. Chen Guo heard it clearly. She could only rely on this faint sound to count. 20. This was already the 20th hit on the buckle. But Lord Grimm's life? In this entire process, he hadn't taken a single point of damage, which meant that the skeleton warrior hadn't hit him once. Sunset clouds. Collapsing mountain. Yi Xiu lowered his head and yelled into his headphones. Is it finally our turn? Sunset clouds originally thought the three of them weren't needed, but hearing Yi Xiu's yell, without saying anything further, he raised his sword and rushed up. Right then, Lord Grimm executed a sky strike and knocked the skeleton warrior up towards his direction. Sunset clouds held up his sword and used collapsing mountains, striking the skeleton warrior down from the air to the ground. He comboed it 8 times, the limit for collapsing mountain. Guard, Yi Xiu still reminded Sunset clouds, but Sunset clouds already had this thought. Yi Xiu hadn't yet finished his interjection when Sunset clouds took up a guard position. The skeleton warrior rose up and the shock wave ripple hit his sword. With a dong, Sunset clouds was pushed back. Sunset clouds' guard was already level 4, able to reduce incoming damage by 70%. This shockwave attack also wasn't a major maneuver, so the reduced 30% damage didn't do much. Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm jumped to avoid the attack and then immediately countered with a dragon tooth, stunning the skeleton warrior. Sunset clouds understood tacitly and without a reminder, already prepared to use his stun skill. 7 fields, drifting water, Yi Xiu shouted. The two had already rushed forward and quickly understood his tactic. They also prepared to use their stun skills at any time. What happened? Chen Guo didn't understand why Yi Xiu suddenly needed their help. Did you not see? Yi Xiu asked. He immediately let Lord Grimm lower his head to let her look. Chen Guo immediately saw that its saber quietly lay there next to the skeleton warrior's feet. The buckle had unexpectedly already been broken off and dropped. How could that be? Wasn't it 24 times? Chen Guo was flabbergasted. Although the headphones were a bit far from her, she could clearly hear that peng sound during his battle with the skeleton warrior. Chen Guo didn't think she had made a mistake. It was 24 times, Yi Xiu said. How come I only heard 20 times? Chen Guo said. I used double stab 4 times. It hits twice and in rapid succession too, so you probably didn't hear it. Adding in these 4 times, doesn't that add to 24? Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo was stunned. Double stab hit the same spot twice. Then did you make the hidden boss bleed? How come I didn't see it? 4 times and it still didn't bleed. Does it not count if it hits the buckle? Skeletons are immune to bleed. Right? Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo blushed. Glory had a lot of monsters that were immune to bleed and skeleton types were one of them. It didn't have any flesh. How could it bleed? This was the reasoning behind it. This was very basic common sense. Chen Guo, a veteran, had unexpectedly forgot it for a moment. It's all this guy's fault. With the camera angle spinning around everywhere, I would have overlooked any monster he fought. Chen Guo angrily sat back in front of her computer. There was still a giant crowd outside of Beginner Village. Monsters still had to be kill-stolen. While troubled, she heard Yi Xiu ask, Boss, are you preparing to pull an all-nighter? Chapter 29, First Clear Team. Why? Chen Guo asked in reply. If you're going to play all night, then you stay here. I'm going to the smoking area. Yi Xiu said. If you go to the smoking area, then are you on duty or am I? Chen Guo asked angrily. Oh, then do you want to switch seats? Didn't you not like the smell of smoke? Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo's cheeks streamed with tears, although she clearly understood that he was trying to take care of her. But what was this feeling of being ignored? Yi Xiu already held a cigarette box in one hand, hinting that it was time for Chen Guo to choose to either take over for Yi Xiu's shift or move elsewhere. Forget about it. I won't play. I'm going to sleep. Chen Guo angrily logged out of the game and got up to leave. Yi Xiu turned around and followed Chen Guo with his eyes. He found by surprise that Chen Guo left her account card on the table and didn't take it. This wasn't being forgetful, but rather Chen Guo thinking the internet cafe as her home. It was quite normal to randomly leave things in the home. A thought immediately popped up in Yi Xiu's mind, and he hurriedly yelled, Boss, you didn't take your card. Do you want me to help you level up? Do whatever you want. Chen Gyu spoke without thinking the matter through. Yi Ziu nodded his head. His hand, approaching a 300 APM speed, quickly lit a cigarette and then put it in his mouth. The skeleton warrior's killing continued, but Yi Ziu speaking didn't have any effect on his ability to light up a cigarette. Now, he continued to concentrate on the game, and in a bit, the skeleton warrior was killed off. Yi Ziu's saber was already laying on the ground. He went over and picked it up. He gave up on the rest of the items. 7 Fields and the others also didn't push him. They split up the equipment and randomly put the other materials in their bags. While they did this, 7 Fields said, "Brother Expert, we're going to keep the high-grade materials that you didn't want from the other few hidden bosses yesterday. Later, when the prices are high, we'll sell them. Right now the server just opened, so all of the swindlers are buying them from newbies at low prices. Later, when the prices are standard again, we'll sell them and then split the money with you. I've already taken my share, that stuff is yours," Yi Ziu said. "More able people should earn more. Brother Expert, you're too modest." 7 Fields said. Yi Ziu laughed and didn't say anything else. The 4 continued to clear dungeons. 7 Fields asked, "Do we need another person?" Yi Ziu understood his meaning. He had already gotten what he wanted. Having another person would make their efficiency a bit faster. "Up to you, but today, I'm only training to 20. Afterwards, I need to help my friend level," Yi Ziu said. Okay, that's fine. Do you need our help?" 7 Fields said. Actually, they hadn't turned off their headphones when they heard Yi Ziu and Chen Gyu talk. 7 Fields vaguely heard quite a bit. "No need, you guys can do your own things," Yi Ziu said. "Okay." 7 Fields and the others didn't say any more. They had known Yi Ziu for a day. Although people established relationships quickly over the internet, as adults, they all knew proper behavior. After leaving the dungeon, 7 Fields began shouting in order to add a player. It was too easy to form parties in the new server. A string of requests came, and in the end, 7 Fields picked a level 17 female player. The female player was called Immersed Jade. After joining the team, she became excited seeing the party list. 7 Fields, Sunset Clouds, Drifting Water, Lord Grimm. Weren't this the party that first cleared Spider Cave and the Spider Emperor? She would never have thought that she would be able to join such an expert team. After connecting to the voice system, she conveyed her excitement to everyone. Because the voice system in Glory was popular, it put an end to fake gender players. When players moved about together, they would definitely directly use their voices to communicate. What type of female would only type and not talk? If they did, everyone would immediately have their doubts. Of course, if you were male but sounded like a female, this sort of gift couldn't be warded against. While 7 Fields and the others heard the girl speak, they all accidentally caught up to in front of the girl and met. But Yi Ziu knew that they were trying to get a look at the girl's appearance. Glory's character model had 2 kinds, a male and a female one. The details of appearance and build were done through an editor. A self-designed one worked too. A random-generated one also worked. If you liked reality, then you could directly take a picture and put your own face into the editor. After providing basic body measurements, the editor could automatically create a character model that looked the same as the original player. As a result, all the male players wanted to know whether a female player's appearance was the same as the person herself. It is said that some experienced wolf-natured players could tell whether a female player was fake or real with just a single glance. 7 Fields and the others didn't seem to possess this wolf attribute. After standing in a circle and observing Immersed Jade, they could only arrive at the conclusion average. Whether her appearance was fake or real, they didn't know. But Immersed Jade was awfully energetic, and after worshipping the first clear team, she expressed her honor to join their team. Finishing, she once again was amazed that their expert first clear time was still level 18. Finally, she requested to see if she still had an opportunity to be a permanent member of their first clear team. 7 Fields could only regretfully explain that their party still had another brother. He just couldn't come today. Immersed Jade looked utterly lost, but she still didn't give up. Even if she couldn't become a main member, she started to apply to see if she could become a substitute member. Furthermore, she asked about what guild and organization they were from. This question made it difficult for 7 Fields and the others to answer. It was obvious this stranger worshipped them as experts. They still hadn't entered the dungeon. Immersed Jade too, but after entering the dungeon and playing, experienced players would immediately recognize that the only expert in the party was Lord Grimm. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Immersed Jade's questions and expectations could only fall onto Brother Expert's head. Now she asked again what their guild was. Seven Fields and the others had a guild, but now they were under Brother Expert's godly halo. If they told her their guild's name, wouldn't that be the same as slapping their face? Oh, let's hurry up and enter. Seven Fields diverted the subject and took the lead. Sunset Clouds and the others followed closely. After entering the dungeon, naturally, Yizu began directing. Right after he said something, Immersed Jade already asked in bafflement, who's talking?" When she first joined the party, she chattered non-stop with Seven Fields and the others. It was Yizu's first time speaking. "Lord Grimm, our party's god. All of our first kills were because of him. If we didn't have him, our party wouldn't be worth mentioning." Seven Fields found the opportunity to tell her the truth. After speaking, he immediately relaxed. "I pay respects to the great god." Immersed Jade typed out a message and said aloud, "Ha ha, let's go." Yizu laughed and began leading the group forward, commanding, killing not long after. His expert demeanor had already been revealed, but in front of his presence, Immersed Jade unexpectedly didn't show much excitement. Seven Fields and the others could see that this girl was a true noob. "This little sister's ruined," Sunset Clouds secretly said. Her starting point is too high now. She's still a newbie and she's already met such an extreme expert. Later, how is she going to mix in with normal players? Seven Fields said. "A tragedy," Drifting Water sighed with sorrow. Chapter 30, 2 Hidden Boss Clears. Immersed Jade was undoubtedly a cute noob. Starting from when she first entered the dungeon, she kept silent, carefully listened to directions, and earnestly carried them out. Although she still made beginner mistakes, she always apologized for them. As a result, everyone also didn't feel too good pointing out her faults. When Immersed Jade made mistakes, Seven Fields and the others were even more nervous than her. They were afraid that Brother Expert would feel impatient because of this. A lot of experts didn't have much patience towards these inexperienced newbies, but after clearing more than half the dungeon, Seven Fields and others finally relaxed. Although Brother Expert's skill level was so high, he wasn't that sort of arrogant expert. To newbies, he was actually even more patient than Seven Fields and the others. Regarding commands that Immersed Jade didn't understand, Brother Expert even went so far as to explain to her those special terms. Though with this additional player, their pace slowed down. Seeing that Brother Expert didn't care, Seven Fields and the others didn't point it out. While they killed monsters, they helped teach the newbie and were actually all very happy. Chatting with her, they found out that it was Immersed Jade's first time in a dungeon. Before, she only completed quests to level up. The only quests left were the ones that required her entering a dungeon. Only then did she mix in with the crowd outside the dungeon and in the end, joined such a famous party. Naturally, she was extremely pleased. Under the expert's advice, after clearing the dungeon, they went in for another round. Immersed Jade had already transformed, only she hadn't played Glory for very long, so she still hadn't graduated from her newbie status yet. Finally, after countless dungeon clears, Lord Grimm and the others reached level 20, while Immersed Jade was still a little off at level 19. Yizu saw that they might as well go through the dungeon a few more times and bring Immersed Jade to level 22. During this time, they encountered two hidden bosses. Yizu led the party and killed them easily. But they hadn't seen any purple equipment today, only a few uncommon materials. Of course, Immersed Jade didn't know that these materials were actually the most valuable items in low-level dungeons and only drooled for those rare equipments. Only, under Brother Expert's watch, they felt a bit embarrassed, so they explained the value of these items to Immersed Jade. In the end, Immersed Jade really was too lovable. Telling them that she was only a newbie and that she wouldn't need the dropped materials, she chose to give up on them. Seven Fields and the others immediately had their good impressions of this little sister multiply by 100. They told her that they would remember this favor. After selling the materials, they would split the money with her. "Okay, then I'll be going off first." Exiting the dungeon, Yizu said goodbye to the party. "Brother Expert, you're not going to pick a class?" At level 20, everyone would have to pick a class and then leave Beginner Village. Not now, you guys go first. Then brother expert. Let's keep in touch. 7 Fields said, Goodbye, great God. Immersed Jade had already mixed in with everybody as if they had been together for half a lifetime. Moreover, after constantly hearing about 7 Fields and the other describing Lord Grimm's might, she finally decided to call him Great God. Yiziu laughed and said goodbye to them. The 4 returned to Beginner Village to get their class quest. While Yiziu brought Lord Grimm to Green Forest's dungeon, he turned around and put in Chen Guo's account card. He logged into the 10th server with this level 5 chasing haze. Correct, even though Glory couldn't open both games at once, it couldn't prevent players from playing 2 accounts on separate computers. This was Yiziu's plan. As long as there were 2 or more players in a party, then they could meet a hidden boss. Yiziu still needed a few materials from that midnight phantom cat. The hidden boss didn't appear on the first round. Without saying a word, he directly exited the dungeon. Both characters went into a critically ill status. In this status, their HP and MP would be almost completely depleted, and all of their attributes would decrease by 80%. They were pretty much useless and needed 10 minutes to recover. But this method was still faster than going through the dungeon. Lord Grimm already didn't gain experience from Green Forest. Originally, he was going to bring and level up Chasing Haze, but Chen Guo said he could do as he pleased, so Yiziu did as he pleased. He got up, smoked a cigarette, drank some water, walked around, and when he returned, Lord Grimm and Chasing Haze had already recovered. Entering the dungeon, the hidden boss didn't appear again, so Yiziu chose to exit the dungeon again. At 10 minutes a round, in 1 hour, he could enter 6 times. If he cleared the dungeon, then he would need 15 minutes, 20 minutes each time, so he saved a significant amount of time. This method could only be done in Beginner Village, though. After Beginner Village, real dungeons had a limit. 1 day 5 times, 1 day 3 times, or even 1 day 1 time, 1 week 1 time. Each dungeon had their own limits. This time, Yiziu went to look at a guide in these 10 minutes. He had forgotten quite a bit of beginner things. Always running in the dungeon and then looking at a guide also wasn't a good habit. After 10 minutes, he entered Green Forest, but the hidden boss still didn't appear. Yiziu wasn't hurried and exited out again to look at a guide. 4 times, 5 times, Yiziu looked as if he were going to waste the entire day doing this. When he entered the 5th time, the hidden boss still didn't appear. Finally, on the 6th time, the system announced the appearance of the Midnight Phantom Cat. Yiziu relaxed his breath and began fighting. In theory, after Chasing Haze entered, she was useless and would be thrown at the entrance not moving. But Yiziu thought that she might as well be brought along to leech some experience. As a result, he began moving both them. First, he brought Chasing Haze into a good spot, and then Lord Grimm killed monsters near her so that she would leech some experience. Switching characters left and right, he was awfully busy. All of the guests that passed by the counter after using the restroom saw this and were all dumbstruck. Brother, you might as well just play on your own, playing on 2 computers. Isn't that a little too crazy? Yiziu turned around and laughed, but he didn't speak and kept on playing. As long as the Midnight Phantom Cat came out, he wouldn't care about the rest. The material Yiziu needed dropped 100% of the time, but luck determined the amount. In the end, Yiziu was lucky and obtained 4 Midnight Cat fingernails. Adding in the 2 from the first clear, he already had 6. Yiziu needed a total of 8, so 1 more run was enough. After killing the Midnight Phantom Cat, Yiziu beautifully exited the dungeon again. He continued to use the 10-minute per round method. First round none. Second round none. On the 3rd round, his luck failed again, but this time, a system message suddenly popped up. He opened it up and saw that the player Blue River wanted to be his friend. He didn't know whether to accept or not. Blue River? Who was that? Yiziu looked around in Lord Grimm's vicinity. He didn't see any name like that. Then he thought that maybe it was because he was a level 20 standing outside Green Forest. So the player wanted to add a high-leveled friend to carry him. Yiziu clicked ignore. In the end, he discovered another request. He ignored it again. Another one, another ignore. Another one. He kept on ignoring the requests. In these 10 minutes, this player called Blue River unexpectedly didn't give up and sent a total of 18 friend requests to Lord Grimm. Ignore wasn't a reject. A message that was ignored could be sent again. Yizu was deeply moved by this player's persistence. As a result, he flipped open a message and clicked accept. Chapter 31, This is a Talent. Hi, let me introduce myself. I'm Blue River of Blue Brook Guild. My main account is Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Right after accepting the friend request, the other party messaged him. He didn't say any "you there?" nonsense and directly introduced himself. He could tell that this was a very self-confident person. Hi, Yizu simply replied. After all, he had been a part of the Glory community for 10 years. He recognized the name of one of the 3 great guilds, Blue Brook Guild. As for Blue Bridge Spring Snow, Yizu didn't really know about this player. If it was Huang Xiaoshan and his sword Saint Troubling Rain, then Yizu knew a bit more. Blue River clearly didn't know that he was dealing with an expert more skilled than he was. After all, his Blue Bridge Spring Snow's name could have already intimidated many in the gaming community. Blue River confidently believed that the other side knew who he was. As a result, he advanced a step and said, "What are you doing, brother?" Clearing, Yizu didn't stick around to chat. At the same time, Lord Grim and Chasing Haze already entered the Green Forest. "Oh, which dungeon?" Blue River asked. "Green Forest." Blue River was dazed for 5 seconds. Afterwards, he guessed what he felt was the only possibility. Carrying a friend? Kind of, Yizu said. "Oh, we're missing a member for Frost Forest. Are you interested in joining, brother?" Blue River informed. "Oh, why me?" Yizu asked. "Why you?" This question made Blue River made him sigh with sorrow. This question had come up from a while back, from a full 1 day ago. At first, Lord Grimm's party stole 2 spider cave first clears, making Blue Brook Guild lose a lot of face. Everyone felt quite angry. But after asking about Lord Grimm and his team's situation, Blue Brook Guild discovered a few abnormal matters. A member in this guy's team, who first cleared with him, had unexpectedly slandered him previously. That raging sleeping moon said that he had been cheated of the hidden boss. Looking at the time of the event, this was when Lord Grimm solo killed the Midnight Phantom Cat. The slandering messages said that Lord Grimm intentionally caused the death of the rest of the party in order to take the boss for himself. Then, how did this shameless and despicable guy form a party with Sleeping Moon? He didn't know what exactly happened during this process, but this at least said that the party, which first cleared the spider cave twice, weren't friends to begin with. They were strangers and were also a random party with internal conflicts. To have such a team steal away 2 first clears, his strength couldn't be so simple, and it was also clear that Lord Grimm was this team's focal point. This shameless novice, who had caused the death of the party just for the hidden boss, had unexpectedly been able to be readmitted again. Who was this person? Besides this, there was also one detail that the Blue Brook Guild told them to pay attention to. This unknown team that took 2 spider cave first clears had different player orders both times. The first on the list had to be the party's leader. The first time, this party's team leader was still Sleeping Moon, but the second time, the party's leader switched to Lord Grimm. Party leader, this status, was extremely serious. He could kick players and assign the player order. And for the party to willingly give this position to a shameless boss-stealing person, what did this mean? All of these indicated their dependence on this player. Without this player, there was no way they could have gotten a first kill. This person was a true talent and had a high possibility of being a talent without a guild. A talent from a guild wouldn't be by themselves in a new server. A talent from a guild also wouldn't be on 24 hours. Blue Brook Guild's players analyzed this through asking about and observing for an entire day. Finally, they came to this conclusion. Because of the saying that it was easy to raise an army of 1,000, but hard to find a good general, this type of person should be actively won over. Only then did Blue River send 18 consecutive friend requests. When he sent the first one, the request was neither accepted nor declined, so it must have been ignored. Blue River decided to keep sending more of them to show his sincerity. In fact, his method succeeded. His 18 consecutive friend requests made the originally ready to ignore Yizu finally accept his friend request. But now, the other side asked him why he searched for him. Blue River, of course, wouldn't give some long and complicated explanation. He only said that they had noticed his 3 first clears in the new 10th server. As a result, they saw him as an expert and hoped they could be friends. To be honest, Right now, we're preparing to break the Frost Forest Clear record, but we're missing a brother like you, who is a peak-level expert. If we break the record, we can give up the purple equipment for you. How about it? Our guild only wants the record. Blue River didn't hurry to rope in this player into their guild. Glory had existed for this long. Everyone knew of famous guilds, but this Lord Grimm actually didn't care about them. Blue River reckoned that this person was an expert from some guild playing casually in the new server. If not, then he wasn't interested in guilds and an expert from the wilds. If he was the first type, then they couldn't do anything. He certainly wouldn't be roped in. At least, if he was the second type and didn't care about guilds, they still had a chance. As a result, Blue River decided to invite this person to dungeon with them. First, they would become friends, and with everyone being an expert, they would play together happily, and then they could easily come to an understanding with him. They first had to see this player's strength, though, and see whether he was worth being roped in. As for their promise to give him the purple equipment, that was just their show of good faith and bargaining chip. Frost Forest would only reward a level 25 purple equipment at best, and that would soon be outclassed. They didn't need to haggle over a low-leveled equipment. Frankly, if the other person was truly a great expert, then he also wouldn't care. But at the moment, it was the biggest bargaining chip they could really give at this stage of the game. Seeing this invitation, Yiziu's eyes lit up. He quickly gave Blue River a response. "I don't need the purple equipment. If it's possible, I want something else." "What?" Blue River asked. "Uncommon materials," Yiziu said. "Ha ha. You're very understanding, brother." Blue River could see that the other side wasn't naive. He didn't care about low-leveled equipment. Currently, the most valuable items were these uncommon materials. These materials could be used in the late stages of the game and would never grow outdated. 72 strong spider silk, Yiziu offered. "No problem," Blue River responded frankly. Although strong spider silk were uncommon materials, beginner dungeons could be cleared with no limit. In addition, even normal bosses had a chance of dropping them and could regard it as very cheap among uncommon materials. And also a white witch's mithril pendant, Yiziu said. "Okay, I can give them to you now," Blue River replied while smiling. The mithril pendant was similar to the saber Yiziu hit off of the skeleton warrior. They were ornamental without any value. Only a girl who liked it would wear it as jewelry. And also White Wolf's sharp fangs. "I need 8, Yiziu said. "This ... brother, you need strong spider silk, the mithril pendant. And now sharp fangs, isn't this a bit too much?" Blue River was a little unhappy. Chapter 32 Haggling, White Wolf. White Witch were Frost Forest's hidden boss. The mithril pendant was only an ornamental item, so Blue River let it pass without any regrets. But the White Wolf sharp fangs were very valuable. Frost Forest wasn't a part of the beginner village's educational dungeons. Every person could only enter at most 4 times. It was hard to say whether they could meet a hidden boss within those 4 times. Moreover, there was a 2/3 chance that the hidden boss wouldn't be a white wolf. If Yiziu only wanted these 8 white wolf sharp fangs, then Blue River wouldn't hesitate to give them up. But as for 72 strong spider silk and 8 white wolf fangs, Blue River felt this person was a little too greedy and deserved to be called a shameless novice that killed his party for a hidden boss. No matter how good this person's skill was, his personality was no good. Was such a person suitable to be roped into their guild? Blue River had already started hesitating, but Yiziu replied neither fast nor slow. "Too much? Then I don't need the mithril pendant." "Good enough?" Blue River didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly replied. "Brother, we all understand that we didn't care about the mithril pendant. But as for the strong spider silk and white wolf sharp fang, then how much is fitting?" Yiziu asked. "Pick one of the 2. Blue River said. "This is too hard to pick," Yiziu said. "You can't have your cake and eat it too." "Brother," Blue River said sincerely. "Then the white wolf sharp fangs?" Yiziu said. "Okay." Blue River let out a sigh of relief. "Some strong spider silk as a small gesture of goodwill too?" Yiziu said again. Blue River almost threw up blood. "How about 40? Yiziu asked. "Brother, you," Blue River was somewhat speechless. 30? 25. This is fine, right? Yiziu asked. Blue River remained silent for a long time. His hands rested on the keyboard and he couldn't find any suitable words to type. 24. Blue River's heart suddenly softened. This guy had already began reducing the price one by one. For the Grand Blue Brook Guild to haggle over some strong spider silk. How shameful was this? Blue River immediately typed out, "Fine, we'll settle it at this." Okay. Right when Blue River let out a sigh of relief, he found another message pop up. "Then you should give a few more mithril pendants." "Right, I mean you said you didn't care about them." Blue River fell off his chair with a crash. What was this person? Mithril pendants weren't worth anything. Yet he still needed to haggle for them. What do you need these items for? Blue River couldn't understand him. These items are worthless in our eyes, but may be valuable to others. Yiziu said. Blue River obviously knew that Yiziu was talking about those girls that liked these sort of ornaments. Did this person really want these to pick up girls? If he wanted one, then whatever, but to want so many at once. How many girls did he want? Blue River deeply disdained this person and asked, "Then how many do you need?" "I thought you didn't care, then how about all of them?" Yiziu said. "We don't have that many. Only 2. Blue River lied and deeply regretted how he said didn't care. Indeed, these toys didn't have much value, but they were still uncommon ornaments. Giving a few to the sisters in the guild were a good choice, so just giving them away freely made his heart hurt a little. Yiziu returned a few ellipses, which only made Blue River flushed with anger. His lies really were pulled off extremely clumsily, but he had already said them. Blue River just said thick-skinned, "Then it's settled." "If a hidden boss comes, how do we split it?" Yiziu asked. "Everyone rolls for it," Blue River replied happily. Ellipses. Ellipses again? Blue River sighed. He wouldn't let a person who tried hard to take advantage of them sudden con them. Rolling seemed fair, but Blue River and the others were all friends. If the lone outsider rolled, then their chances were 4-1. They held a huge advantage. This person clearly understood this point. "Ha ha, we're just kidding." Blue River promptly typed out "ha ha" after killing the hidden boss. "We probably won't be able to beat the time record, so we don't want Brother to be busy for nothing. Brother, you can pick from the items dropped by the hidden boss first. How about it?" "Okay, then it's settled," Yiziu replied. "Then Brother, when can you come? We're all waiting at Frost Forest," Blue River said. "Oh, wait a moment for me to finish this dungeon," Yiziu said. "Okay," Blue River nodded his head. He took a look at Yiziu and his friend list. "Brother, don't you want to change classes first?" "No need, I'll go like this." Blue River was startled. "This? Let's not talk for now, I need to hurry up and finish this dungeon." Yiziu replied. As a result, Blue River closed the chat in silence. Thinking over the past and future, he felt something wasn't right. He carefully pondered for a long time and then suddenly slapped his thigh. Think about what? His purpose was to dungeon with this guy in order to make friends with him. But in the end, he kept haggling over the rewards, which made the situation completely different. It made it seem like he was inviting him to work for them. Did the Great Blue Brook Guild fall so low as to hire mercenaries to do their work? Thinking of this, Blue River suddenly felt regret over his haggling over those rewards and felt as if had given them away for free. But suddenly, he thought of the conditions for these items, breaking the clear record. Blue River suddenly stared blankly. Missing a person, breaking a record. Those were all excuses. Their Blue Brook Guild had brought a total of 40 experts to the new server. How could they not be able to form a full party? Missing a person was just a reason for them to invite him over. As for breaking a record, that was just a way to have everyone fight for the same goal and connect more easily. To be honest, Blue River didn't think that inviting a person would be able to let them clear a record. Shortly after 12 in the morning, the dungeon record had been broken. Blue River had already led a party of Blue Brook Guild's strongest experts into the Frost Forest 3 times, but had kept a steady disparity between their record and Herb Garden's record. If this new person really could help them beat a record, then wouldn't his strength be better than their guild's elites? Blue River felt that Lord Grimm was a talent, but he didn't feel that he was an even stronger talent than their guild's elite. But in the end, he had seriously haggled over the clearing rewards. Was it worth it? He was only level 20 and hadn't changed classes yet either. Could such a person break a new clear record? Blue River, are you done contacting him? Right at this moment, Blue River's teammate Boundboat asked. I've invited him. He'll be here in a moment. Who's going to give up their position? Blue River said to the party. Oh, then I'll rest for a bit then, someone said. After Blue River said okay, this player left the party. The rest of them sat outside of the dungeon's entrance waiting for Lord Grimm's imperial chariot to arrive. Blue River still felt hesitant in his heart. Chapter 33, he's here to make a fool of himself. Right? After quickly killing off the Midnight Phantom Cat, he picked up 3 Midnight Cat fingernails. Adding onto his original 6, he now had a total of 9. He had already reached what he wanted, so he felt extremely gratified. Apart from this, Yizu also gathered 4 Midnight Cat claws. He didn't need these, but there were people that did. After he helped them break the clear record, he believed that they wouldn't refuse to give the items that he haggled for. Yizu thought of this and let Lord Grimm leave the dungeon. He directly logged out of the game for chasing Haze. He rested for 10 minutes to recover from the critically ill state. Then, he returned to Beginner Village and learned a few skills using up all of his 1,255 skill points. Usually, players only had 1,250 skill points when they reached level 20, but Lord Grimm had obtained a skill book that gave him 5 points, so he had a bit more. After learning new skills, he immediately left the Beginner Village and officially stepped into Glory's mainland. Starting from here, the system wouldn't help split the crowd. The areas surrounding Frost Forest were packed with players. A lot of dungeons in Glory didn't have a single fixed entrance. For example, in Frost Forest, the entire forest was a dungeon. It could be entered from any direction. Which side are you guys on? I've arrived at the surrounding areas of Frost Forest. The areas outside of Frost Forest were bustling with liveliness. After leaving Beginner Village, the marketplace gradually grew. The areas outside Frost Forest became the first market. A lot of people established a place here and started a business. While Yizu walked, he randomly looked into 2 stalls. The prices were all a mess. Inexperienced players were afraid to sell low and suffer losses, so they all priced high. Experienced players wouldn't sell any uncommon materials. They would only sell equipment level 20 and under. But these equipment would be seen by new players who only completed quests to level up the whole way. After all, most quests only gave green equipment, which were lower than blue equipment by 1 grade. Players like Lord Grimm, who had cleared dungeons to level up the whole way, they already had a whole set of blue equipment. After quickly glancing at a few stalls and not finding anything, Blue River had already replied to Yizu's message telling him their coordinates. Yizu rushed there at once. In a moment, Blue River's team saw the name Lord Grimm and all 4 sucked in their breath. The first expert that they aroused their interest in the 10th server was too stylish. He had a set of mismatched equipment of all different styles. What the heck was this? The 4 stared dumbstruck when they identified Lord Grimm's equipment. Glory didn't have any identifying or checking the player's profile function. It all relied on a player's naked eyes to identify the equipment by looking at the equipment's model and details. On Lord Grimm's body were the 5 different types of armor: cloth, leather, light, heavy, and plate armor. This type of style could be seen frequently in Beginner Village, but wearing it in Glory's mainland was extremely weird because those that left Beginner Village were all level 20 and had already changed classes. After changing classes, it wasn't that equipment couldn't be worn randomly, but because each class had their own equipment that they were proficient in. As a result, normal players would choose the types of equipment that their class was proficient in. Occasionally, they might wear a few different typed equipment because of special requirements. But players like Lord Grimm, who had their entire body filled with equipment from all 5 types, truly didn't exist. The 4 sat there at a loss. Yizu had already brought Lord Grimm beside them and said hello hello to test his mic. "I can hear you," Blue River said. "Hi everyone," Yizu greeted. "Hi, I'll introduce us. Bound Boat, Flower Lantern, Thundering Light are all elite experts from Blue Brook guilds." Blue River introduced the other 3 party members. "Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Could you guys wait a bit longer? Sorry about this." Yizu said this and his character stopped moving. Taking advantage of the fact that Lord Grimm still hadn't joined the party, they began crazily typing out ridicule in their party's channel. "You didn't find the wrong person, right?" Flower Lantern asked. "Nonsense. He hasn't class changed yet," Thundering Light asked. "He said he would soon. If he's like this, can he help us break the record?" Flowering Lantern doubted. "If we can't, then we can't. The main purpose is to see this person's background." Blue River said, "The rest we don't know, but I know his IDS background." Thundering Light said, "What? Lord Grimm means that he doesn't want the players to laugh. He's here to make a fool of himself, right?" Thundering Light ridiculed. "Everyone, don't judge people by their appearances. This player still hasn't changed classes, so wearing equipment like this is still normal." Blue River also didn't know what to say, so he made up a reason for himself. For Lord Grimm to mix and match all of his equipment, even he didn't understand. During all of his years in Glory's mainland, he had never seen anyone dress so boldly and freely. This player didn't class change. Does he want to play as an unspecialized character? Boundboat, who hadn't said a word the entire time, suddenly started talking. He was a considerably old player and knew that there was once a period when unspecialized characters were popular. Unspecialized player? That's of the past. Wasn't that because level 50 awakening quests hadn't been made yet, so they couldn't continue leveling? Flower Lantern wasn't as old as Boundboat, but he also had experienced much and knew of such a time. At that time, on the opening of Glory's third new server, Glory increased the level cap for the first time. The original level 50 cap had increased to 55, and in order for characters to level past 50, they had to complete a class awakening quest. Unspecialized characters didn't have an awakening quest, so their level cap stayed at 50. 5 levels was only a small difference in terms of equipment and skills, but that was only the beginning. As the level cap increased higher and higher, the gap between unspecialized characters and specialized classes would continuously increase. Everyone understood that staying as an unspecialized character had no meaning. Could it be that he wants to play till level 50 before changing classes? Flower Lantern said. Then wouldn't he lack attribute points playing like that? Thundering Light was unconvinced. Every class had different attribute growths. The difference in attributes between a level 50 Blade Master and a level 50 Elementalist without equipment were obvious at a glance. Unspecialized characters would naturally grow differently from other classes. When they hit level 50 and then changed classes, would their attributes lost from levels 20-50 be repaired? Who knows? Are there still people who care about this issue? Flower Lantern said. Everyone fell silent. They were all experts, elite experts, but they truly never did pay attention to this issue. They never needed to. Who wouldn't change classes at level 20? They had never seen this type of person in all of their years. Why are we guessing? Let's just directly ask him. Flower Lantern immediately walked up to Lord Grimm and said, "Brother, if you're not going to change classes, then are you planning to play as an unspecialized character?" No response. "Brother, you there?" Flower Lantern yelled. He said to wait. Just a moment ago, he might have left. Blue River said, "If he's an unspecialized character, then is he carrying weapons from every class?" Thundering Light curiously circled around Lord Grimm 2 times. At this moment, Lord Grimm's hands were empty, not carrying a weapon. This was because the weapon 1000 Chance Umbrella had already been taken by Yi Xiu and put into the equipment editor. The weapon no longer showed its original appearance. Instead, it showed a blueprint, which the editor had automatically extracted. The 1000 Chance Umbrella was extremely complicated, showing several pages of the design on screen. Currently, Yi Xiu was carefully taking out the Midnight Phantom fingernails and carefully bringing them to the pointed ends of the umbrella ribs on the 1000 Chance Umbrella blueprint. Chapter 34, Some More Damage. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xiu's face didn't show that usual half-dead, dejected state. His 2 eyes didn't blink, and his expression showed a look of extreme concentration. His steady right hand dragged the midnight cat fingernails in one by one. After putting in 8 without a mistake, Yi Xiu let out a small sigh of relief. He shook his right hand and chose the blueprint showing a flipped-over umbrella. He once again, bit by bit, took out the runner on the shaft that linked together the 8 umbrella ribs. The model of the runner was elaborate, but after Yi Xiu took it out, he quickly put it aside next to the dark opal. After clicking on the copy option, a progress bar jumped out. The dark opals continuously whirled around, getting polished. After the progress bar finished, it transformed into the exact same shape as the 1000 Chance Umbrella's runner. The runner was put back into the editor's data library, while the duplicated dark opal runner was reassembled into the 1000 Chance Umbrella. When he inserted the 8 umbrella ribs into the runner, Each one let out a faint click sound. After inserting them all in, the design shown on the blueprint had already returned to the umbrella's original appearance. Yiziu carefully inspected it and then finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking towards the blueprint in the editor, Yiziu lit a cigarette and stared out in a daze, his mind wandering. The best feature of self-made equipment lied in the research on the blueprints and the necessary materials in the editor. The research for the 1000-chance umbrella had already been finished for the most part, and he already had a basic idea of what to do with the remaining incomplete parts. Currently, the only completely unknown parts were the upgrades needed for level 50 and up. After all, when the research and making of the 1000-chance umbrella was done, the highest level for glory was only level 50. Yiziu clicked on the confirm to create the weapon in the editor. Another progress bar appeared, and the editor animated the creation process on the blueprint. When the progress bar completed and the animation stopped, a few of the modifications could already be seen. The sharp, pointed ends of the umbrella ribs were now the 8 midnight cat fingernails. Yiziu closed the editor and returned to the game. He opened up Lord Grimm's inventory and looked at the changes in the 1000-chance umbrella's attributes. With a move of the mouse, Lord Grimm shook the umbrella in his hands, and the umbrella formed into a battle lance shape. The lance tip and the 8 midnight cat fingernails could be used to stab and hook. A cold glint reflected off of the tip, displaying its exceptional sharpness. Looking again at the 1000-chance umbrella's attributes, they had impressively changed. 1000-chance umbrella, lance form, level 15 weight, 2.3 kg. Attack speed, 5 physical attack, 290, magic attack 220. Compared to the original umbrella, the magic attack hadn't increased by much, but the physical attack had increased by an impressive 110 points. It was 5-25 levels better than purple, blue, green, white lances of the same level. Lord Grimm's sudden flipping of his weapon made the surrounding Blue River and others jump in surprise. After looking at it, none of elite experts could recognize the battle lance. "Brother, you're back," Blue River went up to talk and sent him a party invitation. "Yup," Yiziu responded and joined the party. "Why don't you join our guild first? This way the dungeon clear record will be under our guild's name." Blue River sent him an invitation. Guilds could be made after players left the beginner village at level 20. Blue Brook Guild had naturally prepared and set it up right after leaving the beginner village. Understood. Yiziu accepted and became a Blue Brook Guild member. Only if a party with 5 members of the same guild broke a record, would the record be under their guild's name. "Then let's start." "Hold on." Yiziu said this and looked at everyone's equipment to determine their classes. Blue River. Swordsman class Blade Master, purple level 20 Flaming Sun, a light element sword. Bound Boat, Priest class Cleric, purple level 20 Saint's Cross. Flower Lantern, Priest class Knight, purple level 20 Guardian of Justice. A Battle Axe. Thundering Light, Mage class Elementalist, purple level 20 Copper Staff. Besides weapons, the 4 players' equipments were mostly blue equipment with a few purple equipment in certain places. All of the equipment suited their respective classes. It had only been a day since the opening of the new server, yet their equipments were already at such a level. This clearly wasn't from their luck, but rather from their guild's power. "Is there something else?" Flower Lantern was starting to get impatient. "If we want to break the record, then I suggest that we change up the classes a bit," Yiziu said. "Change what?" Blue River asked. "We don't need the cleric," Yiziu directly said. Bound Boat, the cleric, hadn't yet said anything when Flower Lantern shouted, "Don't need a cleric? What a joke. Drop the cleric and add a high DPS class," Yiziu said, calm and unhurried. "Brother, isn't your proposal a bit unreasonable?" Blue River was a bit more patient. "The pressure will be a bit big, but everyone here's an expert. If you just concentrate on your positioning and dodging, then there's no need for heals," Yiziu said. "We never needed heals. The heals are for the MT one." "Yeah, so what I'm saying is the MT isn't needed. The knight has low DPS too, so we should also change him for more damage." "Fuck!" Flower Lantern had just come to Bound Boat's aid, but he didn't think that, in the blink of an eye, he would also be kicked off. "No MT? When there's only small monsters, fine, but what about against the boss? Who's going to control the aggro?" "You?" "Yup," Yiziu said. "The fuck does your yup mean?" Flower Lantern became extremely angry. I'm going to control the aggro, Yiziu said. The entire team was speechless. Now that Yiziu was in their party and in their guild too, the four couldn't privately whisper to each other. Blue River furrowed his eyebrows and said, "So you're saying that all 5 party members should have high DPS?" "Right. This is the fastest clearing party." Yiziu said, "Did you do this in Beginner Village?" Flower Lantern yelled. "It doesn't matter what dungeon, all DPS is obviously the fastest." Yiziu said, "That's true. But the problem is an all DPS team can't finish the dungeon." Blue River said, "Of course it's possible. Only, I hope that you'll let me lead." Yiziu said. Blue River finally felt as if he had been shot by a gun after kicking 2 people. This guy also wanted his leader position. "Fine," Flower Lantern suddenly shouted. "Let's see how good you are. Bound Boat, leave the party and call for others." After speaking, Flower Lantern left the party, but Bound Boat was still hesitant. Aside, Thundering Light rushed up to Flower Lantern and yelled, Hey, you guys are leaving the party so that you won't lose out when we die. Right? What a loser. The fight hasn't even started yet." Flower Lantern disdained Thundering Light and urged Bound Boat, hurry up and leave. I've already called people to come." One Main Tank Chapter 35 One Wave Rush, Part 1. Clearly, Bound Boat was not as impulsive as Flower Lantern. He stayed in the party and didn't move. He sent Blue River a message. "What should I do?" "What do you think?" Blue River replied. "I'm pretty curious. I just have some regrets because I've been kicked out, so I can't see it with my own eyes." Bound Boat. "Doesn't it seem like he's just talking big?" Blue River said. "It doesn't look like it. Maybe it's because he hasn't changed classes yet that he dares to not bring a cleric, if it's urgently needed. He can also heal." Bound Boat said. "Yeah, I don't think he's here just to waste everyone's time. Let's try it out," Blue River said. "Okay, then I'm leaving then." Bound Boat left the party. Returning Cloud, come over. Most of the guild has already reached the dungeon entry limit. Flower Lantern said. Returning Cloud had originally been an elite member of their party, but because Lord Grimm took the spot, he left. Now he would be returning to the party. Filling in the last spot would be hard though. All of those in the elite group were experts who actively looked to do dungeons, besides Blue River and the others who intentionally waited. Those who hadn't reached the dungeon limit were currently doing their last run. In the end, the experts who saw Flower Lantern's call curiously chatted. They all knew that Flower Lantern's party already had the guild's 3 highest DPSers. If all 3 were online, then what was he calling out for? Are there any players who can still run Frost Forest? The more damage the better. Hurry up and come to help us beat the clear record. Flower Lantern didn't explain and only messaged this in the guild's channel. "I'll come." Finally, someone replied. Flower Lantern saw that it was Lunar Grace. This was a girl. In the elite group, there was a considerably low number of female experts, so these female players were treated as treasures. Parties fought all over for them and brought the girl over to clear a dungeon as if she were there for their social welfare. As a result, the girl experts never had a fixed party. "Grace, then you come?" Flower Lantern didn't say anything more and told the rest that she was coming. Returning Cloud and Lunar Grace quickly arrived and joined Blue River's party. Returning Cloud was this party's original member, so he knew the situation. Lunar Grace, on the other hand, was somewhat at a loss. This party didn't have an MT or a healer and had an unfamiliar person too. Class, he didn't have one? Oh great God. Are these two suitable? Flower Lantern said to Lord Grimm sarcastically. Thus, Yiziu really did look at them carefully. Yup, they're fine. Returning Cloud was also an elementalist. His weapon was a purple level 20 Vivid Staff. As level 20 staffs, Vivid Staff and the Copper Staff attributes were about the same. Their difference was their additional properties. One of them added 1 level to Flame Explosion, while the other added 1 level to Frost Ball. From these staffs, it could be seen that the elemental paths they took as elementalists were different. As for Lunar Grace, she was a witch. This was another choice among the magic classes. They were known as the scientists among mages. They used large amounts of magic items to do battle and possessed a certain close combat strength. Lunar Grace used a purple level 20 crystal wand, which wasn't a broom, the weapon exclusively for witches. As a result, Yiziu couldn't tell from her weapon what skill path she took, so he asked, What path? Dark style path, Lunar Grace said. Have you added any to Dal Shiraru? Yiziu asked. Dal Shiraru was a type of witch skill that taunted monsters. Auto level up, Lunar Grace replied. Auto level up meant that when the skill could be leveled, a skill point would immediately be used to level it up. Oh, that's great, Yiziu said. Is God satisfied? Flower Lantern asked. Yup, it's good, let's get ready to go, Yiziu said. Lunar Grace still didn't completely understand the situation. In the end, she heard Blue River announce, Everyone, listen. For this dungeon, Lord Grimm will lead. You're leading? Lunar Grace was extremely surprised. Yup, Yiziu said. Why? Lunar Grace couldn't understand. For the clear record, Yiziu said, and had already walked towards the dungeon. Hey, hey, Blue River yelled for him, but he had already disappeared. Clearly, he already entered the dungeon. Blue River was sad. They had to discuss their plan outside of their dungeon. After they entered the dungeon, the timer would start. At that moment, explaining would just be a waste of time. God has already entered. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and go tremble at his might, O mortals. Flower Lantern laughed out loud. When I come, I'll be looking for you. Blue River cursed and promptly entered the dungeon along with the others. Frost Forest monsters were green-skinned, blue-nosed goblins. There were long-ranged, melee, and even magic ones. Clearly, they weren't as boring and pattern-following as the ones in Beginner Village. In addition, these goblins all looked the same, so until they attacked, there was no way of telling what type they were. After Blue River and the others entered the dungeon timer officially started. No one foolishly sat around the entrance. They rushed forward while hearing Yiziu lead. Having a witch will make things much easier. Will one wave rush? Blue River jumped up in fright. How do we use one wave rush? You don't understand what one wave rush means? Yiziu was even more astonished than Blue River. Of course, Blue River knew. In Glory, one wave rush meant that all of the monsters would be pulled and then completely killed in one turn. But this method could only be used when the party level was much higher than the dungeons. They also needed a powerful MT. They had never heard of a one-wave rush done by parties at the same level as the dungeon. One-wave rush is? I understand, I just don't understand how you're going to use one-wave rush. Blue River said, I'll pull the monsters, then Dal Shiraru to group up the monsters, Raging Flames and Blizzard to attack, then it's like you didn't say anything. It's fine. You go start then? Will one wave rush? Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears. He knew the basic course of actions, but the pivotal point lay on the player pulling the monsters. If he couldn't bring back a wave of monsters alive, then it'd be a problem. In the end, this person played down the 4 words, I'll pull the monsters, and skimmed over the most pivotal point. Blue River knew that saying any more would only waste their time. The other 3 looked at Blue River and had the same thoughts. They all accepted their fate, and a waterfall of cold sweat washed over their faces. In the end, Yiziu typed out a smile and yelled, I'm going. Lord Grimm ran out. Blue River and the others looked at his back and felt the same feeling as if he were a hero that would never return. I have to say, he's quite heroic. I admire him. Thundering Light ridiculed him. Everyone keep up. A shout came from in front of them. The 4 with a waterfall face kept up with him. They saw that Lord Grimm had already approached 2 goblins. One of them started throwing rocks, while the other started casting ice arrow. The 4 all said together, What a tragedy! We start and there's already 2 long-ranged ones. The rock and ice arrow flew out, but Lord Grimm seemed to just shake twice, and the rock and ice arrow flew past him. DMN. Could it be Z-Shake? Blue River cried out. Chapter 36, One Wave Rush. Part 2. Z-Shake was just a quick direction-changing movement. Move left, move right, while continuously moving forward. The track looked like a Z. But when this movement was made extremely quickly, the distance moved became extremely small. If the character completed this movement in the blink of an eye, then it looked as if he hadn't moved, only a shake. If it was just to make the character look as if he shook, then many players could do this. But for a player to use the Z-Shake in an actual battle, then he definitely had to be a great expert. Just relying on this small movement to dodge the attacks, it showed just how precise this person's decision-making and control was. It wasn't only Blue River, but Thundering Light and the others all understood this. At this moment, while they were still shocked by this exquisite play, They saw Lord Grim rush up to 2 goblins and hit them with his palm. A gust of wind blew out and the 2 goblins flew out. Level 15 Battle Mage Skill, Falling Flower Palm. This skill had a strong blow-away effect. Goblins were light, so with this palm, they flew out several meters into the distance. Lord Grim didn't stop to rest. His figure rushed to a different side. That area had 2 goblins. As soon as a player entered their aggro range, they would immediately take out their big sticks and attack you in close combat. This time, Lord Grim didn't move close to them and continued past them. Ahead, the 2 goblins that were blown away had already gotten up. One was getting ready to throw a rock, while the other was casting ice arrow. When Lord Grim still had 2 meters between them, he swung out his battle lance. Poo-poo 2 sounds. The rock wasn't thrown out and the ice arrow was interrupted. Lord Grim swept with his lance and the 2 monsters fell. Stepping over them, he ran forward. The next targets were 2 goblins in the 10 o'clock direction. This time one of them held a stick and the other was casting ice arrow. When the ice arrow flew out, Lord Grim immediately jumped and also conveniently flew over the goblin with the big stick. In midair, he had already readied the lance and interrupted the goblin's ice arrow. After landing, he whirled around and moved behind this goblin in a flash. One of the goblins turned around, while the other lifted his big stick and chased after him. Lord Grim raised his hand and used Falling Flower Palm again. The 2 monsters were blown back and with perfect accuracy, smashed into the 2 ranged goblins. The 2 goblins sadly had their casts interrupted again and fell over. Like this, every goblin in every place, whether they were standing guard or patrolling, were all alarmed by Lord Grim through either pulling or blowing them away. The melee goblins neatly brandished their big sticks, shrieking while chasing Lord Grim. The ranged were all busy using their skills. All of a sudden, Frost Forest became unusually lively. Blue River and the others all chased behind and were all hesitating. They couldn't deny that Lord Grim had skills, but to create chaos in the dungeon as if there were birds flying about and dogs jumping around. Why did this look like a high-leveled player came over to roll through the dungeon? At this moment, Blue River and the others had already lost Lord Grim. In front of them was a large mass of shrieking goblins that continuously pursued what was in front of them. What about Lord Grim? Blue River could only figure out he was alive because of 2 reasons. One was from their party list. Lord Grim's health was still over half, still quite healthy. 2 was because they could see Lord Grim jumping from time to time. In a flash, he landed and his body was blocked by the goblins again. There's already 20 of them. Returning Cloud's voice slightly trembled. To be able to do this as a level 20, this was too grand. Still don't kill? Lunar Grace had already prepared to use Doll Shiraru. I just want to know how he's going to come back to us. Thundering Light looked towards the mass of goblins that had all been pulled. His tone carried admiration. He doesn't want me to just throw out the Doll Shiraru like this, right? It won't work. Lunar Grace was worried. Because there were ranged and melee goblins, there were pretty much 2 armies. One army carried big sticks and persistently pursued their target. The other army maintained their distance and would only run closer if Lord Grim went out of range. What's he up to? Are you asking me? I don't know either. Blue River said, right when his voice fell. Thundering Light suddenly bounced up and down. With great effort, he wanted to see the situation behind the mass of monsters. Although the bouncing was hilarious, they didn't laugh. Blue River immediately asked, "What's the situation?" "The crowd's been gathered quite beautifully," Thundering Light said. Oh, Blue River also had the urge to bounce up and down, but as one of the 5 great experts of Blue Brook Guild and the guild leader in the 10th server, he still had to maintain a bit of dignity. As a result, he could only ask dully, "How does he do it?" "How would I know? In any case, they're coming in group by group." While Thundering Light said this, he continued bouncing about. Everyone suddenly heard a series of whacks. Falling Flower, DMN. That palm was so crisp. Thundering Light shouted. The other 3 also saw that the goblins in front of them were in confusion. Who knew how many goblins were blown away by the Falling Flower palm? The goblins with big sticks that were blown away smashed against the ranged goblins in the back. In one move, a large number of them fell. The field of view in front of the 4 opened up. They saw Lord Grim with his right hand carrying the lance and his left palm facing forward in front of him. His clothing flapped lightly in the wind, and he still maintained the falling flower palm pose. Around him were goblins on the ground, in complete disorder. The screen paused on this moment for less than a second, but Lord Grimm's mighty pose was instantly imprinted into the four players' minds. After a second, the goblins in disorder had already climbed back up and fearlessly prepared to rush up again. Lord Grimm leaped. Thundering Light immediately ridiculed. What is he doing? Is he planning on flying over? In the end, he's flying. He's actually flying. Thundering Light's cheeks streamed with tears as he yelled out. After the Lord Grimm that faced them jumped, he did a 180-degree turn. Soon after, a gun sound rang out and he suddenly flew in back towards them. Blue River and the others were all knowledgeable people. They saw through it with a glance. This was a gunner midair movement skill. In the air, the player open-fired and used the gun's recoil to fly backwards. The greater the recoil, the farther they would fly backwards. The recoil looked as if it were created by a rifle or higher-grade gun. Flying backwards, he directly crossed over the monsters' heads. When he landed, he ran behind the four. The goblins crazily turned around and rushed at them like the tides. The targets that faced them were Blue River and the others. The four all began sweating profusely. Immediately, they heard Lord Grimm's voice. Mages attack. Get ready to use Dal Shiraru. They looked forward with great alarm. In this moment, the crazily chasing goblins, the ranged ones, let out their attacks without moving. The melee goblins hurried towards them. All of the small monsters were bunched up perfectly. It was definitely the best opportunity to group attack. Chapter 37, One Wave Rush. Part 3. Quickly attack, Blue River immediately yelled. The hardest part of One Wave Rush was pulling the monsters, and to their surprise, it was done by the guy who hadn't changed classes yet. But to eliminate the entire mass of monsters wasn't easy either. 2 spells by each of the mages definitely weren't enough to completely kill them all off. Thundering Light and Returning Cloud didn't dare to be slow. One used Raging Flames and the other used Blizzard. The 2 spells were from 2 different paths. Although they were skills of the same level, their effects were different. Fire Magic's specialty was Burst Power. Right when Raging Flames was cast, a wave of flames washed under the goblins' feet. The flames soared from the ground to the sky, reaching at least 3 meters high. The goblins that had been attacked were suddenly blown up into the air. The raging flames surged on and the goblins screeched. But this skill wasn't fireworks. Flames pillars leaped up and then scattered in less than a second. With its disappearance, the goblins fell to the ground. But at this moment, Returning Cloud's blizzard had already smashed on top of them. Hailstones mixed with snowflakes, each around the size of steamed bun, relentlessly crashed towards the goblins. Raging Flames ended just like that, but Blizzard rained down every second for 4 seconds. In terms of total damage, Blizzard was higher. But in terms of burst damage, Raging Flames was clearly more ferocious. These were the specialties between the ice and fire path. Dal Shiraru, Yizu yelled. Lunar Grace was already prepared, and she immediately cast Dal Shiraru in the center of the mob. Dal Shiraru was a type of ragdoll. Monsters in a 2 radius meter around it would be taunted, forcing the monsters to aggro onto it. Of course, this had restrictions. First, Dal Shiraru's level couldn't be lower than the monsters. Second, a normal Dal Shiraru had no effect on elites, boss, and emperors. Only having the passive skill Dal Shiraru upgrade with it would work. At the moment, Lunar Grace wasn't at a high enough level to learn Dal Shiraru upgrade, but her Dal Shiraru was auto-leveled, so the levels on it weren't a problem. When she casted it out, all of the goblins ran towards the Dal Shiraru. The taunt won't last long, Lunar Grace immediately yelled after casting it. Dal Shiraru's effect lasted very long, a full 20 seconds. But the problem was that this small ragdoll didn't have much HP. Monsters that were taunted wouldn't just stand around and watch, rather they would attack. With such a large mob of goblins, Dal Shiraru would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Thundering Light's Raging Flames and Returning Cloud's Blizzard had cooldowns too. One of them needed 6 seconds, while the other needed 8 seconds. Now, the 2 were madly throwing out their single target spells to attack. Facing this giant mob of goblins, their spells clearly weren't as effective as they had hoped. Enough! While Yizu said this, he controlled Lord Grimm to rush forward. With Dal Shiraru's effect, the goblins were even more bunched up. The melee goblins all surrounded Dal Shiruru, and the ranged goblins had already begun attacking Dal Shiruru. Dal Shiruru had only been out for a mere second before it was destroyed. But in this time, Lord Grim was able to rush up close to the goblins. His battle lance was gone. In its place, his left and right hands held tonfas. He grabbed a goblin and did a back throw. Backdrop's shock wave rippled out, and the surrounding goblins all neatly fell down. Blade Master, get ready to use Falling Light Blade. Use it when they get up. Yiziu yelled. Blue River, who hadn't been given any instructions up until now, was startled. But he quickly responded, and he lifted his sword Flaming Sun and hastily advanced forward. All of the goblins were now neatly climbing back up. Blue River had already leaped into the air and targeted the middle of the mob. His two hands launched his sword, which rapidly crashed down. Blade Master skill, Falling Light Blade. For Falling Light Blade, the higher the user jumped, the higher the damage and the larger the radius of the shock wave was. Blue River deserved to be called one of the 5 great experts of Blue Brook Guild. After Yiziu yelled out the command, Blue River immediately understood his intention. This Falling Light Blade was used perfectly. After the shock wave spread, the goblins that had just climbed back up fell back down once again. The AoE attacks in quick succession weren't used for the damage, but rather to make sure that the bunched-up monsters stayed down without a chance to get up and attack. However, Back Throw and Falling Light Blade also had cooldowns. These 2 skills alone wouldn't be enough to completely crowd control them. Dal Shiraru's cooldown was even longer, 30 seconds, and couldn't be counted on in such a short time. What other AoE attacks does this guy still have? Blue River thought. His mind recalled all of the skills that could be learned before changing classes and that also had effects similar to Back Throw or Falling Light Blade. In the end, he heard the next command, Shadow Cloak. Right, Blue River suddenly understood. He saw Lunar Grace step forward with a wave of her hand. A violet-black cloak flew out from her sleeves and wrapped around the bunched-up goblins. The cloak tightened around them and the goblins shrieked as they were bound tightly into a ball. Falling down again, the skills should be off cooldown now. Blue River calculated the cooldowns of the skills that were used, but while doing so, he heard the next command, Raging Flames. Sure enough, Thundering Light's Raging Flames came off cooldown and casted it as soon as he heard the command. Once again, the spell was released right when the goblins were about to stand up again. The flame columns roared up towards the sky and the goblins flipped in the air. When they fell down, another 2 seconds had passed. Blue River suddenly realized that this spell also turned out to be a crowd control skill. An expert. He really was an expert. He unexpectedly utilized these skills that weren't originally meant for crowd control as crowd control. To be able to complete a same-level dungeon with 1 wave rush, he truly was too strong. Blue River understood. At this point, as long as no one made any mistakes, this 1 wave rush could be considered as done. Blue River understood, but how could the others not have either? Amazed, they followed Yiziu's commands, using one skill after another. The goblins flew up and fell down, constantly struggling. Only after an assortment of items dropped, covering the ground, did the 4 recover from the shock. The 20 or so goblins had actually all been killed in one rush. Hurry up, let's keep going. The other side didn't even look as if what had happened were anything miraculous and immediately yelled for them to continue forward. Blue River and the others immediately followed. After give a few glances at the items that dropped, they didn't find anything of worth, so they just left them. When going for a clear record, who had time to waste time doing that? Outside of the dungeon, Flower Lantern sent a message. How is it? Speechless. God. He's a real fucking god, Blue River replied. What are you talking about? 1 wave rush, 1 wave rush. My ass, what are you talking about? Flower Lantern couldn't understand. We're rolling through with 1 wave rush, Blue River said. You're joking, right? Flower Lantern didn't believe it. Just wait till we're on TV, ha ha ha. In Glory, players called being shown on the system announcement as on TV. Flower Lantern stupidly closed the message box, while Bound Boat asked, how are things? There, pushing forward through 1 wave rush. Flower Lantern said, 1 wave rush? Bound Boat was also dumbfounded. Chapter 38, What's Damage? They advanced through the dungeon astonishingly fast. Blue River looked extremely happy. Yiziu also felt worry-free. Blue River and the others were much better than Seven Fields and his group, whether it be in equipment or skills. After he led them through one wave rush the first time, he basically didn't need to yell out instructions again. Moreover, after the four understood his intentions, they could determine the most suitable time to act by themselves. Using this method merely 2 times, the monsters en route to the first boss were completely cleared. Blue River looked at the time. They hadn't even used 5 minutes. Monsters were no longer an issue, so next up was the boss. The first boss, Goblin Patrol Guard, was stronger than normal goblins. He carried a barbed wolf fang stick with extremely high physical attack. Although this boss didn't have any fancy skills, just him plain swinging his stick caused players to feel helpless. The reason for this wasn't the boss itself, but rather because normal parties used an MT to pull aggro. Like this, the MT could only rely on his defense and vitality to tank the boss's high damage attacks. If the stats didn't reach a certain mark, then the MT could only rely on their technique. But technique wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. As a result, if their stats didn't meet the requirements, then only experts could cope. Normal players would have to buy better equipment to improve their stats. In terms of technique, Blue River didn't have any doubts for Lord Grimm. He was an unspecialized level 20 and could already pull 20 goblins to go running round and round in circles. If anyone said that this type of person had no technique, then Blue River could only disagree. But against the boss, Blue River wasn't worried that Lord Grimm would die by the Goblin Patrol Guard, but rather worried about whether he could pull it properly. If he made a mistake and the patrol guard's big stick hit the mage, then the mage would instantly die. "I'll pull. Do your best to put out damage," Yiziu said. "How long do we need to wait?" Blue River asked very professionally. Normal MTS pulled by fighting the boss alone for a few seconds to accumulate enough aggro, so that others wouldn't just directly OT it when they attacked. "There's no need to wait. Once it's pulled, just go in," Yiziu said. "Once it's pulled, go in," the four all said at once in awe. "Yeah, to beat the record. You have to hurry up. I'm starting." Yiziu already hit the keyboard to let Lord Grimm rush up. Blue River and the others were startled a bit, but didn't dare complain. Although Hay had saved a lot of time clearing the small monsters, they still felt that they should steady the boss first. As a result, they didn't move and just watched as Lord Grimm stabbed towards the Goblin Patrol Guard. Dragon Tooth, Sky Strike, Double Stab, Normal Uppercut, Normal Stab. Another Sky Strike? What are you waiting for? Hearing this, Blue River woke up as if he had been sleeping, but was still at a loss. Starting from when Lord Grimm had begun pulling, this Goblin Patrol Guard had been tumbling around in the air the whole time. What gorgeous, endless juggling. The four couldn't help but think about counting how many times Lord Grimm could combo and wanted to see when this boss would drop. But with this yell, the four realized that they weren't admiring a video and immediately began casting. Flipping over their magical items, taking out their swords, they all rushed over at once. Flames, ice, starshine, sword light, the irregular attacks of the four arrived with charming effect. None of them blocked each other's line of sight and wouldn't block their positions. However, every one of them held a thread of wariness in their hearts. They were all afraid that their attacks would do too much damage and the boss would switch his big stick's target to them. Although Lord Grimm told everyone to spare no effort and attack, he, after all, wasn't a specialized MT. Specialized MTS like a knight, after changing classes, they didn't just gain many new aggro control skills, but they also had many aggro-related skills from before level 20. Although Lord Grimm could learn these skills, he hadn't brought these type of aggro control skills with him. As a result, the four attacked moderately and didn't go all out. They professionally controlled aggro. They were attacking and attacking until they suddenly heard Lord Grimm said, "Go all out, it won't OT." Seeing how confident he was, not giving him face wouldn't be good, so they clenched their teeth and fought. Everyone began gnashing their teeth and madly attacked with all their might. Glory didn't have any assist tool for aggro calculations. Damage and healing were also done after they cleared the dungeon. The four were all experts and all had their own set of ferocious battle methods. Before, everyone was holding back, afraid of OT. Now, in the depths of their heart, it seemed as if they were hopeful for OT. If they didn't OT, then it would appear as if their damage was laughable. In the end, the Goblin Patrol Guard didn't even glance at the four of them. That big stick only went towards Lord Grim. Lord Grim moved extremely quickly. Even more amazing was that none of his movements affected his ability to attack. He was never not moving and kept on running around the goblin. Blue River was also a melee class. Now, the more he looked, the more he was fearful. With Lord Grim's method, the boss responded extremely quickly and continuously turned around to chase him. Thus, no matter if he turned left or turned right, the boss wouldn't be left behind. Therefore, he could only barely dodge the boss's attacks. But if he were player killing, this sort of battle method would be enough to make a player vomit from dizziness. It looks like this person was also good at player killing. The goblin patrol guard finally collapsed. The four ultimately weren't able to grab a bit of the boss's attention. The four felt a bit embarrassed to say that what they had done was simply them ganging up and bullying the boss. They surrounded him and spared no effort to attack it, but it felt like the monster they were beating up didn't even know about their existence. "Brother, how did you pull it so steadily?" Blue River couldn't help but ask. He felt that even with a specialized MT like Flower Lantern, his damage would have caused the boss to OT several times. "As long as my damage is greater than yours, then it's fine," Yizu replied. Blue River stiffened, Returning Cloud was shocked, Lunar Grace was speechless, and Thundering Light said, he originally wasn't an MT, he was also a damage dealer. The four's cheeks streamed with tears. Right, Lord Grim had just done more damage than them and nothing more. Without stopping to rest, Lord Grim began pulling a mob of goblins. The four followed after him and whispered, "His damage was actually even greater than ours," Returning Cloud muttered. "And by quite a bit too. How else could the aggro be so stable?" Lunar Grace said, "I acknowledge his skill, but to be able to pull it so steadily, his attack definitely isn't low. Do any of you guys recognize that lance?" Blue River asked. "I don't. It looks strange, like a big clove of garlic." Thundering Light said, "Your family's garlic looks like that," Returning Cloud said. "It was an exaggeration. Do you know what that is?" Thundering Light said, "Get lost." Returning Cloud disdained. "All of you shut up." He started pulling. "Let's concentrate," Blue River said. In front of them, Lord Grim started pulling monsters. The four didn't dare complain. Although they had already done it twice successfully, they were fully aware of the risks. If they made any mistakes with their skills timing, then might lose a few goblins. The results would be disastrous. Pull monsters, gather monsters, kill monsters. Each player completed their roles perfectly. After 2 waves, they killed all of the monsters en route to the second boss. Facing the second boss, Blue River and the others weren't polite and attacked with all of their might. In the end, the four once again silently chased after Lord Grim. "So fast, we'll definitely beat the record." Thundering Light suddenly sighed, and by a large margin too. Blue River was extremely gratified. "Yay!" Returning Cloud also appeared happy. Lunar Grace didn't know what to say, damage and whatnot, they didn't want to think about it. Chapter 39, Frostine. The Frost Forest's final boss was the Goblin Emperor Frostine. Just by looking at the name, a player could figure out this boss was even more important than hidden bosses in the beginner village. Tine's body wasn't very different from a normal goblin, but his fierce face seemed more sinister and cunning. At least, he didn't have an eye-catching funny blue nose like normal goblins. This was because the Frostine's skin was all sky blue. When he turned around and didn't show his face though, he looked like a cute house pet, but every player knew that this guy wasn't cute at all. In his right hand, the Frostine held an ice blade, which was about as tall as his short and small body. When it brandished the blade, cold wind would whirl out. The distance he could attack from was farther than a normal player could see. Due to this, the boss had a few special attacks, so the MT would often be contained there. As a result, Frost Forest guides all recommended that a party bring 2 MTs, which would also reduce the pressure when facing the first boss Goblin Patrol Guard and the Goblin Tine. As for Yizu, how could he be one of those ordinary players who followed guides? When he saw the 4 people had arrived nearby, he said, "I'm going," and Lord Grim rushed forward with his battle lance raised. He also did it this way because this party's quality was indeed very high. If he switched them with 7 fields and the others, then he'd have to explain what they had to do and would also have to look after them during the battle. On the other hand, Blue River and the others were worry-free. Blue River and the others also didn't say any more and followed up. Lord Grim was at the very front intending to pull the Frost Tine. This boss's reaction speed was twice as fast as normal goblins. Its two short legs swung around like wheels, and in an instant, it rushed up to meet Lord Grim. But in the end, in a mere second, the Frost Tine had already been launched into the air. So strong, Blue River and the others silently watched and silently praised. It couldn't be seen as a mere attack. With the Frost Tine's speed and nimbleness, it definitely wasn't easy to hit the target. Just pulling this boss was a difficult point. For example, if their usual MT, Flower Lantern, was here, he would only able to hit him for the first time on his third try. Afterwards, a few small combos would be needed to fully establish the aggro. That was already considered a pretty good achievement. If it was a normal party, oftentimes, the MT would be hit until he was almost disabled, and even then, the aggro still wouldn't be established. In the end, the cleric that healed the MT would often take the aggro. Lord Grim launched the Frost Tine into the air and then followed up with several skills, making a combo in midair. But the Frost Tine was a named boss. How could such a boss be juggled endlessly? While in midair, a blue light suddenly flashed and it immediately disappeared. Blue River and the others didn't make a fuss about it. They knew the Frost Tine had this sort of teleportation skill. Right when they were looking for this guy teleported to, the four all heard a poo, the sound of a hit. Looking towards the source, they saw Lord Grim's battle lance still on the Frost Tine's body going poke poke poke. Blue River and the others were startled and looked again at the original spot. There, they also saw Lord Grim. Shadow clone technique, the four players could tell. They'd seen these skills many times before. There was nothing to fuss about. But the part that surprised them was that Lord Grim could immediately chase down the Frost Tine with his own instant movement. Thinking of this, Blue River and the others were all somewhat horrified. They knew that the Frost Tine would give a few signs before teleporting, similar to how a mage did. While chanting, it raised its hand pointing to a spot. By looking at this, the general teleport location could be seen. However, all in all, this was a teleportation spell, and the sign only lasted for a short instant. Yet Lord Grim could still clearly catch its teleport location. Couldn't this only be done in theory? Of course. The Frost Tine's teleport had a cooldown too. After using it to no effect, it was once again beaten up by Lord Grim. They reckoned that this boss had never felt so annoyed before. It wanted to slice down, it wanted to cast magic. But its opponent was always a step ahead, destroying him. Everyone go. Blue River discovered that the four all seemed as if they were admiring a dueling video again. He hurriedly called out and rushed up. Fighting with the Frost Tine was originally a battle where everyone walked on the brink of death. Parties like Blue River's, where they only brought a single MT, needed to control the aggro between the Frost Tine and the MT well, in order to avoid OT. But now, under Lord Grim's method, where his strong attacks never missed, the four had absolutely no worries. Even if the Frost Tine's main target wasn't on them, they rarely made mistakes either. Frost Tine's teleportation really was too quick. Moreover, it wasn't a stupid boss that just stood there attacking the MT. Teleport, it teleported again. Blue River and the others cursed. As soon as the skill went off cooldown, the Frost Tine would cast it again. But today, against this opponent, Lord Grim used the Shadow Clone technique to teleport too and wasn't slower than it. Finally, only Blue River and the others were left. They gloomily hit their keyboards to switch directions and chased after it. They had done this several times already. Careful, it's almost at red blood. At this moment, Yiziu suddenly said, "Okay," the four answered. They had been wary of red blood, such a serious status, long ago. When the Frost Tine reached red blood, it would be buffed with super armor, so its magic couldn't be interrupted by normal attacks. Moreover, it casted magic faster. A teleport, along with an AoE ice whirlwind, was extremely deadly towards a party that had just been surrounding and attacking it. Hurry and retreat. Blue River suddenly saw an ominous glint in the Frost Tine's eyes. The large ice blade danced around, displaying a pretty pattern. Right when the ice whirlwind was about to unfurl, he yelled and took the initiative to retreat away from the Frost Tine. The other three didn't need to stick close to the body to attack it, so they weren't as nervous. But they also quickly focused their minds and adjusted. This ice whirlwind didn't have any target. After it was sent out, it scattered around randomly. Who knew that with a rumble? The ice whirlwind didn't appear. The frost tine had actually been thrown down onto the ground. Back throw. Lord Grim used a back throw. This skill could break super armor. Why are you running? Did you not learn Wave Wheel Slasher? Yiziu was puzzled. Blue River knew he was talking to him. Wave Wheel Slasher was a Spellblade skill and could also break super armor, because it was a level 20 and under skill. After changing classes, Blue River could also learn it. Moreover, most Blade Masters put a point into it. It wasn't for damage, but for breaking super armor. Super armor break skills could interrupt magic even if they were in a super armor state. But the problem was that this was Frost Tine. This was the boss that when the MT pulled, the aggro would often switch to the healer. Who would dare bet their entire team's life onto whether he could accurately hit the super armor break skill? Actually, Blue River wasn't so unsure of himself, but rather because a single slip could destroy their entire situation, he chose the safer option. But in the end, he was called out on. Blue River was a bit embarrassed, so he shamelessly replied, "Yeah, I didn't learn it." Hissing sounds rang out, but the three understood Blue River's mood, so they didn't hiss for too long. "You should learn it. Breaking super armor is very useful," Yiziu said. "I know. I just didn't have enough skill points, so I haven't learned it for now. I'll put in a point later." Blue River was flushed with shame. He was currently being taught basic knowledge. Chapter 40 New Record. Blue River resentfully returned to attacking. "I want to use Wave Wheel Slasher on the Frost Tine to regain my dignity again, but I just said that I hadn't learned Wave Wheel Slasher. If I suddenly used it, how would I explain it? I had accidentally learned it before and hadn't seen it? Fuck. Too clumsy." Just thinking about it made his face redden. The menacing ice whirlwind should have been the greatest threat, but Lord Grimm's confident display of skills neutralized all his fears. It also didn't have any new tricks up its sleeves. Under the 5 players' violent attacks, it finally collapsed. Equipment dropped, but Blue River and the others didn't care. They were all staring at the system announcement window. Congratulations to Blue Brook Guild's players. Blue River, Thundering Light, Lord Grimm, Returning Cloud, Lunar Grace, for breaking the Frost Forest clear record. Time, 2024 and 11 seconds. Blue River and the others all knew, all the way from when they first did the one-wave rush, that as long as they didn't make a mistake, they would definitely set a new record. They weren't surprised by this result, but by the incredible difference between their record and the previous record made the 4 extremely excited. The previous clear record was made by Herb Garden with 26:12 and 48 seconds. But in one try, they beat this record by 5 minutes. How could such a thing like records be broken by such a wide gap? Players such as Blue River and the others all knew that even trying 8 or 10 times to beat the record was considered few. And they knew that every time they beat a record, it was always by less than a minute. To directly improve the time by 5 minutes, like how Blue River and the others did, was truthfully a bit unreasonable. Comparatively, when other players saw the system announcement, they were completely shocked. After changing classes at level 20, 7 Fields and the others went to Frost Forest and looked for a player to join their party. They were currently in the dungeon and were getting beaten black and blue. At this moment, they hadn't even cleared halfway through the dungeon. When they saw this system announcement, 7 Fields and the others were all startled. That newbie who had mixed in with them, Immersed Jade, already yelled out, "Look, it's God's on TV." The newbie had picked up TV, this new phrase, pretty quickly. "Yeah, you're right," 7 Fields and the others gloomily answered. They were a bit bitter in their hearts. Blue Brook Guild. They obviously knew that it was one of Glory's 3 great guilds, and only this sort of peak guild could match Brother Expert's strength. As for their second-rate guild's second-rate players, to be able to have Brother Expert lead them twice on TV, they should be satisfied. Right, the 3 were all laden with grief. But Immersed Jade was still muttering, "Frost Forest, isn't that the dungeon we're doing now?" "Right," 7 Fields said. 20 minutes. We've also been doing this for 20 minutes. Where are we now?" Immersed Jade asked. "Halfway," 7 Fields said depressed. See, this was the poisonous influence that was spread after they became familiar with Brother Expert. Comparing both sides, Brother Expert's achievements were on a completely different realm. From this, they would begin to doubt themselves. This was a very serious problem. At this moment, their party's 5th member was a cleric called Endless Night. He was focused on healing, so he hadn't really spoken much. Hearing the four's discussion, he suddenly interrupted. Your guys mainly relied on this guy to get the first clear records? Seven Fields was startled. They really had been up on TV before. For example, Immersed Jade had joined and worshipped them for this reason. This made Seven Fields and the others feel even more pressure when recruiting strangers. If they met a stranger, who was someone like Immersed Jade, and joined their party because they recognized their godly party. Then, without Brother Expert, how could they show off their godliness? They would be embarrassed when the time came. After the cleric called Endless Night joined the party, he didn't say any of these amazed remarks. He had only done a few normal greetings and communicated when they were fighting monsters. Seven Fields and the others all assumed that he hadn't noticed that they were members of the first clear team. Following the three of them, the party had only finished half of the Frost Forest in 20 minutes. But that Lord Grimm broke the clear record in 20 minutes and went up on TV. This clearly showed that in the first clear team, Lord Grimm was the true expert, while the others were all smuggled goods. In the end, the awkward moment still came. Seven Fields and the others could only helplessly reply, "Right. It was all on that brother. DMN, I thought so. I've been with you guys for 20 minutes and I couldn't see any of you as experts." Endless Night said, "Aren't you a bit too direct?" His words only added to their embarrassment. Seven Fields and the others weren't in a good mood. Okay, starting from now. Follow my lead." Endless Night suddenly brightened up. "Why?" everyone asked. "I'm an expert from tyrannical ambition, Endless Night. Before, I wanted to see your strengths. So I didn't say anything. I've already endured for quite a long time. Your directions are all over the place. I'll do it." Endless Night said, "Fuck." The original leader Seven Fields was even more gloomy. What person was this? What type person would call himself an expert? Comparatively, Brother Expert was so modest and only used his skill to speak. No need. Seven Fields wasn't scared at all by the fame of tyrannical ambition. "Brother, don't be like this. We need to hurry and clear this dungeon. I still have things to do," Endless Night said. I'll do it. I'm begging you." "Fuck, you do it. Seven Fields let it go. What fucking expert was this? He felt as if the word expert had been shattered. "Okay. Follow my lead from now on." In the blink of an eye, Endless Night switched equipment. In his hands, he held a cross. The silvery light glimmered off of it. With just a look, they could tell that this wasn't any ordinary item. DMN. This guy was faking it the entire time. Seven Fields and the others finally saw through it. While Endless Night led, he sent a message to the guild. "We made a mistake. In that first clear party, only Lord Grimm is an expert. The rest are all trash. It's too late. Lord Grimm has already been taken in by Bluebrook Guild. They beat the record by 5 minutes. Too scary. It must be because they added this guy." AI, Endless Night sighed. "What are you doing?" "I'm fucking carrying these trash through this dungeon." Endless Night replied. Meanwhile, after the clear record had been broken, the previous holders, Herb Garden, were in an uproar. 2024 and 11 seconds. Fuck, that's too crazy. That guy Blue River doesn't have that strength. Plantago Seed, the Herb Gardens guild leader and the expert that led the party to set the previous record, loudly discussed. "It's that Lord Grimm. It has to be because of him that their strength increased." A teammate, Malva Nut, said, "Fuck, I'll ask Blue River." Plantago Seed said this and sent Blue River a message. They were all the elite experts of the 3 great guilds. They all knew each other in the heavenly domain and had even added each other as friends. Hey, that's not fair. You got such a great expert." Plantago Seed messaged Blue River. Ha, you mad. 2024 and 11 seconds. Can you break it when you're level 25? Blue River said proudly. In front of Lord Grimm, he felt slightly bitter and pressured. But other than that, he still gave them a lot of face. Heck, Blue River thought. Chapter 41, A Simple Leave. When Blue River and the others left the dungeon, Bound Boat and Flower Lantern were still waiting outside. Before the party went up on TV, the two had already prostrated before Lord Grimm in admiration. They were the original party members, and they clearly knew the party's strength. Lord Grimm was 100% the reason that they were able to break the clear record by 5 minutes. Flower Lantern, who had previously doubted Lord Grimm, also felt extremely embarrassed. Finally, he mumbled, "You really are a god. I bow down, I bow down. I was lacking in manners before. On the other side, Bound Boat asked Thundering Light how they cleared the dungeon. Thundering Light spoke, splattering spittle everywhere. Returning Cloud and Lunar Grace repeatedly raised their eyebrows. Could you be any more ridiculous? If you say it like this, then it seemed like we cleared the dungeon in 10 minutes. Okay, the clear record has been broken, Yiziu said to Blue River. Right, right, strong, strong, Blue River immediately agreed. Brother, Yiziu greedily said. Here, the items, Yiziu said. What items? Oh, look at me, I was so happy I forgot. Blue River finally realized that the other side was talking about the promised items, Bound Boat. The items? Blue River hadn't carried the items on him. Only after Blue River confirmed that they would break the record did Bound Boat go and retrieve the items. In Glory, the characters' movement, jumping, and speed were all affected by how much weight they carried. As a result, when going for clear records or engaging in player killing, times when they needed to be at their strongest point, players did their best to lighten up their inventory. Bound Boat took the items and asked Lord Grimm to trade. Yiziu accepted, and the items were put into the trade box. Astonishingly, there were 72 strong spider silk, 2 mithril pendants, and 8 white wolf sharp fangs. What? Yiziu didn't understand. This was his initial proposal and wasn't the deal he had haggled for. Brother, directly beating the clear record by 5 minutes. You don't know how much effort you've saved us, Blue River said. Oh, so it's like this? Yiziu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't need these materials to sell. They were all for upgrading the 1000-chance umbrella. He only needed 24 strong spider silk. Proposing 72 at the start was just to leave some space for haggling. But in the end, the other side was more than happy to give him 72. Who didn't want free stuff? Yiziu certainly did, so he bluntly accepted it. Then again, what Blue River said also made a lot of sense. Beating the clear record by 5 minutes, it really did save them a lot of time. Otherwise, if they hadn't, who knew how many times they'd have to contest with the other guilds? Thanks, Yiziu said. You're welcome, brother. Look. Right when he spoke half a sentence, he suddenly grew frantic. Left? Why did he leave already? After accepting the items, he actually just directly left the guild. Blue River was just about to ask him to stay in their guild. He gave him more items for 2 reasons. One was to reward him for clearing the dungeon, and the other was because he recognized that he was a super expert and deserved to be bribed. If only I knew, Blue River thought in grief and indignation. This price had become a business deal when it should have been a way to make friends with him. What should I look at? Yiziu, who already left, asked Blue River, who had only spoken half a sentence just a moment ago. Do you have any space on your friends list? Let's work together later, Blue River said without spirit. Okay, Yiziu said. Brother, do you need to run a dungeon? Are you missing anyone? If you are, just ask me and I'll call people for you, Blue River said. Oh, I don't need it, I have other things to do. I'll be going first then, Yiziu said. Oh. Bye-bye. Blue River's cheeks streamed with tears as he sent Lord Grimm off. Thundering Light, Bound Boat, and the others had already seen the Lord Grimm has left the guild message in the guild channel. They were all astonished. When they saw him leave, they immediately recovered. Why did he leave? Returning Cloud asked. Work's done, so of course he's going to leave, Blue River said unhappily. Why didn't we keep him? Bound Boat asked. With his APM, him leaving was faster than me speaking, Blue River said. This had to do with APM? Everyone was dumbstruck. This Blue River had turned stupid from anger. Roping in this type of expert just relying on benefits won't work. With his skill, coming over to help us would be the same as the benefits we can give. So he didn't have to think twice. It's more important to establish a relationship. Bound Boat said. Right, I originally thought like that. But, Blue River gloomily concluded, what had originally been a way to establish a revolutionary friend in the dungeon had become a business transaction. AI. Let's use a honey trap. Hurry up and notify the leader to bring some beauties over. Thundering Light said. Cough, cough. Someone coughed. Then let's match him with Lunar Grace. Thundering Light added. Lunar Grace remained silent and only looked at Lord Grimm, who hadn't completely disappeared out of sight yet. Lunar, you've been looking in that direction, huh? Could it be you? Flower Lantern circled around Lunar Grace twice. You've already been itching to go at it, Thundering Light said. Lunar Grace didn't notice what he said and calmly said, Don't you guys feel that he's too strong? Everyone was startled and immediately went silent. We're already considered top-tier experts in glory, right? Even if we weren't, Blue River definitely is, right? But it looks to me that this guy's still better by a level. Then what level of an expert would he be at? Lunar Grace said. Cough, cough. I haven't played on a low-leveled account in a while, Blue River said. We're all low-leveled, Lunar reminded. His weapon was better than mine. I think it's an orange weapon, Blue River said. He still hasn't changed classes. Lunar reminded again. In short, everyone all had their good and bad points. Fine, I concede. I'm afraid this person's skill is higher than mine. Blue River discovered that he couldn't struggle for his face back, but Glory has so many players. How can there not be some hidden experts? It's not like we haven't seen one. For example, Poplar Beach. Once this name was mentioned, everyone suddenly went silent. They all knew that his was a name that Blue River didn't like. This person was Blue Brook Guild's recent focus of attention. He didn't have much of a name before, but in a short period of time, in the heavenly domain, he showed his strength in all sorts of battles. As the guild placed more and more value on him, his equipment grew better and better. A lot of people in the Blue Brook Guild had already discussed whether the 5 great experts should be updated. Of the 5 great experts, the one who had been compared the most with Poplar Beach was Blue Bridge Spring Snow, Blue River's main account, because the 2 players' classes were the same. They were both Blade Masters. Blade Masters, due to their Wu-Zia-like playstyle, were Glory's most popular class. And after Poplar Beach was discussed about, he wasn't modest at all. He would often show off his damage records, kill records, what expert he beat in the last arena battle, how he single-handedly dueled how many people in a wild area, and so on, in the guild channel. He clearly wanted to show his superiority over Blue Bridge Spring Snow, who almost went and directly challenged him to a duel around. Before that happened, Blue River was ordered to be the leader in the 10th server. In the guild, there were already many rumors saying that this was the guild intentionally giving Poplar Beach a spot by deliberately moving Blue River away. Chapter 42, A Good That Could Be Bought. Blue River was a person who worried about losing face. Being mocked by Poplar Beach made him feel as if his face would fall off. Finally, he took the initiative to invite Poplar Beach and was ready to compare notes in the arena. Poplar Beach was waiting for this opportunity, so he happily accepted. Members of the same guild often compared notes in the arena, but the members of Blue Brook Guild all knew that this battle wasn't so simple. Whoever won this battle would decide who had the qualifications to be recognized as one of Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts. The result was that this battle was never completed. At that moment, Blue Brook Guild's leader announced that Blue River would bring members to the Pioneer in the 10th server. Blue River temporarily left the Heavenly Domain and began busily in the new server. The not-so-happy part was that he was also temporarily put aside. The sudden appearance of Lord Grimm made him think of Poplar Beach. His friends didn't know what to say in response. Silence. Blue River suddenly received a message. He opened it and saw it was from Plantago Seed. Ha ha ha. Why'd the expert suddenly leave after you beat the record? Blue River was startled and then immediately said angrily, "How shameless. You've put a spy into our guild? Don't be like this. It's not like you haven't put in any spies either." Plantago Seed said. "I still haven't." Blue River said justly and confidently. Mutual spies was indeed common, but because it was only the 2nd day on the new server, Blue River hadn't done so yet. "If you're proper, you'd better not put in any," Plantago Seed messaged. Blue River had a sudden strike of inspiration and replied, "Ha ha, if you've actively recruited our players in, then you can only blame your lame eyes." Plantago Seed received the message and was startled. "What do you mean?" Blue River didn't reply. "Chai, I know you're just trying to scare me. Old Blue, don't use this sort of small trick, it's too childish." Plantago Seed remarked, "I don't have time for you, I'm going to go level." Blue River replied. Blue River went on to do his own business, while Plantago Seed was still standing there confused. When the spy reported to him that Lord Grimm had already left Blue Brook Build, he laughed out loud. While he was preparing to rope him in, he just had to message Blue River. But who would have thought that Blue River would have said such a peculiar line? It seemed as if Lord Grimm had been intentionally let out for the other big guilds to recruit. Plantago Seed felt that it was Blue River deliberately mystifying the situation, but he didn't dare to be absolutely confident. With regards to spies, it wasn't easy to protect against them in this game. Being excessively confused about them would only add to his worries. But Lord Grimm was different. This was a great expert. If he came into the guild, he would definitely be an important figure. He wasn't that type of casual character. If this type of person was a spy, then that would be a disaster. Glory once had a guild that didn't lose to the 3 great guilds in strength, but it was destroyed because of spies. At that time, all of the guild's highly regarded experts were spies from other guilds. Finally, when the spies' influence matured, they unmasked themselves and exposed the truth. A bunch of players and goods left the guild, greatly injuring the guild's strength. But the even deadlier attack was that when the guild began recovering its power, the central core figures also exposed themselves as fucking spies. In the end, at a crucial point of time, another batch of people left and they lost more power. Thus, the once powerful guild collapsed. After this event, Glory's guilds were all extremely cautious about their top experts. The bigger the guild, the more cautious they were. Moreover, in the major spy event, the champions did so in the new server. Newly recruited players in the guild would start from the bottom and then slowly slaughtered their way to the heavenly domain. These people were tenacious and worthy of being called Glory's greatest spies. And now this Lord Grimm, he suddenly sprang up in the 10th server and became the focus of attention. This type of person would definitely be fought over by the famed guilds. But was this person a spy? Nowadays, would a spy really be so high profile? Plantago sighed with sorrow, but still decided to contact Lord Grimm. As long as he took precautions on how much power to give him, then it would be okay. Lord Grimm, who had left Frost Forest, now headed towards Bulls. Frost Forest was located in the southwest border zone. Bulls was a nearby town. No matter what server a player was in, this place was the first place new players from Beginner Village would set foot in, so there was never any lack of liveliness. After Lord Grimm left Beginner Village, he directly ran to Frost Forest and didn't have time to register Bulls as his resurrection location. At this location, after the character died, he would resurrect there. This was one of Glory's rules. Bull's town wasn't big, but it had all of the basic facilities. Yiziu let Lord Grimm first go to a warehouse and put in his newly obtained strong spider silk and other materials into there. Seeing that his storage chest had 88 strong spider silk, Yiziu could only laugh and shake his head. After leaving 48 strong spider silk there, the rest of the items had all been taken by Yiziu to the equipment editor's material library. Right when he was about to go into the equipment editor, a message suddenly leaped up. He opened it and saw that it was from 7 Fields. Congratulations, brother expert. Before, when we were clearing the dungeon, we saw your Frost Forest clear record. How awesome. 7 Fields messaged. Ha ha, it was nothing. Have you joined Bluebrook Guild? 7 Fields asked. No, I just helped them beat the record. So I only temporarily joined, I've already left. Yiziu said. Huh, 7 Fields was astonished. How many times have you run the dungeon? Yiziu suddenly asked. 2 times. 7 Fields said. Are you missing a person? I can still run it 3 more times. Yiziu suddenly thought to first reach the entry limit. We do, of course we do. 7 Fields was first startled and then immediately recovered from the shock. Brother expert still unexpectedly wanted to dungeon with them. That really was too good. I'll go over right away. Yiziu immediately made Lord Grimm leave the warehouse and hurried over to Frost Forest. 7 Fields and the others were only normal gamers and didn't have the skills like Bluebrook Guild's experts did. Yiziu would have cleared faster with Bluebrook Guild's people, but he preferred to go with 7 Fields and the others. He saw through the big guild's intent to rope him in. He also knew that with Bluebrook Guild's strength, they could easily provide for the 1,000 chance umbrellas materials. However, joining a guild meant that he would owe some kind of responsibility and commitment to the guild. The guild would provide a party to dungeon, level, and complete quests, but on the other hand, the guild also required that he would have to help others dungeon, level, or complete quests. Yiziu didn't want to have his hands and feet tied like this. As for peak experts like him, not joining a guild also meant that he had the chance to cooperate with any guild. Today, he helped Bluebrook Guild set a nuclear record. Next time, he could help Herb Garden. People with some ability to judge would realize his value. Every guild that wanted to set a new record would all look for him to help. In this way, Staying as a good that could be bought was better than joining a guild and hanging himself on a tree. How could this not be more beautiful? Chapter 43, Don't Need a Cleric. 7 Fields and the others had also only just left the dungeon. Under that endless night's lead, the second half of the dungeon went by smoothly. From this, it could be seen that this guy's skill was higher than theirs and that he was an extremely experienced expert. But 7 Fields and the others didn't worship him. In fact, they couldn't see it. It wasn't only immersed jade. They themselves had already been poisoned by Lord Grimm. Endless Night was already considered extremely skilled among players, but they couldn't see his skill at all. After they left the dungeon, this guy just stood loftily on one side with a come on, shower me with praise look. In the end, he received a message. You have been kicked out of the party. Fuck. Disgraceful, how could you kick me? Endless Night was infuriated. Didn't you have something to do? Hurry up and go do it. 7 Fields said. Now I don't. Endless Night said. Oh, so sorry. There's no space anyways. We have a friend coming. 7 Fields said. Endless Night heard this and his eyes brightened. He immediately remarked, Is it that Lord Grimm? What does that matter to you? 7 Fields said. In the end, Endless Night refused to leave and shamelessly circled around the 4 of them. 7 Fields felt vexed and had the heart to chop this guy to pieces. But he was an expert from tyrannical ambition, so 7 Fields didn't dare pull off an evil scheme. If he didn't want to leave, then what was his purpose? 7 Fields guessed and came to a conclusion. He couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. To fight with this type of expert, they wouldn't win. With their mediocre strength, they were already lucky to be able to dungeon with Brother Expert a few times. Right now, if a tyrannical ambition expert chose him, would Brother Expert still play with them? They had only known each other for a day and still weren't really friends yet. Right when his thoughts were in turmoil, Lord Grimm's figure had already gradually approached. Immersed Jade had already yelled, God! In the game, the louder the voice, the farther it would go. But the problem was that the sound volume depended on the real person to produce. They could imagine immersed Jade at this moment, whether she was at her house or in an internet cafe, she was truly shouting. This. If there were other people nearby, she'd look quite foolish. Lord Grimm put away his battle lance, which could be considered his greeting. 7 Fields and the others were ready to meet him, but Endless Night ran faster than a rabbit. With a whoosh, he had already rushed forward. Your Lord Grimm, it's an honor to meet you. I am Endless Night, an expert from tyrannical ambition. Endless Night introduced himself. Hi, Yi Xiu responded and then turned around to ask 7 Fields, your friend? That's right. Brother 7 Fields and I became good friends in this dungeon. Endless Night said, Fuck, who are you? 7 Fields had never seen such a shameless guy. Brother 7 Fields, don't be like that. Endless Night said, 7 Fields wanted to kick this guy to death. He first gave Brother Expert a party invite while yelling at Endless Night, We're going. Go do your own business. Bring me too. Bring me too, Endless Night repeatedly yelled. How was this an expert? When they carried newbies in the old server, even they weren't as shameless as this. They at least typed it out. There's no space. 7 Fields said, Good sister. Can you give your spot to Brother? Endless Night had even found the party's weak spot and shamelessly bothered Immersed Jade. Since Immersed Jade was a newbie and had never seen such a shameless guy, she was at a loss. Not knowing what to do, she looked as if she were going to compromise with that guy when Yi Xiu suddenly interrupted. Are you a cleric? Yi Xiu asked. Yup, my skill is very good, expert. While Endless Night said this, he brought out that bright silvery cross. 7 Fields all didn't recognize that item, but they could see that it was definitely a good item. Crystal cross, an orange weapon? Yi Xiu said. Wow, you really are an expert. Good eye, why don't you bring me along? Endless Night praised. We don't need a cleric, Yi Xiu said. Instant kill, this was an instant kill, a 5-word instant kill. The previously lively Endless Night went speechless. 7 Fields and the others truly did worship Brother Expert. We don't need a cleric. Wow, how powerful. If he was switched with a normal player and the player stood outside Frost Forest and said, we don't need a cleric, even 7 Fields would call him out for boasting. But Brother Expert was different. If Brother Expert said they didn't need a cleric, they obviously didn't need a cleric. Cleric, go play somewhere else. Go in, go in. Go in, 7 Fields loudly said. No one paid any more attention to Endless Night. Endless Night just stood there like a statue and saw the party go into the dungeon. Brother Expert, how do we kill? Seven Fields entered and then directly asked Lord Grim. I'll pull and you guys just do your best to output damage, Yiziu said, although one Wave Rush's hardest part was on the MTS ability to pull monsters. It also had high requirements for other players. With these guys, Yiziu didn't have confidence in their damage. With Brother Expert watching over, Seven Fields and the others felt that clearing this dungeon would be carefree and relaxed. Only the student immersed Jade wasn't sensible and unexpectedly asked Brother Expert, God, can we set a new record? Wasn't this question disgracing yourself? There was no way they could set a new record. The problem wasn't Brother Expert, but rather on them. Seven Fields and the others all felt ashamed and helped Brother Expert answer this embarrassing answer. They advanced through the dungeons smoothly. They gave all of the items dropped by the boss to Yiziu. Only, if there was equipment their classes were proficient in, Yiziu still gave them. They breezed through the dungeon twice. The hidden boss never appeared and no amazing equipment dropped. Lord Grim could still run the dungeon once more, but Seven Fields and the others had already reached the entry limit. They could only regretfully leave. In the end, when they left the dungeon, they saw Endless Night standing outside. The first time they went through, this guy had already left. Seeing these five, Endless Night immediately ran over. No more runs left, the little punk happily said, which made Seven Fields have an exceptionally strong urge to beat him up. Endless Night had known that they could only run the dungeon twice more. I can still run it once, Yiziu said honestly. What a coincidence, I can run it once more too, Endless Night said. Is that so? Yiziu laughed. There's still something that's an even bigger coincidence. See, I have 3 friends who can only run it once more too. Don't you think that's even more coincidental? Endless Night said. 3 people had already come over from the crowd. Their guild name Tyrannical Ambition displayed above their heads. That really is a coincidence, Yiziu said. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we just all run it together? Endless Night said. Why don't we set a new record again? Yiziu asked. Okay. Endless Night was extremely excited. If we're going to set a new record, then I have 2 conditions. Yiziu said. You can say them. 1, I charge a fee, Yiziu said. Oh, that'll be easy. Endless Night said. And the other, we don't need a cleric. Yiziu laughed. Chapter 44 Different Fees. Ha 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 ha. Seven Fields and the others laughed out loud. Now that was an act. Previously, immersed Jade made them look a bit foolish to the bystanders when she yelled out God. But this time, their laughter had already made the bystanders think they were mentally ill. The many players that heard this loud laughter all turned around to look. In the end, they saw a player called Endless Night furiously type out around 20 exploding cartoon faces in the common chat box. What happened? The players all asked each other, but no one knew. As a result, everyone carefully shifted their characters over and tried to listen in. Then, they heard Endless Night, who had just relentlessly raged in the chat box, grind his teeth and say, Then what class do you need? 3 fire elementalists with magic attacks greater than 430. A level 22 or up doll Shiruru auto-leveled, and a witch that can use Shadow Cloak. Their technique needs to be good and their hands need to be steady. They can't make any mistakes, Yiziu said. Endless Night stared blankly. Bringing 3 elementalists. This was a party with the highest DPS. Elementalists had low defense and low health. Witches only wore leather armor, which was just a bit better. The entire party all had extremely high attack but low defense. 1 OT could spell utter destruction. It was sure enough. A zero-mistake party. Zero mistake meant that they couldn't afford to make a single mistake. As for this type of harsh requirement, Endless Night didn't have too many complaints because the current record was 20:24 and 11 seconds. If they wanted to break this sort of record, they naturally needed to use extremely harsh methods. If a member made a mistake, then saving him would waste a lot of time. This would only destine their party for failure. I might not be able to gather such a party right now, Endless Night said. Actually, it wasn't just right now. They weren't able to gather such members in such a short period of time. It wasn't only Tyrannical Ambition. Other guilds didn't have 3 fire elementalists with 430 magic attack and above either. 430 magic attack signified that the weapon had to be a level 20 purple staff. How could a purple staff be so easy to find? Not to mention, it had to be a fire element one too. Currently, tyrannical ambition had 3 purple elementalist weapons, and unfortunately, none of them were of the fire element. No problem. When they've been gathered, contact me again, Yiziu said. Besides that, are there any other options? Endless Night said. Level 25. Yiziu said. Level 25 was a completely different realm. New equipment, new skills. Everyone's strength increased. Like this sort of level 20-25 Frost Forest dungeon, in the old servers, all of the records were made by a party of level 25s. Fine, I'll add you first as friend then, Endless Night said. Okay, Yiziu and Endless Night added each other as friends. After Endless Night, who had pretended to be decent, friended him, he revealed his true colors. Then, we don't need to set a record right now. All of us can do one more run. Why don't you come with us for a run? Fuck. 7 Fields and the others gasped in surprise. This person truly was an immortal, invincible, shameless, ultra, unequaled CC Croach. Okay. But Yiziu also replied, I can lower the fee a bit then. You need to charge a fee for this too? Don't tell me you charge them a fee too, Endless Night said. I didn't charge a fee. But all of the equipment was given to the party leader. I was the party leader. Yiziu said, that's fine. We can do the same. Endless Night said delightedly. 7 friends and the others listened to this and felt extremely uncomfortable. In their party, all of the equipment really did go to Brother Expert, but they knew Brother Expert was kind and honest. He never fought over items that suited them. When they were at the spider cave, he even gave the purple weapon to Sleeping Moon, a player who had been on bad terms with him. As you can see, I still haven't changed classes, so I want all of the equipment. Yiziu said, it's just a few equipment, that's all. Go. Let's head out. Endless Night repeatedly sent party invites. They were all automatically declined by the system because he was still in a party. Finally, Yiziu left his party and had Lord Grim join Endless Night's party. This was a standard 1 MT, 1 healer, 3 DP Sirs party. Once Lord Grim joined, Endless Night gave the party leader position to him. Then let's go, Yiziu directed Lord Grim into the dungeon. Go! Endless Night led the 3 others and caught up. He was still very satisfied with this outcome. He wasn't worried about the record. He just wanted to see how good Lord Grim really was. Ice and snow drifted in Frost Forest. Everywhere was silent. The 5 people stood there in a line. No one moved and no one talked. A static screen stayed there for about half a minute. Hey, Endless Night seemed as if he was testing his headphones. What are you haying for? Yiziu asked. Did someone say something? I haven't heard anyone say anything. Endless Night said, I don't think anyone said anything. Right, Yiziu said. No one said anything. The other 3 agreed. Why aren't you talking? Endless Night said. Who are you asking? You. Why do I need to speak? Yiziu asked in response. To lead. Endless Night said. I'm leading? Yes. Leading fee. 20 exploding faces were typed. The other 3 were all in chaos. Brother, you're not going that far, are you? Haha, Yiziu laughed. What's the leading fee? Endless Night discovered that he had met his match today. Sigh. No other way. Who told me to curry favor with this guy? Endless Night thought angrily. 10 white wolf bristles, Yiziu said. Brother. How evil, the 4 all said in unison. The white wolf's hair wasn't the bristle. The bristles had a chance to drop by Frost Forest's hidden boss White Wolf. It was considered an uncommon material. I don't have to lead, Yiziu said. Endless Night thought for a bit. In order to see an expert's inner qualities and skill, he had to see his leading for himself. As a result, he clenched his teeth and said, Fine, but I can only give it after we exit the dungeon. I didn't bring any with me. Can I trust his word? Yiziu asked the other 3. Big guilds wouldn't go back on their word. For example, after he made the deal with Blue River, Yiziu trusted Blue River. But this Endless Night was so outrageously shameless, so he had to express his doubts. You can trust him, the other 3 said immediately. Okay then, Yiziu replied. Hurry up and go, Endless Night said. Okay, MT pull the monsters, DP Sirs go up, healer support the MT, Yiziu directed. The 4 stared blankly and their screens seemed to be frozen again for half a minute. That's it? Endless Night asked. Of course. What type of leading is this? Endless Night crumbled. You're all experts. You guys should know what to do. Yiziu said. Endless Night felt that he had been duped. If he used the standard routine, Then their party didn't need any leading. Everyone could do it on their own and they'd be fine. No good. I have to make sure these 10 white bristles are worth their price. No, this won't work. Endless Night called. You have to lead us step by step. Okay. Yiziu said, Knight, pull the 2 goblins at 10 o'clock. There are 3 possibilities. If the 2 are long-ranged, get close to them as fast as possible. If you're attacked while you're closing in, use Descending Phoenix Hammer. You'll be able to jump over their attacks, and the shockwave will cause the 2 monsters to flip over. When you've gotten close, pull any one of their aggros steadily. If there is 1 melee and 1 long-ranged, use Falling Star Hammer to interrupt the long-ranged one's attack. When the melee one comes close, use Repel. Pull the long-ranged one's aggro first. If there are 2 melee ones, use Descending Phoenix Hammer and then repel one of them. Establish the remaining one's aggro. Do you understand? The knight's cheeks streamed with tears, giving me this sort of step-by-step leading. Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 45 Original Strategy. 30. 871. This was their clear time that Yiziu made with Endless Night and the others. This was a very normal time. All of the ordinary 5-man parties cleared Frost Forest in around 30 minutes. There was nothing to say about the time, but Endless Night was fuming with rage and grinding his teeth the entire time. They really did give away the leading fee for free. From the start to finish, Lord Grimm never stopped to direct them, but instead instructed them like how he did to the knight. He simply explained to them the ordinary strategy. If the 4 of them were newbies, then they would have benefited from this. But to Endless Night and the others, they ran that dungeon for nothing. In the entire course of the dungeon, they couldn't see anything especially remarkable about him. In the end, he led the 4 of them especially oppressively. They were also considered experts, but this strategy was entirely ordinary. It really made them look like idiots. Endless Night felt that Lord Grimm intentionally faked it, so he made mistakes on purpose to arouse the great expert's inner qualities. Instead, the great expert patiently explained what Endless Night's mistakes were. You should do this, and this. Hearing his 3 brothers sneakily laughing up their sleeves, Endless Night understood that he truly was being taken as an idiot. In the end, the only remarkable point was that Lord Grimm hadn't changed classes, but still did as much damage as the 2 DP sirs on the team. His weapon wasn't bad at least, but what was this battle lance? Endless Night had never seen it before. Brother, you're trying to cheat us, Endless Night said after exiting the dungeon. How can you say that? Did I lead wrong? Yiziu said. Endless Night didn't know what to say. Although his leading was ordinary, there was nothing to pick at. He didn't miss any details. If it wasn't for Endless Night intentionally making mistakes, then nothing would have went wrong with his leading. This at least said that this guy had solid basics. Endless Night tried his hardest to accept this and tried his hardest to believe that the last dungeon run wasn't a waste of time. I benefited from this. I benefited. Are you going to get the white wolf bristles? Yiziu asked. Endless Night's cheeks streamed with tears again. This guy was the one who benefited. After receiving the white wolf bristles, Yiziu said goodbye and left. Endless Night's character didn't move. The player also sat in front of his computer baffled. Suddenly, someone nearby poked him twice. Endless Night turned his head and saw that it was one of the party members who had just dungeoned with him. On his screen wasn't the game, but instead a post on the Glory forums. Endless Night walked over and then heard that person say, "When I heard him lead, I thought it felt familiar. Look here." Endless Night only glanced at it and almost coughed up blood. What fucking basic skills, what fucking nothing to pick at. That bastard's leading was straight up from a guide. Not a word different. Of course he wouldn't miss any details. "We've been duped," that brother said. 8 white wolf bristles, and in exchange they got 100% clear rate guide with millions of views on the forums. Endless Night felt even more helpless. He had been asking to be duped. The other side didn't ask to dungeon with him, yet he even shamelessly forced it onto him. The other side didn't say he would lead, yet he shamelessly demanded that he led. In the beginning, the other side didn't read from the guide, yet he insisted that the other side instructed them step by step. Step by step, even with their party of experts, they didn't need to be led step by step. Him putting forward this requirement made his balls hurt. Look, now it really did hurt. Beast! Endless Night grinded his teeth. He went back to his seat and furiously typed to Lord Grimm, "Brother, you're not kind. Did you trick us by using a guide?" I wrote that guide," Yiziu said. "Really?" Endless Night immediately turned his head and asked that brother, "Who wrote that guide?" That brother clearly hadn't noticed this. He immediately went back to the first post and said, "One autumn leaf." Endless Night was extremely angry. He turned back and continued pounding his keyboard. "What are you boasting for? That guide was written by the god YQ." "Right. That's me, shameless, too fucking shameless." Endless Night was completely speechless. "I have some stuff to do, so I need to go off. Let's get in touch later." Endless Night received this message from the other side. "Escape." This was escape. "It's 3 in the morning, what stuff do you have to do?" Endless Night thought. In the happy internet cafe, Yizu was currently bringing a few bottles of cola to the guests. It was quiet the entire night. At 7 in the morning, the guests began shutting down their computers one by one and left. Yizu's Lord Grimm had leveled to 21. After leaving the beginner village, leveling wasn't as fast. First, the required experience increased by a substantial amount. Second, there was a dungeon entry limit. Although level 20s could limitlessly run the skeleton graveyard in the beginner village, they would find that the experience gained from skeleton graveyard had already been substantially reduced, as if they were more than 5 levels above the dungeon. After level 20, apart from dungeons, players had to rely on completing quests and killing wild monsters to level up. At the very front of the 10th server level leaderboards, Yizu saw Blue River, Endless Night, these names, all level 24. Clearly, they all relied on playing in the new server all day and all night in order to attain this sort of achievement. There was a clear difference between these players who were nurtured by their guilds and normal players. Behind these top-level 24s, the level 22 and level 23s were almost empty, but level 20, 21 were already the extremely hardworking players in the new server. For example, players like Lord Grimm and Seven Fields. In this short of a time, they were already considered quite crazy. Most of the players still hadn't left the beginner village. Morning, Brother Yi. At this time, the little brothers with the morning shift and the little sister cashier all came to work on time and said hello to Yizu. Morning. Yizu logged out of the game and shut down the counter's computer. "Everyone's busy. I'll be getting off work." "Okay?" After saying hello to everyone, Yizu stretched and returned to the second floor inner rooms. When he opened the door, he heard TV sounds from the living room. "Boss, you wake up this early?" Yizu said this and entered the room. In the end, he saw the TV on and Chen Guo sleeping on the sofa. She didn't have any blankets covering her and shrunk into a shrimp ball from the cold. "Boss, you should go back to your room and sleep." Yizu went over and slapped her twice. Chen Guo flipped over and held a look of intense hate for disturbing her sleep. Yizu was helpless and saw that Chen Guo's room wasn't closed. He went inside to look for something to help cover Chen Guo. He subconsciously judged Chen Guo's room with a few glances. He discovered that the room's floor, walls, and ceiling were all quite new, but on the other hand, the decorations and bed all looked quite old-fashioned. Yizu didn't think too much of it. He took the blanket on Chen Guo's messy bed and covered Chen Guo's body. He turned off the TV and turned around to go sleep in the pitiful storage room. Chapter 46, Easy Glory. Chen Guo didn't know how many times she had fell asleep on the sofa while watching TV. She'd usually wake up from the cold and then slowly crawl to bed. When she woke up today, she found that there was a blanket warmly wrapped around her. The blanket felt very familiar too. It had to be hers. So the half-awake Chen Guo thought she was sleeping on a bed. She comfortably wrapped the blanket around herself and flipped her body. With a bang, she fell off from the sofa. Chen Guo still held onto the blanket. It took a long while for her to recover from the daze. Only then did she realize that she fell from the sofa. The sofa wasn't tall. Falling down wouldn't do anything. It was funny, though. Chen Guo carried the blanket and climbed up. Seeing that the small storage room's door was closed, she knew that this was all done by the newcomer Yizu. After putting back the blanket, she rinsed her mouth and washed her face in the bathroom. Someone rang the doorbell. Holding a toothbrush in her mouth, Chen Guo went to open the door. She saw a girl, carrying all sorts of bags, smiling at her. "Oh, little Tang, you've come back." Chen Guo bit the toothbrush and said with a mouthful of foam, "Yeah, how'd you just get up?" Tang Ru, who was carrying bags of all sizes, found it inconvenient to take the keys out, so she rang the doorbell. As a result, she found Chen Guo with this appearance. "I slept late yesterday." Chen Guo, with a mouthful of foam, still insisted on chatting. Why don't you first finish brushing your teeth? After Tang Ru entered the room, she put her stuff down wherever it was convenient, while Chen Guo continued forward to the bathroom. I heard that you found a new employee? While Chen Guo brushed her teeth, Tang Ru reclined outside the door and asked with her head tilted, looking at the closed storage room. Yup, did they tell you? Yeah, there's no vacant spot for him to live, so I've let him sleep there temporarily. Chen Guo said, I heard he had only come for a day and had already made you terribly angry. Tang Ru clearly heard quite a bit of news downstairs. Chen Guo was speechless. It was terrible. Yesterday night, she wanted to strangle that guy to death. On one side, this person made her angry, but on the other side, he put a blanket over her. Good things, bad things. He did them all. What's wrong? Tang Ru saw that Chen Guo's mind was wandering and that she hadn't said a word. Nothing, he's really good at glory. Chen Guo said, How good, like you? Tang Ru laughed. You're dead. Girl, Chen Guo rolled her eyes. Mentioning this made her very depressed. Originally, Tang Ru didn't play glory. Chen Guo tried to teach the game to her so that they could play together. While player killing in the arena with her Chasing Haze account, she explained all of Glory's charm to her. Because Chen Guo was doing two things at once, she had been beaten quite miserably by her opponent. But Tang Ru immediately expressed a let me try, which made Chen Guo feel extremely gratified. In the first round, Tang Ru was also beaten quite miserably. She then asked Chen Guo about a few particulars on how to perform a few actions. In the second round, she still lost. As a result, Chen Guo took the initiative and explained to her a few tactics that the opponent might use. Finally, in the third round, Tang Ru reversed the situation and beat her opponent miserably. This is so easy. Tang Ru turned her head and spoke towards Chen Guo. Her previous extremely interested look had already disappeared. Chen Guo looked dumbstruck. A completely new player used only 2 rounds to get familiar with the controls. After understanding a tactic, she could already beat others. Chen Guo didn't know how good the opponent's skill was. She immediately borrowed an account, with the same class as the opponent that Tang Ru fought against from one of the internet cafe guests. Although Chen Guo played launcher, she knew a little bit about the other classes. She was at least better than a person who had only touched glory for 3 rounds, plus her skilled technique. In the end, she actually lost to Tang Ru. Chen Guo didn't want to believe it. Tang Ru, who didn't want to keep playing, was forced to fight another round with her. Although Chen Guo sometimes barely won a few times, she lost more than she won. Clearly, Tang Ru was getting more and more skilled, and now Chen Guo discovered why Tang Ru could, inconceivably, beat her. Hand speed. This girl was born with astonishing hand speed. At that time, Chen Guo had played glory for 3 years and thought that she was just a bit off from being an expert. Yet Chen Guo could only be endlessly ashamed. Talent? This was talent. If someone with talent didn't play glory, it would truly be a waste. Chen Guo began trying even harder to drag Tang Ru into playing glory, but in the end, she failed. Chen Guo delightedly explained the charm of glory's mainland. Time and time again, all Chen Guo saw was Tang Ru incessantly yawning, as if she were about to fall asleep. Chen Guo tried hard for a full 2 months without any results. Finally, an event happened that made her thoroughly despair. Heavenly Domain Challenge Quests. To enter the Heavenly Domain, players had to complete a series of quests. Among those were a few normal monster-slaying quests, a few boss-killing quests, a few look-for-materials quests, and a few arena player killing victory quests. But the quest that made players' heads hurt the most was still the skill challenge. The skill challenge didn't only require that the player beat the opponent. It also required that the player performed actions at a certain level set by the system. For example, a certain number of combos, total damage done by a back attack, the number of air juggling that had to be done, etc. Many players were stuck here and couldn't pass no matter what. Chen Guo was one of them. She was firmly stuck there in the skill challenge and couldn't reach the requirements no matter what. In the end, Tang Ru took her account card. After researching for a few days, she helped her finish the Heavenly Domain's skill challenge. Chen Guo was thoroughly speechless. She finally understood why Tang Ru couldn't find any interest in the game no matter how hard she tried. This was because most players had to try hard to win. She could do things that needed hard work and practice with no difficulty at all. Glory was named Glory because they hoped that players would consider equipment, skills, and every record as glory. And players approved because these things truly were difficult to get and required hard work to obtain. But for Tang Ru, she cleared the skill challenge, which many players were firmly stuck on. In just a few days, how could that produce any feeling of glory? No one would consider the task of holding a glass of water and drinking it as glory. Chen Guo despaired, but didn't want to give up. In these 2 years, whenever she met a powerful opponent, she would drag Tang Ru to try. In the end, Tang Ru again and again turned her head and asked, "It was that easy." If she kept doing this, then Chen Guo's face wouldn't be able to stay on anymore. The other side would just turn her head towards opponents that Chen Guo couldn't beat and say, "That was easy." This made it difficult for her to endure. As a result, in the recent few months, Chen Guo no longer did this often. But this time, after mentioning Yi Xiu, Chen Guo's sealed thoughts once again reignited. She suddenly wiped her mouth and threw her towel down. With her messy hair, she was about to smash at Yi Xiu's door. "I'm going to call him for you to try out." AI. "It's fine," Tang Ru immediately pulled at Chen Guo. "Didn't he just get off the night shift and go to sleep? Let's wait until he gets up, okay?" "Oh, that's fine too." Chen Guo thought for a bit and temporarily dropped the matter. She grabbed her towel and was about to go wash when she suddenly thought of something. "Right, his hands were like yours." Very pretty. Chapter 47, I'm playing unspecialized. "Help me fold the blanket, I brought you breakfast." When Yi Xiu got up and washed his face, he saw this sticky note. After tidying the room, he went to the living room table and looked. He was speechless and choked with sobs. It was 3 o'clock. Who on earth would drink soy milk and eat utio at this time? They were cold too. But saying it like this meant that the boss specially left it there and deserved to be given face. Yi Xiu took a yuxiao and put it in his mouth. After holding it in his mouth, he left the room. Glory's new server continued to bring popularity to the internet cafe. However, the happy cafe was big enough, and there was rarely a time when all of the seats were filled. Yi Xiu turned around and looked for an open spot in the smoking area, but when he felt his pockets, he discovered that his cigarette box was empty. This was much more painful than eating cold yuxiao. The even more painful part was that he had no money either. How was he going to pass the day? Yi Xiu felt that he should ask the boss for his pay in advance. Although food and shelter were covered, he ate very little. Every day he only had 2 meals. Besides this, he didn't know if he saved enough money to smoke. However, thinking of Chen Guo's hate for smoking, Yi Xiu felt he'd have a hard time making this a reality. While he let his imagination run wild, someone patted his back. He immediately turned his head. Chen Guo was the one who patted Yi Xiu. With a turn of his head, the yuxiao in his mouth almost slapped Chen Guo's face. Chen Guo, with her temper, immediately began scolding. "You hold cigarettes in your mouth. You hold yuxiao in your mouth. What can't you hold in your mouth? Can you not use your hands?" Thinking of hands, Chen Guo once again recalled how pretty Yi Xiu's hands were. For those hands to be blackened by smoke or oiled by the yuxiao, that'd be a pity. Could it be that holding cigarettes and yuxiao in the mouth is proper? Fuck, this is making my head hurt. Chen Guo shook her head and glared at Yi Xiu. "Come with me." Yi Xiu followed Chen Guo to the reception desk. Tang Ru was currently sitting there. When she saw Chen Guo bringing Yi Xiu, she stood up and smiled. "Tang Ru, Yi Xiu." Chen Guo introduced the two. "Hi." Tang Ru extended out her hands. Chen Guo looked at these hands and felt envious of them. Yi Xiu's hands truly were pretty, but they were after all male hands. If those were a girl's hands, they'd be a bit too big. Tang Ru's hands were true girl hands. Any adjective used, fine jade, slender, soft, nimble, etc. Anything that could describe Tang Ru's hands wouldn't be excessive. "Hi, hi." When Yi Xiu said this, the yuxiao was stuffed into his mouth and he was chewing violently, so the pronunciation wasn't clear. Seeing Tang Ru extended her hands out, he immediately did the same. The two shook hands. Tang Ru also paid attention to Yi Xiu's hands and did it while keeping proper manners. While they shook hands, she quickly glanced at it. Afterwards, her gaze continued to look politely towards Yi Xiu's eyes. After a casual shake, they pulled back their hands. Yi Xiu didn't look any different on the outside, but he was pretty astonished on the inside. This was because he didn't think that this girl, Tang Ru, would be like this. Her appearance and figure were all outstanding. but the part that made her feel out of the ordinary was the aura that she exuded. Form, appearance, clothes. There was no part of her that made people feel uncomfortable. No matter what angle she was looked at, she was an immortal beauty from the legends. The only different part was her short hair. At first, it looked a bit weird, but after seeing it a couple times, this type of short hair only made her look more fresh and pretty. But Yizu's astonishment wasn't about this. He was astonished because why would such an outstanding girl be willing to work part-time at an internet cafe for 2 years? No matter how big Happy Internet Cafe was, the only one who would become rich was Chen Guo. As for regular employees, the salary here wasn't bad, but it wasn't any type of work with future prospects. Network manager, cashier, what youth would pursue this type of job all their life? These were only temporary jobs so that they could eat their fill. Normal people wouldn't want to work in these types of jobs for 2 years, to saying nothing of an outstanding girl like Tang Ru. Come. You guys fight around. Chen Gu wouldn't let Yizu continue to ponder. After introducing the two, she went straight for the main subject. She looked as if she had waited all day and had to restrain herself from dragging Yizu out of bed. Fight? Yizu asked. Glory, where else can you fight? Chen Gu said. Oh, you can play Glory? Yizu asked Tang Ru. No, I don't know how. Tang Ru smiled. Chen Gu heard this and was extremely unhappy. If you can't play, then what am I? You really can play, I'm just so that's all. Tang Ru said. How good is so? Yizu didn't understand. Don't listen to her modesty, she really can play. Chen Gu had already dragged the two to their stations. Little Tang, use my chasing haze, Chen Gu said and asked Yizu. And you reached level 20 yesterday night, right? What class did you change to? I still haven't changed, Yizu said. What, you're not going to change? I'm playing unspecialized, Yizu said. Unspecialized? Chen Gu was astonished. Even in her 5 years, the era of unspecialized characters was already long gone. She had only heard a few veterans bring it up and using their words. It was just a legend. How do you play as an unspecialized character? How are you going to level after 50? Chen Gu said. You couldn't before, but now you can, Yizu said. How are you going to level? Chen Gu asked. Heavenly domain, Yizu said. Are you joking? Chen Gu said wide-eyed. You want to complete the heavenly domain challenges at level 50. I'm awesome, right? Awesome my ass, Chen Gu said. A level 50 challenging the heavenly domain? Chen Gu tried to analyze how hard that would be, but after a while she hadn't gotten anywhere because it really was too difficult. She didn't even know where to start. If you want to see it, then please don't fire me, Yizu laughed. You're mad. Chen Gu concluded. Yizu laughed and logged into his account. I'm only level 21. I'll play against your level 70 in the fixed field. You want to use that lousy account? Chen Gu's eyes widened. Then what do I use? Yizu didn't understand. I'll borrow whatever class you want. This was also why Chen Gu asked what class Yizu changed to. Chen Gu had many frequent customers, so she was certain she could borrow an account to temporarily use. Unspecialized? Get lost. Tang Ru looked at these two. Quite interested, she discovered that he was just like how everyone described. This person was really good at making Chen Gu angry. We can just casually fight 1 round. There's no need to be so serious, Tang Ru said. Exactly, Yizu agreed. How are a level 21 and a level 70 going to fight? Chen Gu said. Fixed field, Yizu said. Chen Gu was speechless. Fixed field was for practice. Victory or defeat wouldn't be recorded. In fixed field, the system would fix all attributes and equipment. After being fixed, it didn't matter if it was a level 21 and a level 70 character, their attributes would be the same. But even if the attributes were fixed, the difference in the amount of skills they had couldn't be amended. A level 21 character definitely wouldn't have skills that could be learned after level 20. This couldn't be fixed. Even if a level 21 and a level 70 fought in the fixed field, the level 21 would still be at a disadvantage. You forgot, I'm unspecialized. Level 20 and level 70 doesn't matter, Yizu said. Chen Gu finally understood. Right, if it was an unspecialized character, level didn't matter, because unspecialized characters couldn't learn level 20 and above skills. Chapter 48 Countless Variations. Okay, today I'll open my eyes and see this so-called unspecialized character, Chen Gu said. From when she started playing Glory, unspecialized characters had already become extinct. Make a room, okay? Pick that map, right. The smallest one. Chen Gu stood behind Tang Ru pointing. Glory's arena was a joint server. After joining the arena, a player could duel others from different servers. The character would have the server number next to the name. This way, even those with the same name could be differentiated by servers. Invite him, Lord Grimm, right. Those 2 words. Chen Gu said. Tang Ru sent the invite and the system prompted, "The player you have invited is not in the arena." "What are you doing? Hurry up," Chen Gu yelled. "Wait a bit. Let me use my skill points." Lord Grimm had leveled up last night. Leveling, clearing dungeons, quests. He had accumulated quite a few skill points and hadn't had the time to use them yet. So slow. Chen Guo mumbled to herself. Although she was worried, Tang Ru, on the other hand, was calm and unhurried. Looking at Chasing Hayes' equipment, "Have you recently gotten any good equipment?" Although she didn't play, her knowledge of Chasing Hayes wasn't lower than Chen Guo's. After all, Chen Guo loved to talk about it. No, how could it be so easy? While Chen Guo replied, she impatiently looked towards Yizu, but saw that guy sneakily waving his hands at her, hinting her to come over. "What are you doing?" Chen Guo muttered to herself as she walked over. "To specially want me and her to battle around, you don't have any particular reason, do you?" Yizu asked in a low voice. "What do you think?" "I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. You don't need me to let her win." "Right," Yizu said. Say it after you've beaten her." Chen Guo said. Okay. Yizu nodded his head and let Lord Grimm enter the arena. Ready. Tang Ru invited and Yizu accepted. Chen Guo ran back to behind Tang Ru. Yizu, however, wasn't in a rush. He stretched out his neck and asked, "Just fight like this, do you want to do a little betting?" "What betting?" Chen Guo didn't understand. "For example, a cigarette pack," Yizu suggested. Chen Guo almost died from anger. Right when she was about to roar, Tang Ru said happily, "Okay, I can't smoke and I don't have any cigarettes either. Let's bet 100 yuan. What do you think?" Okay, Yizu gladly agreed. "Then I'll testify, here's 100 yuan. Tang Ru took out 100 yuan and gave it to Chen Guo. "Do you both agree?" Chen Guo was flabbergasted. "It's just for fun," Tang Ru laughed. "Okay." Chen Guo delightedly took Tang Ru's 100 yuan. "And you?" "IOH. That's nothing, I have here a rare cigarette box." "You've gone mad from poverty, haven't you?" Chen Guo really was happy and laughed. She took out 100 yuan and waved it in front of him. "I'll let you borrow this, I'll deduct it from your salary." Okay, I'll return it right away," Yizu said. "How confident, we're starting?" Tang Ru said. Start. The scene changed and the 2 entered the arena. The map was the smallest stage. The opponents stood on opposite sides. Chen Guo served as the coach outside of the stage. He still hasn't changed classes. This is called an unspecialized character. He'll have many skill variations. By looking at his weapon, you can figure out which class's skill he's going to use. "Oh," Tang Ru replied. Although she hadn't officially played Glory for over a year, she had played many rounds of player killing for Chen Guo. She knew of all of the different classes. "Then, what is the weapon in his hand called?" Tang Ru pointed to the screen. This. Chen Guo looked for a long time, but couldn't recognize it. She directly asked, "What's the weapon in your hand?" "Shameless, Yizu. You have to ask. It looks like an umbrella." Tang Ru let Chasing Hayes walk forward a few steps and zoomed in. "Umbrella? There's no such weapon. It's gotta be a broom, right?" Chen Guo also leaned forward to look. "I'm coming." While Yizu said this, he let Lord Grimm run forward in a straight line towards Chasing Hayes. Tang Ru really did react fast. When Lord Grimm moved, she had already moved her mouse in an instant and shot accurately. But in a blur, Lord Grimm flickered and avoided the shot. Chen Guo, who was watching on the side, knew that this move was called Z-Shake. The principle was simple, but was extremely difficult to pull off in an actual battle. After dodging the shot, Lord Grimm closed the distance. He lowered his body and slide-kicked towards Chasing Hayes. How crafty! Chen Guo was deeply moved. Although slide kick was a gunner skill, it was a body skill, so the weapon didn't matter. This attack still didn't reveal what thing he was holding onto. Sure enough, Tang Ru's hand speed didn't disappoint Chen Guo's expectations. Before the slide kick hit, Chasing Hayes had already rolled out of the way. She quickly got up and prepared to use a body skill to hit back. Her dodge, move, and attacks were all performed extremely quickly. Who knew that the screen would suddenly flash with a shining white light? Lord Grimm's right hand took out a sharp sword from that unknown weapon in his left hand. This shining light wasn't merely as simple as pulling out a weapon. This was the blade master skill, sword draw. This attack surprised Chen Guo. Even if she wanted to switch actions, she was afraid that her reaction speed was too slow. Unlike her, Tang Ru's left hand had already tapped the keyboard twice. Her right hand pushed the mouse. Chasing Haze leaped backwards and prepared to fire another shot. This move dodged the sword draw attack and returned fire. After the shot launched, using the recoil, she flew backwards to increase their distance. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Right when Chen Guo wanted to yell out good, she didn't think that after Lord Grimm used sword draw, his sword had already returned to the sheath. He seized the opportunity to chain, sword, belt, sheath, and chased after the midair chasing Haze. At this moment, he had already closed in. This change was even quicker. Chen Guo couldn't figure out which blade master attack used a sheath to smash, but she felt that there was still a bit of distance between chasing Haze and Lord Grimm. Then, the umbrella-like thing in Lord Grimm's hands opened up. In an instant, the umbrella flipped and the umbrella bones turned upside down. They concentrated on the tip as if it were a lance and then stabbed towards chasing Haze. Immediately following, Lord Grimm flipped the handle. This lance drew a semicircle bringing chasing Haze along with it and flipped her upside down, her head down and feet up. Chen Guo was shocked because this wasn't any ordinary attack. This was a skill called circle swing, a battle mage skill. This wasn't a rare skill among unspecialized characters, but the problem was that Lord Grimm had used that thing to execute sword draw, so it should be a swordsman-class weapon. How could it suddenly turn into a battle mage lance in the blink of an eye? Tang Ru was more stunned by his technique. After fighting for a bit, she was actually slower by a level. This was something she hadn't expected. Due to Glory being a first-person perspective game, this type of skill, like circle swing, was relatively strong. Having the sky and earth flipping upside down in an instant destroyed people's sense of direction, making the victim feel vexed. Chen Guo could be considered an experienced veteran, so she wouldn't go so far as to become confused. But Tang Ru only played occasionally. Although she had extremely high hand speed to carry her, this type of sudden viewpoint change was too much for her. She hastily figured out the direction and twisted her body. But unexpectedly, chasing Haze was unable to turn over her body. Her character raised her head to look. One of Lord Grimm's feet had stepped on her, while the other was on the ground. That thing in his hand had returned back to its original shape. This time, it looked like a close-ranged pose. Chen Guo and Tang Ru finally saw that it really was an umbrella and that the umbrella's tip was aimed at chasing Haze's head. The two still hadn't recovered from the shock when the umbrella tip unleashed a tongue of flame. Pang, pang, pang. A string of gun sounds hit the down chasing Haze. Gunner class sharpshooter skill, Punisher. TL note, http://imgur.com/mb6un81, a one-step instruction manual by Nam Yummy on how to get rid of the flying text in the video below. TLC note, I found a fanart model video about these forms. Unofficial, based on literary description and fantasy, not exactly same with the original work. For instance, Chinese letter should be shield form, and there should be no Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The author had modified Chinese letter into Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, which is the official name of umbrella form. Chapter 49, you really don't know how to play. DMN. What is that thing? Chen Guo was dumbstruck. The weapon in Lord Grimm's hands was a trinity. Sword, lance, gun, a transforming weapon, compared to Chen Guo. Tang Ru, who didn't know much about Glory, wasn't too scared by it. Her fingers quickly jumped and chasing Haze did a roundhouse kick. After Lord Grimm leaped to avoid it, chasing Haze raised her hands and used an anti-tank missile. Tang Ru acted quickly. The skill itself also launched quickly. The distance was close and Lord Grimm took the explosion head-on and turned into a cloud of smoke. Tang Ru and Chen Guo were both startled. In the fixed field, players couldn't be killed like this in an instant. Even if they were, the dead player would leave a corpse. How could he just turn into a cloud of smoke? Not good. By the time Tang Ru realized it, it was already too late. With a pang, blood blossomed out from chasing Haze's neck. Assassin skill, cut throat. This skill had to be used from behind the target. Adding onto the armor-ignoring back attack, even though it was a low-leveled skill, it still did considerable damage. As for that Lord Grimm, who had been turned into smoke by the anti-tank missile, the two both understood too late that it was the ninja skill shadow clone technique. After dodging her roundhouse kick, he used the skill. He left the clone in front of her, while his real body split to behind her body, completing the cut throat. Tang Ru, who had suffered from attacks multiple times, now had a look of extreme concentration on her. After a series of tapping sounds, chasing haze flew through the blood blossom like an arrow. She completed a 180-degree turn in midair, not even half a meter above the ground, showing her exceptionally quick technique. Her mouse quickly moved looking for a target to fire at, but when her character turned, she only saw a sword light chopping down towards her, bringing along a bloody mist. Swordsman class Berserker skill, Collapsing Mountain. Although the skills learned by unspecialized characters didn't have the damage bonuses given if they were done by the skill's original class, the original effects wouldn't change. Collapsing Mountain chopped down towards Chasing Haze. After hitting the ground, there was a short knock-up effect. Lord Grimm quickly seized the opportunity and kneed her, smashing Chasing Haze higher into the air. With a shake of the thousand-chance umbrella, the mid-air Chasing Haze was gunned down repeatedly. Chen Guo and Tang Ru were beyond familiar with this skill. This was a launcher skill, barbecue. After Chasing Haze, who had just been barbecued by gunfire, fell to the ground, she immediately turned over to fight again. But when her character turned around a circle, she couldn't find Lord Grimm's figure. Instead, she saw a green goblin swaying around throwing rocks at her. Tang Ru and Chen Guo both collapsed. This was a mage-class summoner's summoned pet. Raising her hands, she bombarded the goblin, when Lord Grimm suddenly dropped from the sky, stepping on top of Chasing Haze's head. Fighter-class striker skill, Eagle Stamp. Tang Ru no longer had that previous, just-for-fun attitude. After being stepped on, Chasing Haze pointed her gun up towards the sky, ready to gun him down. But to her surprise, Lord Grimm's umbrella tip once again aimed at her. A flame tongue shot out, and more blood blossomed out from Chasing Haze's head. Lord Grimm used the recoil of this gun and easily flew backwards with aerial fire. Close combat was disadvantageous towards launchers. Tang Ru had wanted to use aerial fire the entire time to pull apart the distance, but this time, the opponent unexpectedly took the initiative to distance himself. After being hit multiple times, Chasing Haze didn't have much life left, yet Lord Grimm didn't even seem like he had been touched. Tang Ru hadn't given up hope and prepared to continue attacking him, when Yi Ziu said, "How about we stop fighting?" "Why?" Tang Ru asked. "It turns out you really don't know how to play," Yi Ziu said. Tang Ru didn't know what to say, aside from Chen Guo enthusiastically explaining to her a few things. She really didn't know much else. But even like this, just relying on her high hand speed, she helped Chen Guo defeat opponents Chen Guo couldn't win against. She had even completed the Heavenly Domain skill challenge that was difficult for the majority of the players. Tang Ru could say that she didn't know glory, but she was still extremely strong. This was why Chen Guo wanted to bring her into the game by every means possible, but it was also why she wasn't interested in the game. A lot of people did things because they found it easy. Tang Ru was different. She couldn't concentrate on things that she found easy. The tormented Chen Guo also saw this. This was an extremely competitive girl. Once she found something difficult, without anyone's encouragement, she wouldn't stop until she overcame it. For example, when she attacked at Chasing Haze's Heavenly Domain skill challenge, Tang Ru also failed many times before succeeding. In that short amount of time, the amount of drive she had looked 100 times greater than Chen Guo's love for glory. Chen Guo thought that this time, Tang Ru was moved. But who knew that after the skill challenge? Tang Ru quickly lost interest in glory. Clearing for equipment and so on, Tang Ru didn't take this type of item hoarding seriously. In the end, Tang Ru saw glory as being, so it was that easy. In order to arouse her interest, her impression of the game had to change. This was why Chen Guo kept on looking for opponents that Tang Ru couldn't beat to make her realize the difficulty of the game. But this actually made it worse. Every time Tang Ru met a so-called expert in the arena, she would quickly beat him. That sort of celebrity names, those professional gamers, Chen Guo didn't know how many times she explained them to Tang Ru. But Tang Ru only laughed. Not believing her? No choice. Facts spoke louder than words, but where would Chen Guo find such an expert? Up until Tang Ru returned. Chen Guo kept on thinking of letting Yi Ziu try her out. Chen Guo didn't know exactly how strong Yi Ziu was. However, he had once been in the professional circle, so he had to be stronger than normal players. At worst, Tang Ru would just say, so it was that easy again. This was Chen Guo's original intention, but every time she came into contact with Yi Ziu, he would always make her mad. Angrily, Chen Guo forgot her original notion and stood behind Tang Ru, hoping for Tang Ru to tyrannically destroy Yi Ziu to vent her anger. But in the end, Tang Ru was beaten without a chance to retaliate. Only after Yi Ziu said, "Don't know how to play," did she finally remember. Don't know how to play? Chen Guo felt this remark was a little too excessive. If that was considered as not knowing how to play, then what about all of those opponents Tang Ru had beaten? Furthermore, wasn't this guy too strong? He had completely suppressed Tang Ru from start to finish. A player from the professional circle really was on a different level. Ordinarily, when she watched recordings of competitions, it didn't feel like they were that op. It seemed like it was still the problem of opponents. Pro gamer versus pro gamer were all evenly matched opponents, so it didn't look any different from when normal players fought. Yi Ziu, who sat nearby, had already stood up. He nodded his head and said, "Your technique is quite quick, but the coordination between your left and right hands is a complete mess. When your viewpoint suddenly changes, your adaptability and judgment pretty much turns to zero. Your understanding towards equipment and skills isn't nearly enough. Your real combat experience is too little, and your tactics are too stiff. How could this be considered playing? If you want to beat me with this skill, then come back in 100 years. Chapter 50 again? Hey, you're going too far." Chen Guo was a bit angry. Although she really had looked for someone to irritate Tang Ru, she didn't actually think Yi Ziu wouldn't say a single good point about her. Did he really need to go so far? "Oh, I'm sorry," Yi Ziu said. "I was a little excessive. The 100 years part is only an exaggeration. You don't actually need that long." Hearing the first half, Chen Guo was astonished that this guy actually admitted his error. But after hearing the last half, she became so furious that her nose almost went crooked. "You just can't say anything good." While Chen Guo said this, she glanced at Tang Ru. She had pushed it too far. She had always wanted to irritate this little sister once, but now that she had done it, she was afraid that she had gone too far. Her technique was quite quick. "I said that," Yi Ziu said. "What else?" Chen Guo said. "What else?" Yi Ziu thought hard. His sight shifted to a different place. "She's very pretty." Chen Guo coughed blood. He's praising her. Right? He's praising her, right? But the problem was that they were discussing the game. He said, "She's very pretty," but didn't that still mean that there wasn't a single good point about her playing? Tang Ru's going to be angry. She's going to be angry? Chen Guo lowered her head and looked. Tang Ru was biting her lips. Her right hand was still tightly gripping the mouse. If she were Chen Guo, then she would have already grabbed the keyboard and started smashing him with it. But after all, Tang Ru wasn't her. She only coldly said, "Say it after we've finished fighting." "There's no need. I was going leniently before, if not. Then after the eagle stamp, I would have used falling light blade, sky strike, swept the floor, dragon tooth, falling flower palm, and then you'd be dead." Yi Ziu said. "Then why didn't you continue?" Tang Ru asked. "If I did that, then I'd have won and taken your 100 yuan. But you really don't know how to play. So that would be too unfair. I'd be too embarrassed to take your 100 yuan. Forget about it," Yi Ziu said and then faced Chen Guo. "Boss, that 100 yuan is mine. You can deduct that from my salary. You already agreed." You. Chen Guo was so angry she almost died. Taking that 100 yuan. She crumpled it into a ball and threw it. "Take it." "Thanks." Yi Ziu immediately caught it. He wasn't actually penniless, but cigarettes were like food and had to be consumed. From a long-term standpoint, he had to be prepared. "If I lost, I lost. You don't need to pass on it. You take this 100 yuan. Tang Ru stood up. She took that 100 yuan she bet and handed it over. "Forget about it. I'd really be too embarrassed to take it," Yi Ziu said. "Take it?" Chen Guo glared at Yi Ziu. She knew of Tang Ru's temper. This girl was eager and serious. If Yi Ziu insisted on not accepting the money, then things wouldn't end well. She was now afraid that Yi Ziu was also a guy who would bash his head against a brick wall. If he didn't take the money no matter what, then what should she do? But in the end, she heard Yiziu say, "Then give it to boss, I owe her money." Starred, kicking the ball to me, Chen Guo was furious, but Tang Ru had different intentions. Tang Ru didn't want to anger Chen Guo, so she took the money to her. "Then his debt is clear now? Let's fight another round." Tang Ru threw this at him and sat down. Chen Guo could only feel as if her cheeks streamed with tears. This was Tang Ru. She wasn't like Chen Guo, and wouldn't start yelling and strangling the other person. She was a firm believer that facts spoke louder than words and would only use her strength to make you speechless. Due to the practice nature of the fixed field, there was no victory or defeat counter. The player was also free to enter or exit whenever they wanted to. After Tang Ru sat down, she directly selected the again option. Without waiting for Yiziu to speak, she pulled out another 100 yuan and put it on the table. "It's still one round, 100. Although I don't really know how to play. I hope you'll treat this seriously." Yiziu turned around towards Chen Guo. Chen Guo spread out her hands, meaning that she didn't care. "You fix your own problems." "Okay." Yiziu also didn't say too much and silently sat down. The new round started. Chen Guo still stood behind Tang Ru, but this time she only quietly watched without saying anything. She also wouldn't fuss too much about nothing. The situation was the same as the previous round. Chasing Haze still lost without even touching Lord Grimm's clothing. The only difference this time was Lord Grimm didn't show any more mercy. He directly depleted Chasing Haze's life. Again, Tang Ru without saying anything further. She pulled out another 100 yuan and slapped it down. She chose the again option. Still lost. Again. Another loss. Again. Another loss. Yiziu didn't say another word. Chen Guo looked again at Yiziu's expression. She only saw that Lord Grimm truly didn't show the slightest amount of mercy. Concentrated and cautious, he didn't let a single opportunity go. Vicious and merciless, many internet cafe guests gradually noticed this competition. A few frequent customers had already left their stations and gathered to watch the scene. Most of the frequent customers recognized Tang Ru. To many, this beauty was their dream girlfriend. As a result, many knew that Tang Ru didn't play glory, but her player killing skill wasn't low. Now that they saw her repeatedly slapping down one bill after another, all of them were dumbstruck. As for her opponent, he had only arrived 2 days ago and did a night shift, so frequent customers didn't immediately recognize him. Only after seeing the battle, people behind Tang Ru exclaimed in awe, "Lord Grimm, that's the 10th server's Lord Grimm." "Really? Where?" "Where?" This short remark startled many people. Quite a few customers who heard this came over to join the crowd. Tang Ru and Yiziu weren't disturbed by this. They continued to meticulously battle. When Chen Guo saw these people's reactions towards Lord Grimm, she was astonished. She seized a person watching. "Who's Lord Grimm?" "The 10th server's most popular character. 3 first clears in Beginner Village. Frost Forest's current clear record holder and has already joined Bluebrook Guild." "No, I know people from Bluebrook Guild. After Lord Grimm helped them set a new record, he left the guild. DMN, he doesn't even see Bluebrook Guild in his eyes. What does he want to do?" "Hey, quiet down, he's right there." "What? Which one?" This crowd that didn't know the facts clearly hadn't realized that the person Tang Ru was betting money with was sitting directly across from her. "Wow, lost again? What round is this?" "I don't know. When I came, it had already started. There's 500 on the table, right?" Yeah. "Wow, another bill. Sis Tang, go. Just like this, Tang Ru lost 10 rounds in a row. In those 10 rounds, it couldn't be said that Lord Grimm's clothing hadn't been touched once, but in the spectators' eyes, they didn't see a single chance of her winning. The previous cheering sounds had already turned to comforting. There were also a few people who started despising Lord Grimm for not having tender, more protective feelings towards girls. Again, Tang Ru remained unmoved. She yelled it again, but after she pulled out her purse, she could only stare blankly. She couldn't fight another round because she had no money. Chapter 51, The Weapon That Couldn't Be Hidden. When Yiziu heard Tang Ru yell again, he didn't waver in the slightest. He only steadily gripped his mouse and was ready to kill and behead the girl again. However, after he heard the yell this time, he didn't enter the stage. Yiziu stood up and saw Tang Ru's shriveled-up empty purse. "Finally no money," Yiziu laughed. "This guy was waiting until I emptied my purse before stopping." Tang Ru slowly stood up. Wait for me to get more. Sis Tang. Forget about it. The surrounding people that knew her all tried to persuade her. Little Tang. Chen Guo also went over to block her. With this girl's competitiveness, Chen Guo didn't doubt that she would try until she went bankrupt. The most loathsome part was that Yi Ziu. After winning, he didn't even try to give her a way out of this embarrassing situation. In the end, she heard Yi Ziu say, "Forget about it, this type of recklessness isn't fun," still mocking her. Chen Guo was furious. She turned around and right when she was about to say something. She heard Yi Ziu follow. "You should learn it properly first. You should at least figure out how large the gap between me and you is. You can't win in glory with just hand speed. If you want to fight with me, there will be plenty of chances later." Chen Guo was startled. This was actually sensible and reasonable. This guy finally said some real people talk, but at this moment, how could the ignited Tang Ru pay attention to this? Tang Ru's footsteps had already stopped, and she stood there lost in thought. The surrounding crowd went silent. All of them seemed like they were waiting for some great conclusion. Chen Guo suddenly saw something move from the corner of her eye. She turned her head to look. It was Yi Ziu giving her a meaningful look and gesturing at her. This shameful guy actually wanted her to hand him the money. Chen Guo was angry, but she knew that with Tang Ru's temperament, she definitely wouldn't let him return the money. Now, at this moment, she ignored Yi Ziu and waved her hands at the spectating crowd. "What are you looking at? It's already over. Go, go." The spectating crowd saw that Tang Ru didn't move, so they didn't either. Instead, they surrounded Yi Ziu and asked, "Brother, what weapon is that?" Only players that didn't play Glory wouldn't care. When this question was asked, even Chen Guo pricked her ears up. On one hand, she wanted to hear the answer, but on the other hand, she wanted to comfort Tang Ru. She was just too Ned busy. "Ha ha, it's nothing, it's just a thing I made myself," Yi Ziu said. "Self-made weapon?" Someone reacted quickly. He immediately understood what the 4 words, "I made it myself," meant and blurted it out in surprise. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Self-made equipment. That was high-end content that normal players couldn't even dream of touching. Glory had operated for 10 years. The methods to self-making equipment that were published online were at best orange-level equipment. The truly legendary silver equipment that surpassed orange equipment could only be seen in the professional leagues. Why would these professional clubs give away methods to making these sort of silver equipment to the public? "Brother, can we take a look at it?" someone asked Yi Ziu. "Sure." Yi Ziu laughed and let everyone look at the 1,000-chance umbrella. While Chen Guo put her hands on Tang Ru's shoulder, she said, "Go, go, go. Let's go up and rest a bit." At the same time, she couldn't help but stretch out her neck to see what exactly Yi Ziu's Lord Grim held in his hands. Seeing this appearance, Tang Ru also couldn't help but laugh. "If you want to go look, then go look." Chen Guo heard this and turned her head to look. Tang Ru wasn't depressed like she expected, so she immediately felt relieved. But she still brought Tang Ru upstairs and said with authority, "Humph, I'll go look later. If he dares to not let me look, then I'll fire him." The surrounding crowd that looked at the 1,000-chance umbrella's attributes were all in awe. In addition, most of these players were playing in the new server, so they were very familiar with low-leveled weapons. With just a look, they could tell that this was a genuine silver weapon, the legendary orange weapon surpassing silver weapon. "Amazing, how did you make it?" Someone blurted it out. Yi Ziu smiled but didn't speak, so no one continued to question him. Even the previous person who blurted it out felt a little bad. Which self-made equipment wasn't made with blood, sweat, and tears, who would ask for him to just casually give out his blood? What a pity, it's only level 5. The server just started, that's all. If you start collecting materials now, can't you get it to level 70? Really? I heard that self-made equipment only looked at materials and not the materials levels. Fuck, you understand, huh? If you understand, go make one. I heard. That's just what I heard. The players commented one after another. Yi Ziu only smiled at what he heard, but didn't join the discussion. Normal players only had a smattering of knowledge on this sort of high-end content and couldn't really get anywhere with it. But a legendary self-made silver weapon really did appear. This was already something everyone could talk about. However, all of the players didn't forget to add, "It's a pity it's only level 5. Level 5 equipment. No matter how OP it was, it still wouldn't have any value." Everyone understood the reasoning. although most players knew that self-made equipment could be upgraded in the editor. Upgrading was just as difficult as making. A small mistake could ruin the weapon. Level 5? The starting point was so low. The amount of upgrades it needed was too big. Everyone all subconsciously thought that instead of upgrading it, it'd be better to just directly make a high-leveled one. Brother, are you going to make any other professional-level silver weapons? Someone knew how to ask the important questions. Compared to this silver weapon, the talent that could make such a silver weapon was of much more value. No more, this was something I just randomly threw together, Yiziu said. Brother, if you're ever going to make anything, I'll give you the materials. Just name a price. There was still someone who wouldn't give up on self-made equipment. Ordinarily, they all felt that it was something too out of reach. But today, someone who had one appeared. I really can't, if I could. Would I be sitting here? Yiziu said. The person, who had been unwilling to give it up, went silent. That was true. Someone who could make self-made equipment was definitely a more valuable talent than normal experts. They could close their door and get rich. They could also join a professional club's tech team. Brother, do you want a dungeon? Let's go together. At this moment, there were even people who invited Yiziu to play. They were clearly also from the 10th server. I've already reached the entry limit. Yiziu laughed. Let's play together when there's a chance. Okay. After paying their respects and saying kind words to try and make friends with him, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yiziu let out a sigh. Truthfully, self-made weapons were too precious. They were supposed to be hidden from the outside. In Glory, players couldn't use the system to check on other people's equipment, so it was relatively good for hiding them. But the problem was that the 1000-chance umbrella was too unusual. What game had this sort of transforming weapon? Players with a bit of common sense could figure out that it was self-made, and in an actual battle, the weapon's greatest value and features had to be displayed, so it wasn't possible to hide such a weapon. Yiziu sighed. Right when he closed the equipment interface, he saw Chen Guo rush at him like lightning from the second floor. After running behind Yiziu, she asked, What weapon? What weapon? Self-made weapon. See for yourself. Yiziu helplessly opened it again. Wow! Chen Guo admired it. She was like every other player with 100,000 questions to ask. But she also knew that it wasn't appropriate to ask these sorts of things. You're playing as an unspecialized character because of this weapon? Chen Guo asked. Smart, Yiziu commended. You're too secretive. Chen Guo discovered that she needed to reevaluate Yiziu. This sort of person that had been kicked out of the professional circle was more profound than she had originally thought, although she herself didn't know exactly how skilled the pros were. When have I ever hid secrets from you? Yiziu asked in reply.